68 deaths. Now, it would be fantastic if that were the case. It didn't make sense. The numbers just didn't pass the sniff test, given the size of Florida and the policies and the number of population, densely populated areas. And now we have the answer. Florida officials have been withholding. They've just been not releasing the data from medical examiners about coronavirus deaths for more than a week now. The Hill reports that Stephen Nelson, the chairman of the State Medical Examiners Commission, said to the Tampa Bay Times, the state health department intervened, and they told me they are going to remove the causes of death and case descriptions for mortality data, which will hold down the official death toll from coronavirus in Florida. Now, many Republicans want to argue it's fine to reopen, shutdowns aren't necessary. They support it by saying, look, we don't have that many deaths here in Florida. And yet they're lying about the deaths. They are hiding the deaths, according to this report. Not only is this disrespectful to people who have lost their lives, it's disrespectful to people who, seeing these fake numbers, will go outside instead of staying home, will not wear a mask instead of wearing a mask, will go and protest and lobby for opening instead of understanding why it is that we're doing what we're doing. So when you look at the measures that can be taken to deal with the virus, stay-at-home orders, closing businesses, social distancing, masks, what Florida has chosen to do is just lie about the number of people dying, claim nobody's dying. It will also backfire, by the way, because if you use fake numbers to support opening up when you shouldn't, that will drive a crazy explosion in the number of cases and deaths. You would imagine eventually it would get out no matter what. Well, here we have one report. They are blowing the whistle and saying that the number is fake. And it never made sense. I'm trying to think if it was on the show or on live streams. A week and a half ago, I was saying the Florida numbers should be spiking. Okay, heat and humidity may play a role in slowing the spread, but from the studies we've seen, it's only a minor role. It only makes a little bit of a difference. Where are Florida's deaths? What is going on? And boom, in comes a whistleblower who says they're just not reporting them. If this is true, and there's every indication that it is disgusting, sick, and it will lead to even more death. We have the latest numbers from last week's new unemployment claims. 3.8 million more people, additional people, have lost their jobs. We've been tracking this weekly since the start of coronavirus. I mean, we always track it weekly, but we've been looking at numbers this bad since the start of the virus. Some weeks the numbers have been as high as now a reduction in new claims. 3.8 million more people lost their jobs last week. So in total, this is the terrible news, 30 million people have now lost their jobs due to coronavirus. To give you a little context for that number, before this started, the workforce was believed to be 158 million in the United States, 158 million. 30 million is about 19%. 19% of all working people have lost their jobs in the United States in the last 6 or 7 weeks. This is nightmarish. These are numbers that are so outrageous that 8 weeks ago, they would have been unimaginable numbers. The slightly okay news, if we're looking for trends, right? Like if we want to find something, the slightly okay news is it's not 6 million every week. It's been diminishing. We had 6.6 million people lost their job. Well, you had 6.8, then 6.6, 5.2, then 4.4, and now 3.8. So hopefully over the next 4 to 6 weeks, we'll see the numbers of new claims continue to diminish. Eventually, hopefully, we will see a net decrease in the number of people who are not working. But this is not going to be quick. You know, Trump talks about this V-shaped recovery that'll be as quick or even quicker than the decline. Doesn't seem like it's going to be that way. Many jobs that are being lost are permanent job losses. Many businesses are not going to reopen. And what's also becoming completely clear is that there hasn't been enough stimulus from the government. We're now well into month number 2 of this. Some states are about, I mean, here in Massachusetts, we're very close to entering month number 3. And there are still people who have not gotten their $1,200 checks. And even when they get the $1,200, it's not going to be enough. This is going to be a big deal. Remember that before this, half the country couldn't even afford an unexpected $400 expense. That was before this. those numbers are going to go way, way up. They're going to get much more ugly as this continues. We are going to need more stimulus. I would like to also see infrastructure done, and I'll talk next week about how much more stimulus we are likely to need, as well as what an infrastructure deal would look like. And, the thing about Trump is everything is always a crony capitalist hit job. Even when, as I said earlier, Trump is using a lot of the right tools here to deal with this recession, which could become a depression, or maybe already is, but is not yet reflected in all of the numbers. Trump is often using the right tools, but it's always done in the wrong way. It's always done in a corrupt way, eliminating oversight for the stimulus money. The PPP program, which saw huge swaths of the funding go directly to big businesses and organizations that don't really need it, even organizations with large endowments, and a lot of small businesses getting absolutely zero. So next week, we'll talk about what would infrastructure look like, how much more stimulus are we likely to need depending on how this goes, and related topics. My question to you, you can get back to me on Twitter at dpacman, is where do you think unemployment will top out? There are people saying 40 million. We're at 30 million now. Some people say 40 million. Others are saying it's going to be a full 50, 55 million, like a third of the workforce if this extends for another 6 to 8 weeks to this degree. Let me know where you see that tragic number. I'm on Twitter at dpacman. We've got a tremendously good program for you today.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Yvette Cooney and Daniel Lightwing. Yvette and Daniel, thank you so much for your support. Also want to say a quick thank you to Richard Firestein, who's today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Hard to believe it, Richard, but you've been a member almost 5 years. Very much appreciate it. Grab a membership yourself. It's quick, it's easy, it's painless, and it feels good at joinpakman.com. Let's go to the phones, which are exploding today. At 617-830-4750 and see what's on people's minds, starting today with our caller from the 443 area code. Caller from 443, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Anthony calling from Maryland.
All right, Anthony, we've got you. Sounds like you have gremlins in your phone, but go ahead.
Ben Shapiro recently made a video titled "Fascism is Secretly a Left-Wing Ideology." He said that left-wing means more government and right-wing means less government. He said that fascism is left-wing by that definition and anarchism is right-wing. Would you agree with that, sort of that description of the political compass?
No, I wouldn't. More versus less government is very different than saying more or less libertarian, for example. What matters is what government is doing. What matters is how is government interacting with people, and government doing things is not fascism. But Anthony, I'm going to let you go because your connection is so bad. It's just a very, very strange noise that's there. And hopefully it's not another one of those embarrassing instances where the problem is on our end. We'll find out with our next caller. Let's go to our caller from the 707 area code. Caller from 707. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Hi, David. This is Bart, and I'm calling from San Francisco.
Hey, Bart. What's going on? Your connection is pristine, I must say.
Oh, I'm glad.
Yes.
Question for you is, did you figure out your YouTube issues with the algorithm? I know you were having issues with that, and I emailed you a while back about that, and I was just wondering if you had what the status was of that.
Well, I don't know which element of that you're referring to, because the YouTube algorithm is sort of like a lobster regularly shedding and molting and having a new shell, and it's a constant new series of issues. But certainly, so YouTube has whitelisted us for coronavirus monetization, so that issue has been solved. But there's always issues, you know.
Good.
There's search issues, there's other issues. So I don't know exactly which issue you're referring to right now. The biggest issue is
it was the monetization. Sorry, it was the monetization. I was just going to say there's people like me out there, or tech people out there, I think that can help you. But just in case you're interested, there's people that follow you that I think could be helpful.
Got it. Okay. Well, we always, any tips and advice are welcome. But right now, I mean, the big thing now is because of the virus and fewer advertisers wanting to advertise, CPMs, or how much you make for every 1,000 views, are down about 35%. That's more of a systemic issue than an algorithmic issue, unfortunately.
Gotcha. Then move on. I have the other callers. My next question is, what can we do to help the Never Biden folks you mentioned that are saying Never Biden and so on? And who are the leaders of that movement? How can we help, convince them to go down a better road, at least get through this transition point?
The leaders question is an interesting one. I don't know who leads the Never Biden movement. I think that in the same way that support for Bernie was overstated if you just looked at Twitter and Reddit, the size of the Never Biden movement may be overstated if you're paying too much attention to Twitter and Reddit. I think it's a smaller movement than maybe people on the internet think. But I don't know that there are necessarily leaders to convince. I'm not sure. I don't know if there are. I mean, like, are there prominent Never Biden people? I'm asking genuinely. I don't know.
I don't know. I was just listening to your comments about that and how you were mentioning that there's a movement. I was just trying to figure out ways that we could help convince that movement and where to go on Twitter or wherever, to talk to people and to help them understand the situation
for
better.
me, what's been the only thing that's been at all effective, and there are probably more effective things, is to really drill down on, okay, so who do you want picking the next Supreme Court justice? Whose policy do you prefer on the environment? Whose policy do you prefer on taxes? And usually with most of them, I mean, listen, if they actually prefer Trump's policies, then they should be voting for Trump, and there's not much to argue about. But usually people will realize, I prefer Biden's policy on everything. Why would I do anything that helps Trump get reelected? It's counterintuitive, doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Absolutely. Last question. And why can't reporters do real-time debating with Trump? So what's the real issue? Is it just access? And what's your take on that? And how do we convince them to be a little more forthcoming?
Yeah, Trump just
regard?
silences them. He moves on. He controls the bully pulpit, and it's hard to insist on a debate with Trump in the press briefings. Although I also wonder what the outcome would be. I think it would just turn one lie into four that now you're trying to fight. So we've talked about that before.
Okay.
I don't know. Thanks, Bart. Really appreciate the phone call. Hope to hear from you again. Let's go next to our caller from the 513 area code. Who's calling today from 513?
This is John from Ohio.
Hey, John, what's up?
So we only just started getting some recognition of the Tara Reade story, like in the mainstream media, but it still hasn't been getting the attention that I think it should get.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a take on why that is, or do you have a take or opinion on the issue in general?
Well, listen, I mean, my view has always been that people who come forward and say this happened to me should be heard, and their claims should be taken seriously and investigated. And that's my view, regardless of who's being accused of or political party. Full stop. Right. I mean, that's my view. And then, there should be a full and proper investigation. In terms of why it's not getting more coverage in corporate media, I have two ideas about that. One is that there is skepticism among some in corporate media about elements of the story. Now, I'm not an expert on the story, so it would sort of be beyond me to go through all of those details now, just on the basis of your phone call. I'm not prepared to do that right now, nor do I think that it's necessarily the best thing to be doing. But I think part of what's holding down coverage in corporate media is skepticism of some elements of the story. And whether that's right or wrong is a real debate to be had, right? I mean, if you believe that accusers' allegations should be taken seriously, then, take them seriously and investigate. And then I think the second thing is also we're just in a crazy situation with coronavirus constantly, and a lot of stories that would normally get more attention, stuff related to insane government corruption that would normally at least make more of a blip. The Tara Reade story arguably is part of that. Some recent thing that's being widely misinterpreted about UFOs, but still, there's a lot of stories that I think, were it not for coronavirus, would be getting a lot more attention.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
All right,
Thanks.
my friend. Thank you. Great to hear from you. Very much appreciate it. Let's go next to our caller from the 831 area code. Caller from 831. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Phil from California.
Hey, Phil, what's up?
Hey, so recently New York decided to suspend the primaries, and last couple of weeks, people have been researching into the exit poll discrepancies between Super Tuesday and some other states. Do you have a lot of faith in the elections these days, and how confident are you in your vote being applied accurately in November?
Well, so there's two kind of, the latter question is an easy one. I'm pretty confident my vote will be applied accurately in November. That's my belief based on what I observe voting here in Massachusetts in prior elections. But that's the more important question you're asking is the first one, which is general confidence in the election system. I mean, listen, there's no doubt that there is one party that has been working for 15 to 20 years to try to suppress the vote or to disenfranchise. And this includes everything from redistricting and gerrymandering up through and including voter ID, voter purges, etc. Right now, based on what's going on right now, my instinct is that November 2020 is not going to be as determined by maybe voting machines, as has been the focus in the past, but how people are interacting with the voting system in general, meaning vote in person versus vote by mail, and how coronavirus is going to affect turnout. So because that is unprecedented and crazy, and we see one side, Democrats saying we should be voting by mail, you see Trump saying we should not be voting by mail, that is making me scared about what is going to happen in November of 2020. Now, all the other things like voter ID, everything those are all still issues. But for me, what's most present and foremost of foremost importance for November is where are people going to vote? How are people going to vote? And how is that all going to be carried out? Because we know Trump knows vote by mail is bad for him.
Yeah, true. And I have a lot of Bernie friends that, the earlier caller was talking about the Never Biden thing, and
Yep.
they've discussed it. I think most people are going to actually vote for Biden because they kind of are going to do the math, and if they're going to 2 + 2 is going to equal 4 for them. And they're going to
Most
vote for
people
Biden.
are. Most people. I mean, remember,
I can
listen.
see a lot of.
In just real quick, in 2016, I think you had about 10% of Bernie supporters ended up voting for Hillary. And that's, ended up voting for Trump, 10% of Bernie supporters voted for Trump. That's roughly in line with what we see in terms of abandonment in prior elections. Like there was not a crazy amount of that in 2016.
Yeah, well, and Hillary's supporters voted for McCain more than Bernie's supporters voted for Trump.
Yep.
But I just think it's one of those things where the Democratic Party had a real chance to ignite a base. And they may have just created more independents and more people that just don't feel, like the party represents them anymore. Because, frankly, the whole campaign just felt like a smear. Everything on the media, it was just so negative. So I think a lot of people just have a bad taste in their mouth, and voting for Biden is not going to help them.
We will see where it all shakes out. I think that there's a universe where you are correct, but Biden still wins, right? I mean, the number, you could be right and Biden still could get the votes he needs to become president. We've got 6 months to go and a lot can happen between now and then.
Yeah, we can put a lot of pressure on Biden to make our things happen if we want him to. So that's a better way to do it than trying to deal with Trump.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
exactly.
agree with you. I agree with you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. Appreciate the call. Thank you so much. Let's go today to our caller from the 707 area code. Who is calling today from 707?
Yes, my name's Gabe. I'm calling from Humboldt County.
Hey, Gabe, what's up?
Okay, so I was making sure you could hear me.
Oh, I can hear you.
Yeah, so I'll be real brief. I really appreciate you taking me on. I live in a rural part of California, and one of our major crops here is marijuana.
Yes, I've been up there. In fact, I was up there once for a conference, and the conference was in.
Oh yeah.
It was near Ukiah. Arcata, exactly. I was up in
Arcata.
Oh,
that's in Mendocino. Yeah.
And it was just like Humboldt weed country. It was crazy, yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I live in a more rural part of California, and I'll try to be brief in my questions. So, first of all, Joe Biden does not have a pro-legalization stance. Now, my father was a grower. I'm a second-generation American, and my family still deals with immigration issues. So on that, I am extremely anti-Trump. But on that, I'm also anti-Biden because he not only doesn't support the main cash crop from my county, but he also was in power when I've had family members being deported. So I'm more so wondering why I should vote for Biden in terms of what's the difference. Because to me, I'm looking at it like you got red version and blue version of the same person. And by voting for Biden, I'm not only continuing my own family's destruction, but my country's destruction because it's a one-party system.
Right. Well, let me ask you
this. And I'm curious if there's any answer for this. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me ask you this. If we think about the future of marijuana legalization, which we're seeing a lot of at the state level, right? So a lot of what we're seeing, the next 5 to 7 years of marijuana legalization will come from the state level, not from the federal level, is my prediction. Do you believe that we will get more favorable rulings of cases that are appealed to the Supreme Court related to cannabis if Trump picks a replacement for Ruth Bader Ginsburg or if Biden picks a replacement for Ruth Bader Ginsburg? What does your heart tell you on that?
Okay, so I'm actually really glad you asked me this. I thought about this a couple days ago. I was talking to my wife about this. So Trump and the Republican Party are pro-money. And right now in Humboldt County, there is huge, massive, multi-million-dollar corporations coming here and spending money. They're lobbying. I think that marijuana legalization, even with a Trump in office, is closer than you think. Now, again, I will never vote for a right-wing death cult. I'm not going to vote for Trump, the Republican Party. Yeah. You know, they want to see my state burned to the ground. And so on that end, I just want to tell everyone here, do not vote for Donald Trump. Don't do it. But on that same level, it's like the difference between the left and the right in this one is minimal because it's like, okay, yeah, you may get someone who may not be favorable towards it, but financially they'll let it go. I mean, it's just like, you know, alcohol prohibition, you know, I'm sure a lot of the folks that legalize alcohol.
Gabe, just a little bit here because you're saying a lot. I don't agree with you. I think there's no doubt. Hold on. I think there's no doubt that whoever Biden picks to the to go to the Supreme Court would be better on this issue than whoever Trump picks. I also believe.
Oh, no doubt.
I also believe that, remember, back during the Obama-Biden era, they said, even though weed is illegal federally, we're not going to send federal agencies into states that have legalized it. When Trump put in Jeff Sessions...
But they did. They did, though. Obama administration, there was many raids by the feds during those times.
There's no doubt that there were, but they were dramatically diminished, whereas Trump's AG ran on, we're going to ramp that back up. So yes. For me, it is not what
Trump's a fence walker. He believes in nothing.
Gabe, thank you for the call. I very much appreciate it, and I hope that you make the decision that is right for you. Let's take a quick break. Don't hang up if you're holding, because we will be right back with your calls in a brief moment.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
Let's go back to the phones at 617-830-4750 and see what is on people's minds, starting with our caller from the 240 area code. Who's calling today from 240? Where are you calling from?
Salutations, David. This is Rob. I'm calling from Maryland.
Hey, Rob, what's up?
So I've always worked at small businesses. I've always resisted going to big corporate places for work because I know that I would suffer. It would be spirit crushing. I prefer places where, rather than there being a very established culture, the place has a malleable personality that I can actually come in and contribute to.
Okay.
And because I work for those types of places, I'm unemployed right now. And it's looking less and less likely that those types of places are going to come back after the dust settles, because they typically have much lower margins that they're running on, that if they miss a month of profit, they can't keep up. And so now I'm very reluctantly applying to the Safeways and the CVS's and the Burger Kings of the world, because that's all that's going to be left after this. And we're also kind of creating an entire generation of the young people right now who are seeing that they really only have three kind of options as far as career paths if they want their careers to be pandemic proof. They can either go into public service like government, healthcare, or education. They can go into they can go work for a massive fast food chain or at a grocery store, or they can get one of those corporate jobs where they can work from home, and those are diminishingly rare. I mean, those are the jobs of our parents' generation, not ours. And so we are going to, for a long time, have this shift, I think, that crushes the dreams of a lot of people who may have been better in non-essential fields such as cosmetology or the arts or culinary or being in a research field of academia where you have to actually go somewhere to study something. And I wanted to know if you had any ideas about how we could incentivize, or if this is even a good thing. Like, should unnecessary jobs just disappear? And if not, how do we incentivize people to still follow their dreams?
So there's a lot there, Rob. And so first of all, I don't know that I agree with you about the jobs that are pandemic proof. I mean, what we just learned this week about the nearly 5% GDP reduction in the first quarter. And half of that GDP reduction was in healthcare, which is counterintuitive because with so many coronavirus patients, how could that be? It's because almost all non-emergency healthcare has been shut down, and it certainly has not been pandemic proof for people who work in dermatology offices and the like. So I don't totally agree with the premise, but what I would tell you is just because a job is not essential in a pandemic doesn't mean it's not an essential job. So as an example, transportation is essential to 99.99% of human existence. We're in a pandemic shutdown where people aren't traveling. So everything from cab drivers to airline pilots are suffering right now. But I would not want to disincentivize people from working in those fields because they're so important 99.99% of the time. What we need to do is we need to be more proactive, as I spoke about on the Wednesday show this week, about softening the blow to a lot of these industries. And by that, I mean to the workers, not to like the hedge fund people that are speculating in these businesses. We need to have an economic system that's more proactively protecting them. But the last thing I would say is, hey, during however long this is, if it's 2 months, if it's 9, whatever it is, to say there were jobs that weren't really useful during that time. These are jobs that are absolutely necessary to society 99.99% of the time, and I would not suggest people abandon them. We just need to be better prepared to deal with situations like this. My friend, I'm going to let you go because I have so many people that want to get on, but it's an important question, and I'm glad that you asked it. Let's go next to our caller from the 603 area code. Who's calling today from 603?
Hi, my name's Eric, New Hampshire.
Hey, Eric, what's up?
Not much. I just have a quick question. Because of the pandemic, how wider will the separation between classes become without any policy or tax change? If say, Trump gets reelected and, everything becomes the way it has been for the past 3 years, how far do you think the haves and have-nots, that separation will grow?
I don't have a mathematical answer, but it's going to grow. And you're asking a really important question, which is we are now seeing, that there's this implicit understanding of blue collar and white collar that exists. The idea sometimes is made very simple by calling it office work versus factory work. The reality is it's much more complex than that right now. You see, as I mentioned, for example, airline pilots very much affected by what's going on right now. You see people who work in restaurants, but also people who work in certain types of retail and even people in certain areas of healthcare that are being hit because they are typically non-emergency healthcare, et cetera. So we are going to see growing. Yeah.
I was more talking about the people that the shareholders of the airlines, not the pilots.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm talking about the ones that have the wealth.
Yeah.
They're going to seize opportunities, whether, but not the person that goes to work, the ones that tell the people to go to work.
Absolutely. Listen, at any time there is a cataclysm, a crisis, a pandemic, a natural disaster, something like 9/11. These are opportunities for speculators and those who are flush with cash to make a ton of money with speculative and non-productive use of assets. There is no doubt about it. And you're completely accurate in that there is going to be a widening income gap, a wealth gap rather, as a result of this because of people who are in a position to seize some of those opportunities. Totally.
Okay, great. I mean, that's what I thought. Unless there is policy or tax change.
Of course. So like one
balance
example,
out,
now this is something Trump actually floated this, but he didn't do it, which is what about suspending the payroll tax for a certain period of time, the Social Security, Medicare? That would
Right.
actually be an interesting thing, because if you, I don't remember exactly where the line is, but it's around 125,000 a year. You only pay Social Security, Medicare up to your first 125,000 a year in wages. So people who earn a lot more than that in wages, or people who are earning their money through capital gains, they're already not paying that. So suspending that would be a
Right.
way to directly do fiscal stimulus to people who are actually mostly working for a living. It wasn't done, right? But that's an example of a policy that would have
No.
helped.
Yeah, I agree. I
Yeah.
agree.
All right,
But
my friend. Thank
I
you so
do
much
see.
for the call. I very much
Thank you.
appreciate it, and it's great to hear from our mostly friendly neighbors to the north in New Hampshire. Let me go next to our caller from the 312 area code. Who's calling today from 312?
Hi, David. This is Priscilla. I'm from Chicago.
Hey, Priscilla, what's going on?
I'm just wondering, what's your take on, there's a lot of Joe Biden sexual assault allegations, and I am not a Trump supporter. I would never vote for him in my life.
Mm-hmm.
But I honestly also don't feel comfortable voting for someone who's had so many sexual assault allegations, and I honestly feel like at least some of them are credible. And yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
So I'm aware, we talked earlier about the Tara Reid allegations. Which other allegations are you referring to?
I'm not sure of the name specifically, but it's mostly just, am I comfortable voting for someone who even has these allegations against them at all? Because it would be hypocritical of me to be like, oh, I don't want to vote for Donald Trump because he's a rapist or whatever, but then go and vote for someone like Joe Biden who's allegedly done the same thing to other people.
But so is there any allegation other than the Tara Reid one that you're aware of?
I am not specifically aware of any other names, but I've heard that there are multiple allegations. So maybe I'm just not informed enough. I don't know.
Well, I think there's definitely people that are,
it.
there's definitely a blending together of like Biden hugged a senator's daughter and it was weird, and the Tara Reid thing. So here's my view, and I've sort of stated it already, but here's how I think it applies to voting. Every woman's allegations should be taken seriously and investigated. What Tara Reid is alleging is serious, and it deserves investigation. She deserves to be heard. This is my view, regardless of the political party of accuser, accused, whatever, period, and full stop.
Okay.
Where I would next go to is, great, you don't want to vote for anyone who's been accused of anything like that. Perfect. The next question is, what else do you care about, right? In the sense that, so Trump's been accused by 16, 17, 22, 46 women, according to one book. We know that he's paid off some women. His own wife, under threat of perjury in a deposition, accused him of raping her, etc. And then we do have the Tara Reid allegation with Biden. Where are you on climate? Where are you on taxation? Where are you on coronavirus response? Where are you on education? Where are you on diplomacy? Is there any difference there in terms of your view on Trump versus Biden?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I just think Biden is stronger on all those issues than Trump, and it goes back to what you always say, it's kind of picking who I would rather have,
Right.
Definitely not my ideal. I voted for Bernie in the primary, and I wish I could vote for him again in the general. However, I am still considering voting for Biden just because I really don't want Trump back in. And
right.
also,
So
like
in
you
other words,
said,
Priscilla,
Ruth Bader
if I
Ginsburg is
say to
leaving,
you, who do you prefer, Trump or Biden? Is there a clear answer in your mind?
Biden, yeah.
So then is there any question about what you should do in November?
There is still, just because I don't know, like he's just not the person I want, and it goes back to, do I really want, it's so hard because I am pulled in both directions. Like, yes, I don't want Donald Trump. I also don't want to just give Biden my vote just because, and I
Well,
feel
let
like
me
that
ask you,
is kind
Priscilla,
of what the corporate Democrats are expecting.
It sounded like you were saying it's not just because. In other words, you said you preferred Biden over Trump. I listed 6 or 7 policy issues, and you said Biden's better, right? You said that about a minute ago.
Yeah.
So it's not really just because. It sounds like you've analyzed their positions on policy and you've decided which one's better.
Yeah, I have. I don't know. I feel I still feel some hesitation, and I'm not sure.
Mm,
I still feel like I will vote for him, but I don't know. And I know a lot of people are in my same boat, that they're just kind of feeling,
I
I
get
don't
it.
know. It's like we're in a rock and a hard place. We're forced to vote for someone who we're not completely behind, which I get that's kind of the
Well,
way it
that's
works,
always
but
the case
I
to
don't know.
different degrees. I mean, no, I'm not, I've never voted for anyone I'm completely behind. It's always, who are you more behind?
Right.
And it sounds like you're pretty damn clear about that.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah,
I am. I've just been such a Bernie supporter since high
sure.
school, and now this is going to be my first time voting.
Wow.
And yeah, it's just not the way I planned, but thank you for your time.
Priscilla, I can tell from talking to you that you're going to do the right thing in November.
Thank you.
All
Have a
right,
good one.
Priscilla,
Thank you
take
for
care.
your
Have a
show.
good one. All right. I apologize for everybody I was not able to get to. We are out of time today, but we will take calls again. Really appreciate you joining me. Quick break. More after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex French press or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Patriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. The David Pakman Show is now on Instagram as David Pakman Show. Check out behind the scenes pictures, memes, funny stuff, and more. Follow us on Instagram at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Let's get into audience questions for the week, starting with, hey, David, what do you believe is the future of the progressive movement in the Democratic Party? Or is the future of American progressivism outside of the Democratic Party? So there's a philosophical debate here. There's an ideological debate to be had about, will the Democratic Party allow itself to become a truly progressive party, or will it not allow that, meaning that if progressives want a real foothold in the United States, they will have to work outside the Democratic Party as third-party candidates or whatever else the case may be? Beautiful conversation. I love it. Completely irrelevant if campaign finance is not reformed. And arguably, if we don't actually change our system of elections away from a first past the post, winner take all system. I think that if you look at the Tea Party movement of 2010, if the Tea Party movement had decided to work exclusively outside of the Republican Party, instead of just having Tea Partiers run as Republicans, had the Tea Party succeeded at taking seats, it actually would have weakened the Republican Party, and by its very, by the inverse, it would have strengthened the Democratic Party. Why is that? If the Tea Party candidates were not running as Republicans, they would have been running against Republicans. They would have disproportionately taken votes from Republicans. They would have played spoilers for Republicans. And they likely wouldn't have won as many seats either, right? So you would have had some cases where Republican seats would have been lost to Tea Party seats as third partiers, and that would have weakened the Republican Party. You also would have had seats that a Tea Partier running inside the Republican Party could have won, but would not have, because Republican money would have poured into the Republican candidate and not the Tea Party candidate. So because campaign finance is what it is, and because we have a voting system that is what we have, the Tea Party won a bunch of seats in 2010 in the midterms because they ran as Republicans. At the local level, some didn't, but nationally they ran as Republicans. Eventually, the Tea Party became integrated into the Republican Party, and the Republican Party overall was moved towards the Tea Party. This was a massive win for the Tea Party. You don't really hear much about the Tea Party anymore. It's just part of the Republican Party at this point in time. That's an example of a success at changing the party. Now, there's an argument to be made that Democrats are not Republicans, that the Democratic Party would not ever be so influenced by a progressive wing like the Tea Party was able to influence the Republican Party, because they're just fundamentally different parties. I completely disagree with this. And the evidence is, look at how the Democratic Party has already moved in the last 5 years, since Bernie Sanders in 2015 started more prominently talking about Medicare for all, free college to a lesser extent then, more in 2020, minimum wage increase. A lot of the stuff that was made prominent by progressives back in 2015, 2016, 2017 is now relatively mainstream in the Democratic Party. Now, there is no question that because the Democratic Party, as much as the Republican Party, are very corporate influenced establishment parties, you still see, a majority of Democratic senators don't support something like Medicare for all right now. But I think the evidence is clear that the progressive wing, progressives, have already influenced the Democratic Party. So my position is, if we don't change campaign finance, move to public funding of elections, limit the duration of a campaign, limit how much money can be spent, eliminate PACs, all that different stuff, I don't believe progressives have a serious chance outside of the Democratic Party. It pains me to say it. There's actually also a backfire risk. If progressives outside of the Democratic Party did a good job of taking some seats away from Democrats, running independent third party, in the short and even medium term, it probably helps Republicans by strengthening them in comparison to the Democratic Party. The progressive wing, these progressive independents, would be too small to really get very much done. In the long term, it's a question mark, and we don't know. So right now, if progressives were to break off and form their own party, it could very much damage the Democratic Party. If you're an accelerationist, right, if you prefer Trump over Biden, if it can't be Bernie, then maybe you like that. Maybe you want to see the Democratic Party destroyed in order to, at some point in the future, build it back up. That's a philosophical discussion. In practice, I don't see any way that if we don't reform public campaign finance, and if we don't reform how our election systems work, I don't see any way that progressives succeed at the national level. Local is different, by working outside the Democratic Party. Go bigger than the Democratic Party, of course. But in terms of electoral politics, you've got to fix campaign finance and how we do elections first if you want progressives to have a shot outside the Democratic Party at really making an influence. Hey, David, does the hashtag Never Biden movement help or hurt progressives? So there are elements to this question that are similar to the elements of whether the progressive wing of the Democratic Party should simply separate from the Democratic Party altogether. First and foremost, the Never Biden people who insist Biden can't win, these are the exact same folks who believed, even when it was very clear Bernie had no shot to the nomination, that Bernie was going to be the nominee. So in terms of their ability to do political prognostication, I would not put too much weight behind the opinions of the hashtag Never Biden movement. But I think that they bring an important question to the table, which is, over the long term, does the progressive movement benefit or not from Joe Biden winning in 2020? Now, I did a segment about this a couple of months ago. I am no stranger to this idea. If you sort of take a game theory perspective, you can argue that the best thing for progressives is for Biden to be the nominee, but to lose to Trump. Why could that be the best thing for progressives over the long term? This is theoretical. Well, Biden's the nominee and loses, it gives progressives the strongest position to say, we told you an establishment Democrat can't win. We need an actual progressive as the nominee. And it would potentially position a real progressive for 2024 to potentially become the next president of the United States after Donald Trump's second term, right? That's the game theory question. Now, in practical terms, how much damage is done for decades if Donald Trump gets to pick one or two more Supreme Court justices during his second term? Well, that's not trivial. How much damage is done to the environment if we get 4 years of Trump versus 4 years of Biden, who supports the Green New Deal as a framework, if not fully, admittedly? How much does our economy suffer if we get 4 more years of Donald Trump's tax plan as opposed to Joe Biden's, which is better on marginal tax rates, which is better on the taxing of capital gains? I could go on. So I believe that if you want to ignore the damage and destruction that Donald Trump will do in a second term, in a game theory hypothetical perspective, there is a very good case to be made that in the long run, maybe the progressive movement is more jump started by Biden losing in November than winning. In practical terms, as a person who gets one vote and has the decision to make, do I take an action that reinstalls Trump or do I take an action that removes him? I have to vote for Joe Biden. That's my moral compass. I can't take an action that would make it more likely Trump gets 4 more years. And this gets us to incrementalism versus accelerationism. When I look at history, and I've done this before, I won't bore people by doing it again. When people say, hey, let's burn it down to build it back up, I don't see instances in the last 150 years of American history where that was actually what worked, other than through cataclysm and massive death. When we look at the progressive era, the New Deal era, and the civil rights era, yes, there were protests. Yes, there was some violence. Yes, and I'm not minimizing it by saying some. I don't mean, what I mean is, in the grand scheme of things, those were advances that happened because of peaceful protests, because of who was on the Supreme Court at the time and was able to uphold some of those changes. So the theoretical question of the long-term progressive movement's success, if Biden loses versus if he wins, let's do it. When it comes to November, I can't take an action that helps Donald Trump. Okay, last question today. Hey, David, are you worried about violence if Donald Trump loses in November? I want to be really careful when talking about this because I worry that I'm stepping into a minefield where I might be giving people ideas, and I really don't want to do that, which is why I've sort of resisted talking about this. But I think at this point, it deserves some discussion. Okay, let's game it out. Joe Biden wins by a lot. What do Trumpists do? Joe Biden wins by a tiny bit. What do Trumpists do? I actually think the more dangerous scenario is if Biden wins by a little bit, because if Biden really just crushes Donald Trump, my instinct is that you will see Trumpists sort of just like pretend nothing ever happened and say, hey, you know, coronavirus was a unique circumstance. This isn't really a big loss for Trump. This was, people voting because of a pandemic that affected every country. This doesn't say anything about Trump. Okay, Biden's the president. Good luck with that, guys. And I think you would see Trumpists be relatively quiet if Biden absolutely blows out Donald Trump. Now, more likely is that it's going to be maybe a closer election, no matter who wins. The scenario that scares me is if Biden wins very narrowly, very, very narrowly, and Trump fuels the idea that something unfair happened, that the election cannot be trusted, that the results have been doctored, that it was rigged in some way. That's the scenario that really scares me, particularly in the period between Election Day and what would be Joe Biden's Inauguration Day. That period, in my mind, could become one of these where you want to stay home when the virus is spreading. Maybe you would want to stay home during that as well in certain parts of the country. I believe that law enforcement, locally, state, federally, is more than equipped to handle it. But that doesn't mean that there could not be dangers. And yes, it is something I'm thinking of, and I am hopeful that it does not go that way. If Trump wins, I think it's less likely that you see that violence. I think the scenario most likely to lead to violence would be a narrow Biden victory, which Trump casts doubt on the integrity of the election in a way that really gets his base going and going crazy. I hope I'm wrong. Let me know your thoughts about what you expect, what you think there. We've got a fantastic bonus show for you today. It is Friday, meaning producer Pat Ford is taking the reins of the bonus show. So that's it for me for the week. I will be back with you on Monday.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Okay, so I'm going to call this meeting to order, and we have the minutes from May 6th. What would you like to do?
I'd like to move that we adopt the minutes from May 6th.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. All right, moving on. We have bills for payment. We have warrants 24, the payroll 24P, Conservation Commission number 9, and from the reappraisal fund number 10.
I'll move we approve bills for payment warrants 24, 24P, Conservation Commission number 9, and reappraisal number 10.
I'll second that. Geraldine.
Okay, any discussion? Let's see. Warrant 24 was for $27,763.59. Most of it going into health insurance, payroll transfers, our monthly sheriff's bill, highway department supplies and repairs, Green Mountain Power, and some of the regular monthly bills that we have. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Let's see. We have some visitors, and Maeve, Jenks, do you want to take the floor and let us know what you're doing with the playground?
Yes. Hi. Okay. Hi, everyone.
Hi, thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you for inviting us. We're very excited. I say us because we also have Lily DePino here and Lance Nieper. And I believe Julian Egan is also going to try and join us shortly as well. So we are part of the Dummerston Leadership Council, which was developed as a group of parents and teachers and member of the community with the intent of really focusing on what the goal is of our school now that we don't necessarily have a select board that's looking at the focus of our school needs necessarily. And so this is a different type of board to kind of be able to oversee what our school needs are. And one of the things that came up in our brainstorming was the fact that we really are in need of an updated playground and outdoor educational space. And we have a lot of space. It's not that we, are limited on our space. And especially, that's kind of brings us to what brought us to the select board is a lot of that space that we have access to is now town property. And so, it felt very natural to make the town a part of this process in the beginning stages, which is where we are. So we want to be able to get input and feedback from everyone from the town and see what our needs are and our goals. Obviously, our wishes for this playground is to be around for a long time. And so we're not just looking for members of our school community to give an input. We want the entire community to give an input, whether you have kids at the school right now or not, especially because, I think that we're looking at it to be not just a playground of the school. It's going to be some really great outdoor recreational space. Of our group, as I said, Lily is a teacher at the school and has a really great insight as far as the educational services and how we'll be utilizing the school or the outdoor space during school time. And Lance, the other gentleman that's here, him and his wife actually travel to different playgrounds with their two kids, and they have some really incredible insight. I had no idea how many wonderful playgrounds there were out there. And so he's got some incredible suggestions and insight. And then I bring the fact that I'm also part of the rec board. And so I look at using this space as not just the playground for the school, but really kind of a recreational zone for the entire town. The survey that we put together that we want to send out to the members of our community members of Dummerston asks for any ideas. We're kind of at that very groundwork stage of developing this space where there is no idea too big right now. So our first focus was what can we do with limited funds, considering we don't have a school budget that's passed right now. And we have really not a whole lot of safe space for the kids to use hopefully when we go back to school in September. So our first focus was what can we do as quickly as possible to get some play and educational space ready for when September comes. And so our first look was at the wooded area and what we can do with that space as far as a hiking trail or a biking trail. And that's kind of where Lance came in. I know I just rattled off a lot. So before I pass this off to Lance, does anybody have any questions or thoughts or input? And I will take a pause. No?
No, I mean, I think that's a great overview, Maeve. And yeah, and I like the focus that it is not just for the school, but for the town. And I guess, I'm curious, and I'm sure you'll talk more about this. Obviously, with playgrounds, there's different needs for 5-year-olds as opposed to, 12-year-olds. So how does that all get woven into a plan or a design? Is it, in different phases and that sort of thing? But I'm sure you'll get to that.
Yeah, and as a kind of playground subcommittee, we've really only met, I think, once, and we've exchanged a couple emails. So this really is the early stages, and so we haven't gotten very far into development. Like I said, our biggest key was what can we do in the next couple of months here so that we have some type of space accessible to our children, hopefully when they go back to school in September. So, but absolutely we'll talk more about what could possibly happen, because my brain's been going crazy for weeks, and I know Lily and Lance's and Julian's has as well. So,
okay, who's next?
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about the trail that we're looking at. We're hoping to develop a multi-use trail, again, just to reinforce that for the community, but then also age continuum, where we have young individuals who could pedal without pedals, walk, hike, but then our older students who give them a little bit of a challenge too. And so we're looking how to maximize that space. And so I've reached out to a variety of trail builders and designers in the area. And a couple of names have popped up. One in particular, Curtis Fanti, who has developed some very accessible, he specializes in making sustainable trails, accessible trails, multi-use trails. And so he's agreed to kind of come out and look at the property to see where it is, to kind of maximize the space, and looking at what we could do with a very low budget. So reaching out to parent volunteers who would be willing to do the trail building aspect once we got the design. So the design and the flagging of the trail would be our major expense, just again to make sure it's sustainable. We wouldn't be cutting trees. Obviously, we'd be going around all the natural features, but then trying to really showcase those natural features so the children and the community could see that beautiful space. I walked it a little bit just to kind of get a sense of it, but we would need to bring in somebody that really, again, specializes. So we develop a multi-use trail, limit erosion, but increase access to a whole community. And so that's one area where we're thinking that we could, again, make progress this summer while their ball fields aren't being in use, while the school playground is not being in use. And then we, in the hopes that we could get it ready for the fall. That might be ambitious with the work and the trail building aspect, but there's a lot of volunteers on the parent side who are ready to go once we kind of have the green light. And so we're here today to kind of ask if we could, and what are the steps are to get that green light, to do the design work, the flagging, and to kind of get the ball rolling. So I'd be happy to be a point person with a particular select board member or the committee or whatever it takes. We estimate that the design and flagging would be approximately $400, and we would, obviously look for different avenues to raise those funds, but we wouldn't want to get too far down the line without your approval. Obviously, we don't want to have any expenditures and find out something that just wouldn't be possible. So we do have some people who are willing to do it. We've got some volunteers who are excited to do it. We're just now wondering what are the next steps to be able to kind of put that in motion, as Maeve said. So thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Lance, what's Curtis's last name?
Fanti, F-A-N-T-I.
Okay.
He's developed some of the, if you're familiar with the Wheelock Park in Keene, he developed a kid-friendly, family-friendly bike park right across the street there. He also developed the food, it's called the Food Network Trails behind the YMCA. That's all his design work.
Okay.
And when I talked to him, he was very excited that we would be thinking about a kid-friendly, accessible trail that could be multi-use. So he was very much on board.
Interesting.
Okay to say something? Okay. The other thing that Lance and Maeve and I put together is a survey to sort of take the temperature of the community and get some feedback from the community, get some additional ideas around what the community at large might like to see, and as well also collect information about who might have services that they might like to contribute to any sort of outdoor learning space that we might change or alter at the school grounds. So, and I can share that in the chat if you want me to, or I can send it to somebody if you'd like to see it ahead of time, because you might have suggestions and tips or ideas for us as well.
You mean the results of the survey?
No, the actual survey itself. We didn't want to send it out without your blessing, so to speak.
Oh, I see. So you haven't, you've designed a survey, but you haven't sent it out yet.
Right, correct.
And is that the next step in this process, is to send out the survey? Is that what we're really looking at now?
I think that makes the most sense, just so we can get so that we have a broader sense of what people might envision in an outdoor space, and also, you know, we did sort of say, you know, no limits, any ideas, but then it also sort of helps us sort of set like, okay, well, we're obviously not going to put in an Olympic-sized swimming pool, but what are the other things that we could do? And also I'm sure there are ideas out there that we haven't even thought of as well. And so just to bring all those ideas home to one place, and then we can sort of sift through them and say, yeah, this is a lot of people want to go in this direction. This makes a lot of sense. This is a lovely idea, but probably not going to happen. That sort of thing, just organizing the general consensus around what people might like to see.
I think, Julianne, you want to say something?
Sure. Hi, Julianne Egan, Dummerston School Principal. I'm actually on the WSESD board meeting right now too, but I wanted to pop in and just say hello. And also, just to kind of contextualize this, I think Maeve has already spoken about it. Thank you, Maeve and Lily and Lance, for speaking. There's just there's a big convergence of needs in the school around the outdoor space. And part of it has to do with just the evolving school community, the professional interest of the staff, and you know, the real interest and passion of the school community to really develop the space. And so there's sort of three areas coming together. One is just the interest in sort of outdoor education. You know, we already been working kind of with this idea of forest classroom and children really learning outside in this natural setting. There's also the play space in general, which, you know, had a huge community effort years ago to get that current play space up, and now it's been quite a while, so it's ready for sort of another you know, another revision of what that looks like. And so that's part of trying to get a sense of what is it people want to do in that space. And then the third piece is a real growing interest in farm to school work and growing food and kind of connections to our curriculum. The science and the social studies curriculum in particular are really connected to our outdoor environment at school. So as Maeve and Lily and Lance were saying, it's the very beginning stages, but we recognize that making decisions around the school property and then of course the town property that surrounds the school really involves a vision of our school community, but the larger community too. So, you know, we're excited about that. So I just wanted to say hi before I had to pop into my other meeting too, and just, you know, really looking forward to how this is going to evolve over the next months.
That's great, Julianne. That answers 3 or 4 of the questions that I had. So thank you very much for that.
Yes, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions?
So I have a question. This is Maria.
Yep.
And it's probably not so much for Maeve, Lance, or Lily, but it's really for the other board members.
Yeah.
It was probably a year ago that, yes, we own the property, but I think it was in early 2019, we signed a 10-year lease with the Dummerston School Board. And I'm not sure, without pulling up the lease, I believe that it was up to the school board, and now it would be now up to the new district for any repairs or improvements to the property. And I don't know how that would affect these plans going forward. I think they're wonderful plans, But we signed a 10-year lease with the school board.
Yeah, that was exactly my question too, Maria, is so what is the process here? This is new for everybody in terms of how this evolves and who has authority to do what and
right. As I think the concept is wonderful, but I just don't know by having a lease in place, and this lease was written by a Dummerston School Board member that was an attorney. So I'm assuming it's probably a pretty solid lease. And I believe any type of repairs or improvements should be done through the school and not necessarily, even though the town owns the property, we had no responsibility. And again, the school holds all the liability. So if we improve things, clearly the liability is going to change. Yeah. So I'm not sure as a select board how we can facilitate this without breaking a lease that we've signed.
Yeah, well, we should look back at that. Right. Paul, you had something to say? Oh, I can unmute.
Well, okay, I just did.
Okay.
Thank you. My recollection is Maria is correct that the school deeded the property to the town. The town in turn signed a 10-year lease with the school. The other issue that not to confuse the issue more, but my understanding is that also most school districts have signed their or turned over the properties to the merged districts. And I know that in Dummerston, nobody signed the property over to the district. So I don't know what if the state in effect says, we don't care whether you sign the property over or not, whether or not the property has been in fact transferred to the new merged school district. So just to throw that in for whatever it's worth.
Have you guys talked to the district about this yet, or are you just hitting us up first?
Yeah, we have not talked to the district yet. This is really, you guys were our first step. I'm not too familiar with lease laws. And so I did know that the land was being leased. Lori had sent me a copy of that lease and I reviewed it to the best of my limited knowledge. I do know that, Julian had said if it's up to the district school board that they'll be supportive of anything and everything really. I mean, I don't think they're going to look at putting any limitations on, the way that we want to use the land educationally. But I would have to think that ultimately, regardless of the lease, there's got to be some ultimate, the town of Dummerston, I guess, has to have some ultimate hand in deciding what happens, considering this is long-term changes, potentially, not just 10-year lease changes. But so no, we haven't gone to the other board yet. We're starting with you. I do have the lease up and I'm happy to send it out to everyone so that we all have a chance to review it, not necessarily at this moment, but it's certainly a valid part that I hadn't quite thought too far into. I guess I was thinking that even though the land was leased, the town still owns it and has the rights to it. So that's a very valid.
Well, probably not, though, if it's leased, the rights,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lily?
I think that there's, without seeing the lease in front of me, I believe that there was a thing in there that the school district, or well, the Dummerston School Board, and ultimately now the new school district, is responsible for all maintenance, upkeep, and any type of improvements. It was pretty, I thought, in any type of repairs. So, if something broke on the playground, it was going to be up to them to fix it. Right. It was basically, the town was, yeah, I mean, it was pretty specific, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Lily?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that there's two things here that are happening. One is that Lance and Maeve and I and the Leadership Council in general are largely on a fact-finding mission to find out what the community is interested in. But then there is going to be another layer to this, is where we are going to have to go to central office, talk to Frank, and then find out, first of all, how do we even begin to attempt to fund something like this, whether it's fundraising, whether there are funds set aside in the district budget, when there ever is a district budget. So really we're at those first stages of fact finding, collecting information and beginning to formulate a plan so that then we can go to central office and say, or go to the district rather, and say, here's what we'd like to do. And then they'll turn around and say, that's lovely, come up with another plan. And we keep going back and forth until we find something that everybody can be comfortable with. That being said, because we're potentially using, because we want it to be all encompassing with Dummerston community, it was really important that we share some of our initial thoughts with all of you.
Yeah. It seems like without taking a vote, it seems like the select board's, interested and pleased with what you're doing. And it seems like, sending out your survey is a good next step, and then approaching the district, with your next set of plans and ideas, and, keeping us in the loop. This sounds like a good idea, but it doesn't seem, other than, nodding our heads, I don't think we're in a position to do much more than that. What do the members think?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I see, Lance, you have your hand up. I see, but I want to follow up Zeke's thought. So in you coming to us, we're initially thinking, oh, do we have responsibility? What's our responsibility and authority here? And in remembering the lease, I'm remembering that we were very clear that we didn't want to have authority, responsibility, liability, for it. And so that was the purpose of the lease. Certainly, it's wonderful that you're coming to us, and really significant, important that you're coming to us early on. And I would think it would behoove the project to, even in the survey and in your communications with Dummerston residents, to clarify the process and who's responsible for what, so that other people don't make the assumption that the select board is the authoritative body here, that you're keeping us well informed at every stage, and looking for our insights and, positive response and any,
Questions.
Yeah. So Lance, you had your hand up. I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you. No problem. I was just curious if, so we can capitalize on the time, and there's certain things that need to be done. For instance, one of the other things is the removal of unsafe equipment that's there. That's something that we can get volunteers and things to do over the summer. And then obviously going back to the design, flagging, and trail building, does the select board have any concerns with moving forward with things of that nature? Or are there certain things, let's say the school district says, go ahead, start developing your trail, start clearing some of the old structures. Are there things of that nature that we should take into consideration before moving forward with the design and removal and trail building aspects?
Well, my sense is that no, if the district says okay, then you're good to go.
Mm-hmm.
What about other members?
Yeah,
I'd agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I trust that you guys are of the best intentions, that you know the school body better than any of us do, and that you're, creating this umbrella that includes the whole town is awesome. And that you're coming to us and informing us. It builds, confidence and trust.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and I look forward to getting the survey.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else on this right now? So it looks like your next step is going to the district.
It's a survey, isn't it?
Yeah, the survey is the next step.
Survey. Okay.
And then
Then the district.
share those results.
The district.
Right,
Okay.
in the district.
Great.
Yep.
Great. Awesome. Well, great work. Thanks very much for your
Thank you.
time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you all for your
Thanks a
time.
lot.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good luck. Okay. Anything else on that? Members want to go. Okay, then let's see. We have a road foreman's report. And let's see, Terry, do you want to?
Would you like me? I'll read it. He put one in writing. So on North Hollow Road, he installed 4 under drains crossing the road. They were put in places where there was standing water going over the road and getting close to over the road. This is a class 3 road, so we get the same funding from the state as Houghton Road. However, I should have waited until summer. I am in favor of the Conservation Commission making the map of the town, the sensitive areas for wildlife. We are working with A&R on a solution. He's also helping Putney finish up the sand, cleaning out culverts, grading, and cleaning up trees from storm on May 15th. There was approximately 10 trees that went down.
Okay. So yes, the NRC
A&R.
A&R did give him a very detailed blueprint for maintenance and maintaining the road, and so it has the least impact on the wetlands and habitat along the road, and so seems to be good with that. And so I think going forward, some of the concerns that have been raised by people should be addressed, I think.
A&R is?
Agency of Natural Resources.
Agency of Natural Resources.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that Rebecca, the organization?
Yeah. Yeah. She heads up the wetland division.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
One of the, as you know, the Conservation Commission submitted a set of recommendations to us, and I'm wondering whether one of which was to make a map of sensitive areas and share that with the road foreman. I'm wondering if it would be helpful, desirable to have a motion that sort of encouraging the Conservation Commission to make that map and sensitive wildlife areas, and then share it with the road with the select board and the road foreman. Does that make sense?
Sure. Why don't you make that motion?
Okay, so I'd like to make this motion that the board encourages the Dummerston Conservation Commission to make a map of the town, identifying sensitive areas for wildlife, and to share that information with the road foreman.
Yeah, I'd say with the select board.
Oh,
and the
pardon me.
road
Yes,
foreman.
with the select board and the road foreman. Yes.
Yeah. I would second that.
Okay. Any discussion?
Was there a second?
Yes.
Geraldine seconded.
Geraldine.
Sorry.
Okay. Any discussion?
So if Lee is, do we need to do this because Lee has already said in his report that he was in favor of it? I don't know why we would need a motion, and it's actually in our town plan for the Conservation Commission to do this anyway. I'm not sure why we would need another additional motion.
Does it hurt?
I'm not sure why. I think it's unnecessary.
Well, the only reason I suggested it is that it sort of it encourages liaison between the Conservation Commission and the select board and the road foreman. It's sort of a friend of the court thing, really. In some ways, it's just to say, yeah, we're on board with that. But if the board doesn't feel it's necessary or it's redundant, then we could just convey the sense of the board, in a phone call. But
I think we can convey it by a phone call personally, but because it is redundant.
It is. Yeah.
Well, so Paul, you have your hand raised.
I didn't know at what point I should try to make a comment, but I'm particularly concerned or interested in Nurse Hollow Road as the bulk of the wetland is on our property. I know there's some on Maria's property, and but I, as a comment to your current motion, I think it lends a kind of a official imprimatur to that the select board is not only assenting to doing it, but it's doing it. It's saying, yes, this is very good. It's in the record. I would encourage the select board to vote for that, even if it is redundant. It's sort of saying, yeah, we agree, we should do this. So that's my comment on it.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, I mean, I feel, I'm sorry, Zeke.
No, go ahead.
I think that the situation that arose shows that we need some redundancy. If everything existed before, that would have,
prevented this from happening.
Yeah, right. Prevented this from happening, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. But it appears to me that we need some redundancy and some emphasis in this particular situation.
Yeah. Yes, Lee has said he'd like this. And so this motion sort of instructs the Conservation Commission to go ahead and provide, go ahead and make the maps, provide them to the town road foreman and the select board. And so it may be redundant, but it's, I agree, it's somewhat symbolic act to say, yeah, let's go ahead with this and move on. So is there any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Okay. All right, there. David, do you want to go ahead and let the Conservation Commission know to go ahead with that map?
I will.
Okay, and Terry, would you let Lee know that you've
Yes.
asked the Conservation Commission to go ahead with that map?
Okay.
Great. And Paul, you had something to add?
Well, yeah, I wanted to join the meeting because I wanted to hear the select board's discussion about Nurse Hollow Road. I actually had a comment that I wanted to make to the select board I didn't know when you were going to ask for it as a public comment, but it was an item not on your agenda, but it was just a general thought that I had.
I was just going to ask right now, so go ahead, Paul.
Oh, okay. Well, my comment revolves around the current times that we're in, the unusual situation that the whole state of Vermont and the whole country is in, and the economic ramifications of that. And I noticed that the governor did sign S344, I guess last week, the day after your select. Well, I don't know if on the 14th. It wasn't right after your select board meeting, but he did sign S344, which, as your minutes indicated, gave you three alternatives, three possible avenues of dealing with the economic situation. One was to not have penalties and interest on late payments on taxes, and two was to well, I forgot the three, but the other one that I was thinking about, it gives you the authority to reduce the budget. And that's the one I'm appealing to you on at this point, is that currently next year's budget is geared to have a 13% increase on the municipal taxes, municipal tax rate. And or the amount of taxes raised will be 13% higher than the previous year. And that's a pretty onerous burden for a lot of people. Some, whether they're on income sensitivity or whether they're not on income sensitivity, a lot of people's incomes are going to be devastated during this recent period and ongoing for some time. And I would encourage the select board to take their sharp pencil and red pencil and do what it can to reduce the impact on the taxes for the subsequent year. I know there are any number of areas that you could approach, but you know, that's in your bailiwick. But I would encourage you to do that. So
Okay,
that's
Paul. Yeah, great. And actually, this is on our agenda a little further down under new business, but you sort of primed the pump for that.
okay. If I may comment on Nurse Hollow Road, though,
Sure.
I didn't doing these out of sequence, I guess, a little bit. We were notified of that Nurse Hollow Road situation as a result of the lady who wrote the letter to the select board and to the Conservation Commission, I believe. And I met with David down there in Lee, and I know it's a class 3 road. At one point in time, this was as a result of actually Steve Glayback approached me some years ago and asked if Jody and I objected to closing the road because, and I said, well, I didn't want to close it, but I didn't mind if it was, you know, and he said, well, how about gating it? You know, I said, I wouldn't mind a gate. I said, I didn't want to see the classification of the road changed, but being a pent road or subject to gates and bars was fine with me. There was a lot of issues going on down that road. People were leaving trash. There were drug deals going on at the time. And the gate certainly seems to have done its job in terms of that, because there's there's little trash being left on the side of the road. I virtually don't see any anymore. But that, at the time, I was under the impression, and I may be wrong, but and I mentioned this to David, but I didn't say I may be wrong. But I didn't think the town was reimbursed. I was under the impression at the time that the town would lose its state aid on that portion of the road that wasn't maintained. Now, I can't prove that, and I don't know if it has taken place or not. But regardless, if you look at what the state aid to the town is, if you look at your budget, it's like $127,500 you get from the state for state aid for counting all your class 2 and class 3 roads. And given the fact that you've got 62 miles of road in town, it works out to about $2,000 or a hair over $2,000 per mile that you get for maintenance. Now, that certainly doesn't cover maintenance in the roads in town, as you know. But my point is, much of this money is spent at the discretion of the select board and the road foreman as to where you spend your money. And I just don't see the need for putting a whole lot of money and effort into like Nurse Hollow Road. And I would just encourage you to, you know, think about that. And because it's not a travel road, even though it's a class 3 and it's supposed to be not habitable, but drivable by a pleasure vehicle 12 months of the year. Fact is, you don't plow it except only for about 3/10 of a mile, about 2/10 of a mile on Maria's side, and about 1/10 of a mile on the north end. So you don't spend, a lot of money on the road, and there's no real great need to spend it, doing other stuff on it, like this kind of stuff that was done last week or the week before. I can't remember when it was done, and so I just wanted to pass that on. And I thought that, frankly, I don't like the use of a flail mower to use, and you've heard me say this at town meeting, to use to clear the brush on sides of the road. It just doesn't make for a very attractive job. And a number of people have commented to when I mention it to people, they say, "You're right, it's ugly," and it really doesn't do anything for the town of Dummerston if we do that, do the brush on the sides of the road in that manner. So thank you.
Great. Okay. All right, so more food for thought. Any comments from the members? Okay, thank you, Paul.
Yeah, okay. I will leave you. That's all I had in mind, but thank you very much.
You're welcome to stay. Let's move on to correspondence for information. Is there anything anyone would like to discuss?
I can just throw it in here because it's under the daily coronavirus updates. When we have that food distribution, there's going to be one next week at Brattleboro High School. It's Wednesday from 10 to 2. They really want to get the word out to people that please use the South Main Street area to go up through. They're the last 2 food distributions they've done, they've had unbelievable amount of people, and they're trying to get the word out. And I did let Bill Schmidt know through Dummerston Cares, because I figured he knew about it, so they can let that word go out that way too. And Lori's going to put a little email out town-wide to let people know.
Great. Okay. Anything else under correspondence for information? Okay, moving on to new business. Let's see, we had a nuisance dog complaint up on the west side of town, and we issued a fine for this nuisance dog, and we'll see. They have 21 days to appeal this fine if they so choose, and then we would meet to consider that. If otherwise, we'll just keep this dog on our radar.
Right. There's been no new complaints since then.
Yeah.
And I spoke to Lori this afternoon, and she has not gotten anything back from him or anything at all. No calls or nothing as of today.
Great. Okay. We'll still have a few weeks to go. So.
Right. Exactly.
Yep. And then moving on, we have S344 bill regarding property taxes for discussion. Terry, what do you have on that?
So this is what Paul kind of explained it, the three different criteria for this that we got to look at. They take under advisement. So I have asked Charlotte, and she hopes to get it to us by Friday, an idea of how much, if we took it out, we do not have the new grand list done yet, but what amount, if say at a certain amount, what would it drop the taxes would be, and to give us some ideas. So the state is encouraging all towns to go through your budget and to see if there's anything that you possibly could take out, not take out, examine the interest and penalty. It wouldn't be a penalty, there's no penalties until February, but the interest, or do we want to change the date of when the taxes are due? So my thought is we could get this information from Charlotte and possibly next Wednesday have a budget work session and give us some chance to go through the budget. everybody and say, hey, do we really need this? Is it going to be worth it if we took out this amount, or how much would it be where it'd make a substantial change? And we have a discussion with it with Charlotte and Lori.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea.
Are people available for next Wednesday?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I think I am.
Okay, so
I
this
am.
would be a work session. It would be open to the public, but and we would not be able to vote on anything.
Right.
But it would give us a chance to have a discussion like we do in our normal budget.
Right, right.
Right.
So if everyone were to review the budget, it might be good to, if there's something you see that you want to propose, we might want to maybe have our meeting and then discuss if we do have any thoughts of cutting anything. We might take some time to maybe go to the committee or the commission or stakeholders on that item, budget item, and go over it with them in light of these possible changes and that we might make. Just
So
try to get some involvement in it.
yeah, does the legislation say that we have the authority to just make these changes without getting town approval?
Right, exactly. This is something that came through the Governor Scott sign. This is normally you would have to have a special town meeting to drop something out of your budget. This is taking it to just to the select board level and saying, okay, and that's all the action that needs to be taken.
Okay, so I guess what I would ask is that I'm definitely in support of a work session next Wednesday. I'm available. But I would want some context for scale. What I want to avoid is, nitpicking on little bits, like for it to make a difference, how much would we need to take out of the budget?
That's what Charlotte's working on. She's starting at like a low number and then going, and I asked her, give us a number where you can really see where, based on our old grand list, we don't have the new one, where this is where you really want to aim to if you really want to make a significant drop in the budget. So, I mean, and then we can play in between, but yes, that's what I'm asking her for.
Well, what we want is a significant impact on the taxes.
That's exactly what I'm asking. Yeah. So if we took out, for say, I'm not saying this is the number, but if we took out, say, 60,000, you'd see a significant drop on the municipal side of the taxes. Then you've got a number to shoot for, and then we can sit and say, is this possible?
Yeah.
It may not be.
Good.
It may be.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yes.
I think we're all on the same page.
Right. But while we're going to have Lori and Charlotte in on this anyway, we're going to need to, because we need their input in terms of the billing, what about the interest, what they think about that. While we're doing that, if we could just take a few minutes, if nobody minded, and just grab a quick personnel group with the listers and Roger while he's here to get a sense of where they're at, because things are starting to become more fluid in terms of things are opening up, and see where everybody's comfortable at with the opening stage, because the next stay-at-home order, if he's going to amend anything, would be on the 14th, and that, we don't know what it's going to be, but workplaces are coming online. So what is that going to mean, and how can we maybe possibly get more people to, Roger to come in more and get their all sense. We had this at the beginning. I think it's time to just get a whole idea of where everybody's at and how they feel. Because it's going to be a while before we're going to have select board meetings in the building.
Yep.
Okay.
So does anybody have a problem with having them join us at the beginning?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
And so would we have it be a 6 o'clock meeting?
Yeah.
Our normal time?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, and the same link will work.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
But then we
So
can get a sense from Jean also, sorry, Maria, sense from Jean where she is at with the grand list and when she thinks she'll have it done too. That'll give us a little bit of insight too on the lister side.
So Maria, would you be able to just warn this meeting?
Yes, I'll type up a quick agenda, and I can send it to you, Zeke, before I send it to Lori to post if you want.
Right.
So we're going to do a personnel meeting at 6, and then follow with a budget work session.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. And back to that budget discussion. Just I remember Joe Cook saying one time that the municipal budget was about 15% of a resident's tax bill. 85% was the school budget. So when we are thinking about making cuts, and we can cut, but I'm glad Charlotte will give us some information, because if we make cuts here and there and it results in tax bill being lowered by $3, it's not going to be worth it. So that's something to consider.
But it's really important that we do it and we look at it, and I think that's a important effort.
Our due diligence, yes.
Our due diligence, exactly.
Our fiduciary responsibilities.
There you go. That's exactly.
Yeah. Now, Charlotte did let us know that the next payroll, making sure everyone got a full week compensation. We're good for this warrant. Was it the next one?
It's the next one that we would be in we only did it till the end of May, so it'd be this warrant. Well, it'd actually probably half of May and 1 week into June.
Okay.
For the next warrant.
Okay, and apparently it hasn't been a problem with people getting their hours, but do you want to extend that into the next pay period? What would you like?
I mean, I don't think things have changed enough that.
I think we should go one more pay period, and then I think by then we might know where we're headed as to what direction we're going in. I mean, it's changing by every other day, and it's moving forward, but let's do it one more pay period.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, is that a motion in a second by any chance?
Go for it.
Sure.
It is. Yeah. Okay, Maria, you got that?
Yeah, who seconded it? Terry made the motion.
David.
Okay.
All right. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. All right. Does anyone else have any other new business?
Maria?
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
Oh, that's what the.
Thank you. Thank you all.
We saw the light on. We were waiting for somebody to say something.
Yeah, I was looking for something profound, but I guess
See, the thing is, Maria, what you don't understand is when you make any movements or anything, your little light, your box goes on. So we think you're going to say something.
Not just when I talk. So I could be waving to you guys and it goes off? Oh.
Well, you scratch the phone a little bit and we don't know if you're going to say something. So you can't see it. Okay. That's why. So we were thinking you had something else.
Okay.
Did I get a second to that?
Sure.
Okay. Great.
See you next Wednesday.
All right. See you next Wednesday.
Okay, thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
could I ask somebody to please call Cindy Turnley so that she can get into this meeting? She was supposed to call in, but does not have internet at the house. And I'd like to, we are 10 minutes behind, and I'd like to get this started. If somebody could reach out to Cindy with the login info, is anybody able to do that for us?
I can do it. Did you try to call her house and not get in, or?
I have not yet. I've been trying to let people in and text people. And
Okay.
this has been fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute myself.
Okay. All right. So in an effort to not hold us up for the entire evening, now that we're 10 minutes behind on, I'm not sure whose mistake this is, but a mistake nonetheless. So here we are, and I don't see Carol Hammond either.
Oh, boy. Cindy's phone is busy.
Sandy, what do we want to do about notes this evening?
I'll try to take notes.
Okay.
Hey, Cindy, I have her, Jean.
Okay.
I have Cindy. There's some mistake on the number, so I'm going to give you the number to call in.
All right. Okay, so here we are on the 19th of May, still living the COVID dream.
Sorry, Chris.
Yes.
I don't know what the number is to call in, because I have the wrong call-in number also.
Try this one, Patty. 1-929-205-6099. And then she's got to have the right meeting ID, I think.
We all have the wrong code and the wrong number. So it's 1-929. 205-6099. Are you trying online? Okay, the meeting ID number is 829-364-407.
No, that's the old one.
Oh, that's the old one.
Nope, that's wrong.
I don't even.
Ask Dave Emery what number he called.
So I have an ID.
The one that starts 822 is the right one.
Yeah, 822-642-66004.
822-642.
Yep.
What were the other numbers?
66004.
66004. Yep. Okay. Hey, if that doesn't work, I'm at my office. You can come here and do it. Okay, bye.
Munson Hicks, for some reason, it won't let him in either.
Yeah, and Sandra Rulwich, our chair of the Solid Waste Committee, is not able to get in either.
Munson Hicks' name is on the list as being in.
Munson, are you there?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Patty.
I'm
Yes.
on mute, and it's still, my voice is still coming through. There's something really messed up about this.
I'm wondering
Well, be
if
quiet then.
I can't if I'm giving phone numbers.
Oh, Michael Root can't get in either.
He's been in.
And can someone send out via email the new link?
It just went out, Bob.
But by email?
Yep.
And Facebook. Okay. Did it have Sandra on it and Munson?
It was the same email that Tim, I don't know why I'm yelling. It was the same email that Tim sent out originally for this meeting. So Michael put the new link in there and sent it out. So the 48 people that are on that email should have had it now.
All right. There it is.
So Bob, we've got a couple of things that we can roll into before. So if you want to try and we can mute you and you can try and get those people in. I will continue to watch the screen and let people in as they get here, if everybody's all right with that. So, all right, we are 15 minutes behind. I apologize for the technical difficulties. I wish that I had some knowledge as to why this happened, but I do not. So here we are. Additions to the agenda. I absolutely hate to even think of adding anything to this agenda, but I believe that we have a few things that do need to go on there. One of them is going to be accepting with, obviously with regrets, the resignation of Patty O'Donnell.
Do you have any more, or?
I'm trying to, I was going to update, that's there. We have the Memorial Day email that was sent out that we need to discuss. And I think that's
Well, so moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All right. So guests, we have quite a few guests tonight because we've invited the Planning Commission. We also have some representation from the Pay As You Throw here. At some point, we will have Cindy here. I'm here. Cindy is here, okay. And so we've got some people that we can't see for press reasons. Could we please get whoever is at the 508-509 number?
That would be me.
Chief, is that you?
No, it's Garino.
Oh, okay. All right. And then the 579-9931, is that you, Chief?
Yep, that's me.
All right. And then we have Cindy and we have Rich and Jessica is here. All right. Chair's remarks. This is embarrassing and I'll just leave it at that. That's my remarks for the evening. Guests have been acknowledged. So Mark Snow couldn't join us tonight. Chief, why don't you go ahead and give us your COVID-19 update and we will get you out of here unless you want to stay for all the fun.
Okay. Well, I apologize for not being able to get in and see everyone, but I'll make this quick. As you know, Mark is not available. He's out of the state right now. But where we are right now is it's been obviously a taxing. It's 2 months that we're now into this. So we're starting the third month. And I know it's been tough, and especially trying to do meetings like this. However, Vermont continues to add cases to the COVID, but it's adding cases, but we are in the top 3 of the nation that has slowed the thing down, slowing things down. So per capita, we're doing extremely well. As you all know, you participate in probably and watch the governor on weekly and sometimes daily changes, and he continues to loosen up a little bit on some of the requirements. And as of today, there's 944 cases in the state of Vermont. There is only 3 in the hospital. There have been, however, unfortunately, 54 deaths. And the testing continues. It's more aggressive than ever. And it's 24,951 tests that have been done. They are doing pop-up test sites, and they're testing just about anybody that wants to be tested. And business-wise, allowed businesses to come back. However, he extended the stay at home until June 15th, with slowly still opening things. And they will continue that way unless our numbers decline. There is not a vaccine as of yet. The prediction is, and hopefully is by the end of the year, they hope that they'll have something. So having said that, we still need to exercise, and we need to be diligent about the social distancing, the hand washing, and face covering. And I know face coverings in some cases are controversial. The governor has not ordered that people going into different places have to wear them. However, there are employees in stores that are mandatory face coverings. So having said that, please keep your guard up, and as long as we keep getting better, the whole thing will be going that way. One of the important things is
Hi, Carol.
food distribution site, and this is in addition to the school site. And there will be more details coming from that very shortly, and this will be open to the public, and there'll be a site identified in Brattleboro. Once we know more about that, we certainly will offer to Vernon residents, if they can't get it, that we could probably find some volunteers or someone to help them with that. The sheriff's in Monday's reports, the sheriff's department reports that countywide excessive speeds and aggressive driving continues to be a problem. However, the criminal and civil activity hasn't taken a spike and gone anywhere. Vernon Green is still holding their own. However, they've ordered more PPE, and depending on the testing, we may have to help them out with some PPE as they go on. The food pantry, the weekly pickup, Pastor Burks is okay with that. Things are good. You probably know that the town clerk's office is still operating in the with appointment, and I understand from Tim that shields have been set up and done. We haven't had a vast request for assistance from anyone, so we still have a list of volunteers that we can call on. So for that, that's it in a nutshell. Stay tuned Friday at 11 o'clock. The governor will be doing another press release. And so that's where I'm at. I'm open to any questions. I know Seth's on, and recreation area is one of the tougher ones. Campgrounds are open up, but in Seth's case, he's got some work ahead of him to figure out how to do that. And we certainly are on board to assist with anything that we may be able to help him with that. And I know he'll probably give you a report later. So that's where I am, Mr. Chairman. I can take questions or whatever you wish.
Does anybody have any questions for Chief Emery?
No.
Good. Seeing none, Chief, I wish to thank you for attending again this evening and all of your useful information. We appreciate you. Have a wonderful evening, sir.
All righty then. I'll probably hang on the line and listen for a little while.
You need to get a life, sir, but we will welcome you to stay.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I had trouble getting in, so I just joined you. And I wanted to make an agenda addition.
Oh, we're past that. Sorry. No, go ahead.
Yeah,
What?
I know. Can I do that?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. It's about bringing in my third lister so that we can have a meeting.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we add that for Carol. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, perfect. You're all set, Carol.
Thank you.
Carol, I believe let's see, David Emery is one of the ones that you can't see. Cindy Turnley is one that you can't see. Tom Garino is one that you can't see, and I believe everybody else you know who is here. With the exception of Natalia also has her husband, Greg, joining us. Boyfriend and husband, I'm not sure, whatever.
Hello.
Partner is here. How's that?
Sounds good.
All right. So up next, we will move into Cindy. We had some questions over the course of this paying staff during this COVID thing, and the town's use of unemployment came up, and it turns out that Vernon does things a little different, and we have our own personal unemployment fund in town. And I guess, first of all, Cindy, I don't have a clear understanding of how or why we do it that way. And I think that's why you're here, to try and bring us up to speed on how our town's unemployment would work should it need to be used.
Okay, we have an unemployment fund. The town many years ago voted not to have unemployment insurance, but rather to have a fund available. How that works is when an employee is laid off or terminated, they apply for unemployment. If it's state approved, the state pays the unemployment, and then we are billed on a quarterly basis, and we have to refund the state the full amount of what the employee was paid. It comes out of a special fund that was set up many years ago. Currently, there's $21,954.59 in that fund.
I'm sorry, there was how much?
$21,954.59.
So if if an employee claims unemployment, the state pays that out, and then we reimburse the state. Is that what you said?
That is correct.
Is there a reason that we went this way?
Well, I believe at that time, they felt that that was cheaper than paying for unemployment insurance because we didn't have a real large turnover in employees. So instead of paying for insurance, they decided that it would be cheaper just to pay it on as needed basis. And in the years that I've been with the town, we haven't had a lot of unemployment. I mean, we do, but we don't have a lot of it. And I guess at that time when they made that, the select board back then made that decision, they felt it was cheaper than paying for an insurance that we might not use.
So, and I think where we started to question this was that if we had not paid the employees through this COVID pandemic, and they had chosen to collect unemployment, and then we had to reimburse the state, would we have stood before the town at town meeting next year and asked them to replenish that account?
Yes, we would.
So truthfully, the way that we chose to pay the employees during this ended up being less of a burden on taxpayers than if we had allowed them to collect unemployment and ask for that account to be reimbursed. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's correct. Because we paid them with funds that were already in our budgets. We are not paying them anything that they would not have received had they been working. If they had gone for unemployment, then we would have had to replenish that fund.
Okay. Can I ask, in your professional and educated opinion, do you think that this is the way that the town of Vernon should continue to do this going forward?
I do. And I might add that some of the employees that are currently not being paid because the school is closed. Once we reach the date that school would have been closed, they began using their employee benefits. So once again, I point out that they would not, there's no funds being used that hadn't already been in place had everything been normal and we didn't have this pandemic.
Okay. All right. Jeff, do you have any questions?
I guess I'm a little surprised that this is even an option. I assume that municipalities can do this while private business can't.
That is,
Cindy, you might.
there are other municipalities that are doing this, yes.
Okay.
There are companies that do it too, Jeff. When you're self-employed, I mean, when you employ people, you can cover yourself. The reason why it was done years ago is at the time, and it still is, unemployment insurance was extremely expensive. And for the handful of employees that we had, it was actually cheaper to build the fund and handle it that way and to pay all of those years of the unemployment insurance.
So, Patty, so any private business can opt to not pay unemployment insurance to the state.
They have to be very big businesses, and it's got to be set up legally and so forth. But there are businesses that are self-funded.
Michael, any questions?
No, sir.
Sandy?
No.
Sandy Harris, where'd you go? There you are. Do you have any questions, Sandy?
No, I just wonder why we have to pay unemployment based on what they earn elsewhere.
We pay our portion. We don't pay what they get from that. We don't pay what they get elsewhere. We just pay our portion of their total revenue that they would, or their total earnings. So if someone earned $30,000 and our portion of it was $10,000, we would pay our portion of it. We wouldn't pay the entire thing.
No, but if someone gets a stipend and then they get laid off from their job elsewhere, why are we paying unemployment?
I questioned that, and they told me we do have a situation where that occurs, and they told me that because the stipend is part of the person's yearly income, it has to be included, and we have to, and our percentage of what his yearly income is our portion of his unemployment.
So should we be deducting that from his stipend?
I told them that we paid the stipend still, and they said it does not matter. That it's still, that our portion is what we have to pay based on the whole amount that the person would have received in a year. And so we have done that, and it's been I questioned on more than one occasion and was told the same thing, that because the stipend is a part of their annual income, that we have to pay our portion even though we're still paying the stipend out to that person.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jean, anything?
Nope, all set.
Okay. Cindy, I don't. Well, Bob, where are you? Bob Spencer, are you going to need to rely on Cindy at all for the pay-as-you-throw portion of this, or are we good to say goodnight to Cindy?
I think we're good. Cindy has been so helpful. Just want you to know. Thank you, Cindy.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Any other questions for the treasurer? Seeing no hands, Cindy, have a great night. Thank you for joining us.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
You too.
You too.
All right. And Carol, just so you know, Mike Renault has joined us as well.
Okay.
All right. Next we have.
Can you hear me?
Who's talking to me?
Sorry, this is Munson.
Munson, yep.
Came in a different way.
All right, so Munson is here as well.
Okay.
And Chris, we now have Sandra Rulwich,
Yes,
Chair of the Solid Waste Committee. Thank you, Sandra. You got in too.
All right. We should start having more meetings like this. This is even more complicated than just having the 5 of us in a meeting together.
A lot more complicated.
All right. Next, we have an update from our recreation director, Mr. Dio. The floor is yours.
Why, thank you.
Or the screen, I suppose.
I'll take it for a few minutes. How's that? I guess what I'll start with is everybody is thankful and hearing from the governor that restrictions are being lifted and we're being permitted to, open up and do certain things. That being said, it's not quite as simple as just saying, okay, yep, you can open that today, or you can do this today. Each time restrictions are lifted, there's a great deal of guidelines that we are required to follow in order to do so. So something as simple as opening the tennis courts or something for us is tough because of where they're located. Opening the basketball courts is challenging for us because we're not supposed to allow any contact games. Policing that is a challenging thing. So for us as a rec department, what we have chosen to do right now is to hold true and not have a partial opening. Just the restrictions required for that are really challenging. So everything is still closed with the exception of green space. People are more than welcome to use the baseball field to hit golf balls across the street. We encourage them to do that. Get out and do something. But the actual park, the playground area is not permitted for use. That's still restricted. Tennis courts are still locked, and we have not opened our basketball courts either. So we're hopeful that will all change very shortly. We can have a full opening and let people get back to doing some of the things that they enjoy doing. Well, that's where we are on the ground. As far as one of the things you guys may have heard is that the governor has allowed for summer camps to open, day camps. And that sounds great. Awesome. Let's open up our day camp. Let's make it happen. Well, again, not that simple. There's a great deal of guidelines and restrictions in place to do so. And understandably so, we understand that. For us, we met as a recreation board last night, and we would like to try to move forward with offering a camp for Vernon residents. In order to do so, normally we hire 3 staff members. It will require 3.5 if you can hire half a person. We need to do that in order to meet some of the cleaning standards required by the CDC, as well as some health screenings that will need to take place. Some other challenges, include you're allowed to have up to 25 people in one place for camp programs. We may be required to close the playground for public use during certain times during the day so that the day camp can use it because we'd exceed the 25 people in one location. There's just lots of different variables here that we're trying to work through. Financially speaking, it's a risk. There's just no doubt about it. In discussions last night, we're right on the cusp of being able to break even if enrollment is strong. I can't guarantee that it will be strong. I guess I'm looking for some input as to, we want to do this because we feel like the community needs it. Like I said, the financial aspect of it is a challenge. With Tom's help, we have applied for a restart grant or stipend from the state. We've reached out to North Star as well. Just looking for any additional help we can to try to make this and potentially possibly a pool opening possible this year with reduced revenue more than likely going to be happening. So I guess that's kind of where we're at right now. Questions?
Gene, what do you got?
Well, I agree, Seth. This is something that the community is really going to clamor for. I think that your camp usually is below the numbers that the governor is allowing anyways, right? Or you weren't going to increase it, or?
No, so in years past, we've accepted up to 25 campers a week plus staff. Last year, we averaged 18 campers a week plus staff. So what we would be permitted to do is, with the 4 staff members that we'll need to utilize, we would be able to take up to 21 campers per week.
Yeah.
And truthfully, I can't say, I've had probably 10 families reach out requesting camp information. So the need is certainly there and people would like to have it. But that being said, I can't promise that right now, going into a potential registration, that we would have 21. I can't promise that we would have 18. I just don't know.
Right, right.
Seth, is there a, when does your camps usually start?
June 22nd would be our start date. It runs 9 weeks.
So that's what, 4 weeks away roughly. Is there a way that you guys could do a kind of like a pre-sign up for interest purposes? I know it's an extra step, but I'm just wondering if that gives you more of the knowledge that you're looking for as far as we're going to have between 18 and 21 as opposed to we have 10.
Right. The challenge with the timeline of that is obviously hiring summer staff in all that, in the 4-week window. I've talked with last year's staff and I have a pretty good idea of who plans to return, and maybe moving some people from different positions into other positions to fill them that are current staff members now, or were current staff members last summer. I can reach out to people. A pre-registration doesn't require them to actually pay a deposit and sign up, which is, I kind of have to have that concrete number. It's less than ideal, but until we have a deposit from somebody saying they're coming, it's just them saying, yeah, we'd like to come this summer. And we kind of ran into challenges with that in years past.
So,
Seth, I got a question.
Sure.
What's the minimum number of campers do you need to break even on this program?
Really about 18 to 19 a week, ideally, if we receive no other alternative funding. That's the break-even point. And again, some of it depends on scholarship requests as well. It could be, it could be 16, 17 campers could be feasible depending on scholarship requests. While we absolutely have a strong desire to break even, if it's close to breaking even and it provides a service that the community really needs, in our discussions with the rec board last night, we felt as if we had 15 a week, we feel like that's a real need for the community, and we felt like we would, as a department, be willing to try that.
So, I mean, can you require 15 committed campers? Otherwise, you just don't have the program?
And that's what we discussed last night. Yep. And that's our plan.
Okay. Yeah, I would say if you don't get a minimum commitment, it's not going to come close to break even.
Unless some of these alternative funding sources come in, that would also be a variable that we'll have to figure in.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't count. I wouldn't count on a guarantee of additional funding.
No, and we won't. That decision, we would have to know in advance that we have that funding prior to making the decision. We wouldn't make it, based on the thought that we may receive funding.
Yeah, good. Okay.
So I guess what is it that you need in order to make your decision to move forward?
I mean, it's ultimately it's a rec board decision. I guess just having a discussion with you guys, understanding that right now this is where we're at and this is what we're trying to do. We feel the community needs it, but wanting just people to understand that it's just not as simple as saying, yes, we can have summer camp this year and we're going to open it up. Just wanting people to understand that the guidelines involved are challenging, and we may not be able to meet that community need if the numbers are not there. And for us, that's really frustrating because we feel like we've been able to meet the community's needs time and again, and not being able to potentially do that is not something we're happy with.
And I certainly respect your feelings on this, Seth. I know that this whole entire thing has been borderline heartbreaking for you. So, and anybody that's on with us right now that does not know, Jason is with us. Jason is new to the rec board and also, I believe, the chair of the rec board. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So There's Jason, everybody. All right, Sandy, do you have any questions or comments for Seth?
No, I just want to commend him for the way he's taken hold of this and all the hard work he's done. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Michael, do you have anything?
No, I do not.
And Seth, any update on the fundraiser that is going on currently?
We've had 18 orders, $409.28 that the town will receive out of those 18 orders. In the first window, there's a second window if people would like to purchase that is currently open. So it's still there. By all means, check it out. I think the shirts will look nice.
And if you call Melissa real nice, like, she'll make you a hat too.
Somehow I knew that was coming.
Perfect.
And just to give a quick update on the, or lack thereof on the pool, I'm sure people have questions about that. We really don't have any more information on the pool right now. The rec board has had discussions as to ideas if we are permitted to open and what that might look like. If there's a restriction on the number of people that are able to use the pool, you know, just kind of what that would look like. You know, whether or not we're open for smaller windows that allow for cleaning to take place in between. You know, if we are restricted to a certain number of people, you know, the pool being for Vernon residents only this summer is certainly a very realistic possibility. You know, if we are open for, like I said, windows, say 2 3-hour windows during the day, if you attend 1 3-hour opening, you wouldn't be permitted to attend the other, so that way as many people could use it. You know, paying by the day as opposed to season passes, just different things that we've looked at in an effort to be able to open if it's a healthy thing to do.
Seth, Jason, I appreciate the work that you both have put into this for sure, and the rest of the rec board for that matter. I know that all of you have kids the same way that most of us here do. And it sucks to keep answering that question to your kids. When can we go to the pool? I want to go play basketball. I want to go do this. So I know it's been hard on you guys, and we appreciate the hard work that you've put into this. So
You get another question for you, Seth.
Sure.
What's the lead time that, in other words, if the decision was made to open the pool, how long would it take to open the pool from that decision?
We need about 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Yeah. And we're doing some steps now to try to get some things done now that we maybe wouldn't necessarily do right now, but we're going to get there. We're going to get the next, you know, we'll start power washing things. And we're not going to paint it now because if we are not permitted to open, you know, $2,100 worth of paint will have to be ordered again, just from fading and cracking and everything that will take place over, you know, over the year now next summer. So the paint is on site.
So there are certain fixed costs, obviously, to open the pool.
Sure.
I mean, it's going to be, those costs are going to be regardless of if you have 100 kids or 1 kid participating in the pool.
Correct. Yep. More challenges.
Seth, as we get closer to crunch time there, as the governor continues to lift things, if you need some volunteer services, I'm a phone call away, sir. I know how to roll paint. So,
Thank you.
All right, anything else for Seth, anybody? Seeing nothing, Seth, I believe that's all we had you for today, right?
I believe so.
All right, have a good night, sir.
Thank you much. Take care.
All right, report from the Solid Waste and Recycling Committee. We received a bundle of papers today that had all of their happy information in there. So Mr. Spencer or Sandy, the floor is yours.
Sandra Rulwich is our chair, and Munson Hicks is our vice chair, and we have a really great committee. Some are on right now, and I serve as an advisor since I work at Wyndham Solid Waste District. So, and Tom Garino, Tom's on, is an advisor. So I would ask Sandra and Munson to take it on.
Okay, shall I start, Munson?
Go ahead.
Okay. sorry to send a deluge of paper your way, but we have some nice tables with lots of numbers on them for those of you who like to look at the details. The first recommendation that we're making is that you accept that the Board of Selectmen accepts the contract with Triple T. Bob and Bob worked with them in order to get a good contract. It's in fact, it's the only contract that we have. It's the, you know, people are not beating down our door trying to deliver our trash. So, if not this, I don't know what. But it was carefully worked out, and you know, we hope it will look good to you. Another.
If I could just add that Michelle Pong and I did the request for proposals back in October and November and sent it out to more than 12 companies, national companies, local companies. We had only 2 bids and only 1 complete bid from Triple T. We had a very partial bid for just the municipal buildings from Good Enough Rubbish. And because we've had such a great many years of service from Triple T, and we all know the owner lives in Vernon, and some of the management lives in Vernon, and some of the drivers, we get excellent service. So we felt as a committee, the Solid Waste Committee, that this was a good bid, and the price went up. I know it's $24,000 a year, but we've been getting a very good deal, and I can speak to that from my experience with other communities. So it's about a 17% increase over our current amount. We don't have a written contract with Triple T. We never have for 20 years. And the select board last fall said, you know, this is one thing we could lock in by having a contract for 3 years with 2 renewal years, so 5 years, and we know what the prices will be. And we have the services of curbside trash collection for residents, curbside recycling for residents. We have the municipal buildings trash, municipal buildings recycling, and we also have the food waste organics drop off at the highway garage. So it basically continues the services that we all have come to appreciate.
Munson, would you like to add anything, sir?
Not really. We did, it was originally just a 3-year, and we talked with Bob and added the option, the 2 extension options, because we felt it would be a good time to do that, rather than, you know, we would have the option to negotiate with Triple T for the future. So that was part of what our committee did. I believe I'm right, Bob.
So looking, I'm sorry, Sandra, did you have something? Go ahead.
Oh, no, I just didn't want to go ahead until you'd had a chance to ask questions.
Well, I'm looking over the recommendations that you've sent us, and I think that that's where the majority of the questions are, because we've looked at those numbers over and over previously. So looking at this, I see that your suggestion is to reduce the cost of the small bags by, what is that, about $1.25 a roll, $1 a roll?
Yes.
$1.25.
Okay. And the large bags will stay the same. Did we look at potentially switching? I know that there's been discussion about switching to possibly using stickers or changing to bi-weekly pickup and things like that to help control these costs, to try and get the participation back up with that? Were those any things that were looked at?
Well, as far as stickers go, there have been problems in other towns with it. I think there are still a couple of towns, Bob, you know,
Westminster.
who use stickers, but there are problems with it, and we really didn't think that it would suit Vernon.
Do we know
We
if the
also did have
overhead is?
Sorry,
Go ahead,
we also did have discussion about a brief discussion about switching to bi-weekly, as had been done at the beginning. We found that it would not significantly change the cost because there's still basic overhead pricing that no matter when you pick it up. And if you remember, it was always a little confusing to remember which week you were in, and if you missed that week, then you've got your garbage there for a month sitting around, and that makes it less attractive to my mind for people as a whole. The idea is to make it as easy as possible, which otherwise it's one of the easiest things to do is not put out your trash. So we need to do everything we can to encourage it.
This is Bob. So Chris, we did look at stickers and talked to Triple T, who would have to enforce it with their drivers, and it's really problematic.
How is it any more problematic than enforcing a green bag versus a sticker that's on a bag? And I don't mean to ask the question that way, but I mean, you're paying attention to one thing versus another. And the only other reason that I had questioned the stickers is I was curious if the overhead was lower on those than having pallets and pallets of bags that sit out throughout different weather patterns. And then we get the complaints from the residents that the bags are of poor quality. They rip, they break, all of these happen. And I'm wondering if that has something to do with the lack of temperature control that we're storing those in.
Well, I would say that we can still evaluate stickers, but to implement something soon, we decided to stay with the current bags because we have $100,000 of revenue inventory already. And to switch right now, we would forego that revenue. So it is possible, and I could bring in the town of Westminster's manager, Russ Hodgkins. He's offered to meet with us, but given our mandate to deal with this now, we just said it's not really a very good option.
But would we be able to revisit that after signing a contract with Triple T, or would we be?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, we included contract language to address changes in the fee structure.
Okay.
So we included that. Yeah, I think it's possible to figure out a less expensive way, but there are some downsides which we can discuss once we have more time.
And then I see that Guilford Country Store is the only one that is currently receiving a discount. Do we know what that discount is?
Yes, it's $12.50.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yep. So if we were to roll that out to the other places that carry these bags, what would that do as far as your deficit goes?
Well, we can talk about deficit later. The cost of that discount is roughly 5 cents a bag.
Okay. All right.
So it's essentially negligible.
Okay.
And it affords them a chance to be positive about selling. One of the reasons that the Guilford Country Store originally got it was because they were using up a fair amount of space, and they weren't getting anything for it, and the anticipated traffic was not enough to cover the cost.
Okay. And would, so the suggestion here is to provide that to everybody in fairness. So would that include the clerk's office as well as the recreation department, or would that just be the stores?
No, it's the private sellers.
Okay. All right, and then I'll just cut to the chase here with you guys asking for the $2,000 to eliminate the shortage. I still 100% disagree with the claim that that program started negatively. You guys, when the pay-as-you-throw switched out of the solid waste, you were transferred over the inventory that had been purchased out of that previous account. Understanding that immediately you guys had to go out, and I apologize, I know most of you were not on the board at that time, but then the pay-as-you-throw committee had to immediately go out, purchase large bags, which left us with an overabundance of small bags because people were not purchasing those. So essentially that inventory came over and that was your startup cost. And now this has gone on for 2 years that we've been discussing this deficit, and I'm not sure how that deficit is considered to be from lack of a startup cost, because you got free inventory out of it. That was your startup money.
Bob Munson, would you like to?
Well, I think that it's an accounting function, Chris, and Cindy, who's obviously not here, was involved with that. And I really can't comment on how the town decided to allocate the funds for that. So we as a committee said, you know, it'd be nice to start out with a zero balance so we can truly understand if the program is paying for itself. And it's very close. So it's not a serious deficit at all. It's reduced. And if the select board would want to just leave things as they are now, I think within a year or two, we'll probably zero it out. But we thought as a committee, it'd be nice to start out with a zero, and you apparently have some discretionary funds. And we offered in our recommendations as a committee to pay that back. So we thought it was a good suggestion for you to consider.
It's also, if I can just throw in another thing. One of the problems that we keep having at town meeting is that quote, which I call a quote unquote deficit, sits there. And everybody who looks at it thinks that the program is not paying for itself because there's a deficit that used to be $8,000 and now is about $2,000. And so you have to keep talking about why is this not paying for itself, when in fact it is. It's not going a lot, but it would take away that issue, which really isn't an issue, it's an accounting thing. So we would start on a firm footing and be able to explain, okay, here, we are actually making $4,000 a year on this, as opposed to losing $2,000. So it's partly, I mean, we can live with slowly paying down a $2,000 deficit, but if you want to take away the non-issue of everybody sitting saying, well, it keeps losing money, then go ahead and you can explain it. There's no requirement by the state that the pay-as-you-throw be self-sustaining, and there's no requirement by the state that the town can't run a deficit in recycling if it so chooses. It just seemed to us that it would be a good idea to, with a new contract, setting off with a clean slate, and then we would be really able to see what the true costs are, rather than having to adjust to this quote unquote $2,000.
And I agree that we don't want anything to have a deficit, but since those two committees or one switched into the other and handed that inventory over, there hasn't been a clear inventory that's been counted. So there is no way to say that that program is not operating at a loss and that it is 100% due to the purchasing and the inventory. There's no way to know that because this program was not taken care of from the beginning.
Consequently, why don't we start anew?
I'm sorry?
Why don't we start anew at zero, at no deficit? Why do we want to fight those battles over and over again when they are really non-existent battles?
So can I ask what the bag sales are this year compared to last year? And I'm trying to look on your spreadsheet here.
It's on the A chart with the green strip across the top.
Okay.
And there's a column that tells you how many cases were sold every year.
Okay. So bag sales are down this year?
They've gone down every year throughout the life of the program. The large bags, you can see every year, there are fewer cases sold. It's also true with the smaller bags. The price really dropped when it was raised to $13.75. It had been $12.50 for several years. And it, was kind of, not exactly the same every year, but it wasn't dropping. But then when you raised the price, bottom fell out.
So bag sales are going down.
Yes.
Which tipping fees and all of our costs for disposal do not go down.
They're going up.
Sales, I'm sorry?
They're going up.
They're going up, and the bag sales are going down, which is exactly my point. This program is going to fail somewhere in the near future, is it not? If the bag sales go down and the costs keep going up, there's going to be a deficit. Whether the select board says, here's $2,000 to put you at even, somewhere over the next couple of years, the deficit is going to return because the sales are going down and the costs go up every year. This program still doesn't work in my mind. And unless you guys can explain to me how it works, I'm really confused.
Can I say something?
Please.
For when that program started, it was kind of mandated or whatever that you could not use taxpayer money.
You're right, Gene.
So that's where
You're
that
right.
initial deficit came, when the money had to come from somewhere to buy the bags, but it wasn't supposed to, so it needed to be replaced. So that put that fund in a negative right from the start. Between the bags, and everybody got a recycle bin, that was purchased out of that. So to keep everything accounted for properly, it started negative, which is to say, okay, we're saying we're not using the taxpayer money. So, if the town people want to keep having this, then in my mind, the cost and the expenses need to be monitored and the prices adjusted. They clearly, I felt at town meeting, did not want this to go away. And many said they would pretty much accept, increases if that's what it meant. So the monitoring of where that program stands, to me, is important so that you can get right on top of needing to adjust the prices. But it seemed pretty clear that the townspeople really wanted this to continue. So that's where your negative started from at the beginning.
That's a good summary, Gene, because I was on the committee with Heather and Peg Frost and Cheryl Franklin when we all put this together. We spent a lot of time on this, believe me. And if the select board doesn't want to zero it out, that's fine. I think it's going to eventually zero out because we've recommended lower small bag prices to increase revenue. And so far we have been.
Question about that then. So the idea is you're going to lower the price for the small bags and you're going to sell that many more? Make up for
the idea. That's the idea.
I hope that would be the case. I don't know.
Well, we don't know either. But we're just trying to not make a huge change. I mean, to be honest, Jeff and Chris, the select board did some knee-jerk price adjustments, and Gene, over the last 3 or 4 years, up, down, and created some negative responses with people getting dumpsters and bailing out. So as a committee, we would like to start a more formal and educated approach.
Right. And keep closer track. I think that's where things kind of went off the rails.
No, they really did, because Cindy keeps track of things. We had Michelle doing her own spreadsheets. We didn't have a consistent overview of this.
Right.
So we're just, if the select board doesn't want to spend $2,000 to zero it out, I don't think that's a big deal.
Sandy, your thoughts? Sandy Harris?
I would like to make a motion that we spend the $2,000 to pay off the so-called deficit and see what happens. It's $2,000 is quite a bit of money, but I think in the long run, it's well worth the experiment.
I second that. I would like to give that committee a chance to start with a clean slate and really monitor how things go.
Michael, your thoughts, and keeping in mind that we do have a motion and a second on the table, please.
I like the idea of giving them a start, clean slate, but I don't think it should come from the taxpayers. It should come from the people that use the program.
All right, well, we have a motion and a second to give them $2,000 to wipe away their deficit. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay?
Nay.
No money.
No money. Sorry,
Nope.
guys. I just truthfully can't see how when the bag sales are going down and the costs are going up, even if it seems to me that we'd be chasing good money with bad if we gave you $2,000, because somewhere that deficit has to reappear. Bob, I respect the fact that you're saying that it'll eat itself away, and I will happily sit here in 6 months and apologize to you and tell you that you were right.
Well, I don't know, Chris. I don't know.
And that's the issue. I don't know, and you don't know.
Right.
So, and we're both approaching it from opposite sides, and neither of us know. So
we're as a committee, we're fine with it. It doesn't really matter to us. We'll just keep doing our promotion and education, which we haven't discussed.
Okay. So I guess that's there. What else would you guys like to discuss here?
The third item was our educational program that we're recommending. Is that right, Sandra? Was that the third thing?
It's actually number 5.
Yeah.
I suggest you go back to your recommendations.
It actually is. It is the next thing on the
Number 5.
Yeah. And we're recommending that the select board provide funding for us to print and mail an educational flyer. There's a whole lot that we need to communicate with the residents of the town about regarding several things with trash collection. On July 1st this year, the state rules are changing. Supposedly you can no longer throw food scraps away in your regular garbage. So we need to let people know that that's coming up. We need to let them know what their options are. They can compost at home. They can make use of the dumpsters by the town garage. People aren't used to doing that. Probably need a little coddling and maybe a little information, a little help. And the district is willing to give us assistance in printing the flyer and coming up with, what we're going to say, the information, and then, in an educational program ongoing, in cooperation with the district. They need to know they also need to know how successful the town has been in meeting the state guidelines, the recycling goal of at least 15%. We've done that, and we'd like everybody to know that. We can also let them know about the price changes with the bags, if you approve changes. What else do we have here?
What is the cost of a townwide mailer? Anybody know off the top of their head?
Geez, we just did one at the
Yeah, I
start.
know.
It
was less than $500, I think.
Yeah.
It's generally about 300 or so.
Yeah,
I think that's what
I
we said.
recall
That
it's
was
about
an
150 for printing and 150 for mailing.
And,
I mean,
and that
that's
was the regular letter size that we did, right? That blue
That one
sheet.
page, yeah.
Right, okay. Yeah,
So-
and I think we said not to exceed 500 on that.
So Wyndham Solid Waste District, where I work, we will do the formatting and drafting of the mailer, with the input from the Recycling Solid Waste Committee. So that'll save quite a bit of money. So what we'll need from the town, if you want to do this, select board, is basically the cost of the materials and the mailing. So 500 should be good.
Select board, any comments?
The last mailing was printed between the clerk's office and the library. We printed them ourselves. So you're not needing to do, a professional printing. So it was really the cost of the paper and the mail postage.
All right, so we have the Solid Waste Committee asking us to approve the large bags staying at $21 a roll, the small bags being reduced to $12.50 a roll, and that we would approve the expenditure of up to or not to exceed $500 for a townwide mailer for educational purposes on the pay-as-you-throw program.
And one other thing, that the discount for private sales.
Yes. So, and I will add Munson's friendly amendment as far as extending the discount that is allotted to only the Guilford Country Store now to any other private vendors that are carrying our bags at a $12.50 per case discount. So there's 3 parts to that motion. Sandy, will you still move that?
I still move that, yes.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Carr. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. All right, we are all set with that. Any other information, questions, comments, fun stuff for the Solid Waste Committee? Seeing none. Ms. Carr.
If we spend less than that $500 allocated, can we put the rest?
Absolutely not, but good question.
Nice try.
All right, Ms. Carr, we're going to switch over to you for the bills and warrants. I'm sorry, I skipped over the approval of minutes from April 7th. Can I get a motion on those?
Thank you all for your time.
Thanks,
Thank
Munson.
you for yours. I can't find them. I've lost my papers.
Sandra, you're also all set. You're welcome to stay by all means, but we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you for the hearing.
I have lost my minutes. Oh dear. Here they are.
Did you have any corrections on the April 7th meetings?
I was out of town all day, did not read them, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So on the April 7th minutes, the amounts for the bills and warrants the amounts were not listed. It just listed the warrant numbers. We usually always have the actual dollar amounts in the minutes,
Right.
which I think it probably should have the dollar amounts in there. So we'll have to go back and see what those amounts really are.
Okay. So
I
should we
can get
table?
those from Cindy.
Yeah.
So we'll table this until next meeting?
Yep, sounds good.
Okay. So let's move on to bills and warrants. We are quite a ways into this meeting and still have quite a ways to go, so.
Yep. All righty. Mr. Chair, I request to approve payment of the following warrant. 23T accounts payable, $1,768,801.38. 18S payroll, $6,724.57. And 19S payroll, $7,356.39.
Second.
And yeah, that includes a payment to the school district.
That's why that 23T is so high?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we have a motion that has been seconded by Ms. Harris. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? All right, perfect. We need to reappoint our fire wardens. The recommendation from the state of Vermont is that the 3 that we have there would just be reappointed. I do not have any objection to that. That is Mr. Wielden, Mr. Jobin, and our fire chief that would be reappointed. All 3 of them are on board with that if the board so chooses.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Carr to reappoint Todd Capon, John Wielden Jr., and Jesse Jobin as the town's fire wardens. Tom, I will, I'm sorry, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Tom, if you're still with us?
I am.
All right. I believe there was some documentation that needed to be signed for that. If whenever that's ready, I'll come and sign that.
Yeah, the originals are on the table across from my desk. I will be back in the office Friday afternoon for the afternoon, Chris, if you want to stop in.
Okay. All right.
It looks like there is space for 5 signatures.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Shows how far I read onto that, huh?
Well, I also had, when this came out, responded back saying that hopefully the contact information was checked, because like all the numbers for JJ, I've never had any of those phone numbers for him, so I don't know what's the right number.
As long as the board does not object, I will check with those 3 parties about their contact information, make any necessary adjustments, but we will still leave those 3 as the nominees. Are we all okay with that?
Yes, I do have a question, Chris.
Yep.
When Jesse was appointed in 2016, his term was until 2021. They have a 5-year term. Why are we reappointing him?
Was he not one of the ones that was listed? I thought the 3 of...
You called him.
I didn't have my paperwork in front of me, Sandy. That doesn't...
Just curious.
All right, I will check on that. I thought that there was 3 appointments, but I will check on that.
Thanks.
All right, and I will shoot an email out as soon as I get that answer.
All right.
So on to the next. So we invited the Planning Commission here, knowing full well that you guys have a task that none of us want to have. And I think that we have a great committee that's a part of that. We have some other people that have expressed some interest in that want to see what's going on in town, and that's encouraging to finally start to see that happening again. But ultimately, we want to make sure that the Planning Commission knows that the Select Board is here. There's not any need for that divisive wall that has been between us, that I have at least felt between us, and some other committees around town. I think that we all share the same goals, which is to move Vernon forward, to make it the community that we all know that it can be, and to give all of our kids or grandkids the community to grow up in that the majority of us were allotted that same privilege. I know for myself, having 2 boys here, that it means a lot to me to try and make sure that they get the same things that we had, despite the fact that Vernon is changing and has changed drastically since I was a punk teenager running the mean streets of Vernon. But I think that we're at a spot where these conversations can happen. We can bounce ideas off from each other without that constant butting heads. And I think that we can certainly prevail on the other side of this with something that benefits every member of our community. So thank you to the Planning Commission for everything that you guys do. Thank you for joining us tonight. Really, we just want to make sure that we get some type of an update so that we can just know that we're all on the same page and that Vernon is indeed moving forward. Now that I have said that, I'm going to read an email that I have received today, and I did forward it to the board. It is from Miss Patty O'Donnell. She has said, "Dear board members, this letter is to inform you that I am resigning from all commissions and committees that I presently serve on. As you know, I have served in numerous positions for the town over the past 25 years. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the voters of Vernon for their support over those years. It has been an amazing ride and one of the biggest honors of my life. I have learned so much over the years and had many awesome experiences. I wish the board and planning commission luck as they pursue the possibilities for redevelopment of the VY property for the future of the town. I know the town is in good hands, and if I can help with advice or history as time goes on, I'm only a phone call away." Again, thank you for all the opportunities that I have had the honor of experiencing. Patty, we will maybe accept your resignation in a moment here, but I would like to say again, as I did at your planning commission meeting when you announced this, that you have been a pillar of our community. You have watched many of us grow up. You have always stood up for the underdog and certainly the punk kids like myself, and your ability to see through that and see the good in people and encourage them through that. Your support for our recreation department has been fantastic. And much of what we have in this town for our children, there's a lot of credit that you deserve. So I want to thank you from me personally. I'm sure the rest of the board will extend their appreciation as well. But that is not from the chair of the select board, that is from Chris Parker. So I appreciate everything that you've done. Jean, Sandy, Michael, Jeff.
Well, Patty, I think that you are the best thing that came out of Act 69. Because before that, you were just this quiet little mouse. And after that, you became a strong leader, which we are going to miss more than you'll ever know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Patty, I sincerely appreciate all you've done for this town and the service you provided. Thank you.
Okay, guys, I'm not dying. Don't make me cry. I am only resigning from committees. I'll still be here in town. I'll still be a part. I just want to kind of enjoy my old age as I'm climbing upon it. So I appreciate all your kind words, and believe me, anything I've done for this town, I've gotten back tenfold. And you know, let's leave it at that. I don't want everybody saying mushy stuff, so I sit here and start crying. I thank you all from the bottom of my heart. So as I said, I'm a phone call away if you need anything.
With that, I will reluctantly ask for a motion to accept Patty O'Donnell's resignation from all committees and boards that she currently holds a seat in.
So moved with regrets.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Dunkley. All those in favor of accepting her resignation, obviously with regrets, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, Patty, you're off the hook.
No, she's
Right,
not.
so at this point, I would like to turn this over to the Planning Commission. If we could receive an update. We also have Mike Renaud is here with some ideas or just wanted to participate in this and potentially have his voice heard as well. So Mike, I've unmuted you. Welcome to the meeting. And at this point, we are going to ask somebody from the Planning Commission to give us an update.
Hi, this is Bob Spencer. I'm the chair. And we have on the Zoom call Tom Rappaport, who's our vice chair, Patty, who is no longer with us. And I can't say enough about Patty. So, and then, and she actually created the structure of this new economic development aspect and cultivated new members. So I said I can't say enough about Patty. And then we have also, let's see, we have, who else on the Planning Commission is here?
Jason?
Oh, yes, Jason, who is also chair of the rec department and a relatively new member. And is there someone else on? I can't see.
We've got Maddie and Jeff.
Oh yeah, Jeff is on the select board and on the Planning Commission, and Maddie Arms. So we have 7 members and we now have 6. So we have a vacancy. The select board, I've talked to Chris, will advertise that we have a vacancy. We do have on the call today Natalia and her husband Greg, and Natalia has submitted her name as a candidate, and so far we think she'd be great, but we want to make sure other residents have a chance to join us. So Chris, would you like me to go through my quick summary of the Planning Commission stuff before Mike Renaud talks?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, Mike, hang in there, I'll be short.
Oh, no problem.
All right. So I introduced our members. We meet on the second Wednesday of each month. Not every month. Lately, we've been trying to not meet if we didn't have anything pressing. We have basically spent so much time in the last 10 years, and Jeff's been on the board, and Patty's been on the board, and Maddie's been on the board, that we have an updated town plan from 2 years ago. We have a really good town plan by all accounts of what a town plan should have. It qualifies the town for a significant amount of grants and funding that if we didn't have an updated town plan, we would not be eligible for. It gives us standing on any statewide reviews under Act 250 or Section 248, which is Public Service Board functions. Given that we don't have any zoning in town, those are the primary mechanisms for the town to have input. We have an enhanced energy plan in our town plan, which qualifies us for other funding. We have a hazard mitigation plan in development, and some of the select boards involved with that. Maddie Arms is on the Nuclear Decommissioning Advisory Panel as our representative, and she also is the town through the select board's representative or liaison with North Star Services. So Maddie's wearing multiple hats here, a very important role. Thank you, Maddie. We have a new municipal planning grant funded from the state, which is matched with $30,000 from North Star. And this is working with Antioch, New England's graduate school program to look at some detailed engineering and environmental assessments of the Vermont Yankee site in terms of its development potential. That's about a 30-month. Oh, Martin Langefeld, you're on here too. I'm sorry, Martin.
I just let him in. I didn't realize. I hope you hadn't been waiting long, Martin.
Yeah, Martin's on. Martin, I wanted to make sure you were acknowledged as being on. So we have the new municipal planning grant. We have the 30,000-hour North Star match, which is really a very good use of state and North Star funds. It's in their interest, of course. And then I also wanted to comment that as the Planning Commission, we have had a really strong working relationship with North Star. I mean, we have Dave Pearson, and then on site, Corey Daniels. And so far we feel very comfortable with North Star as the decommissioning agent. Probably, and Chris, I have to thank you for asking us to meet with the select board. It's been stressful at times in the past to not have a liaison or a working relationship, but we have so much opportunity in this town, and I don't want to go into that, but things are happening here. And I was told actually by Chris Campany of Wyndham Regional Commission this week, Martin was on the call, that real estate is being snapped up in southern Vermont as a result of the COVID pandemic with out-of-staters. I think Martin said a house went on the market and one day it was sold to an out-of-state buyer. Is that right, Martin?
This is, yeah, in Vernon. I'm not sure if they were out of state, but I think so, yes.
So, I mean, we're all looking for some positives from this pandemic, and we may see a resurgence in our real estate market. 9/11 actually did have some of that impact. So the new opportunity that I want to talk to the select board about, and Martin, once again, is taking the lead on this, thank you, Martin, is federal funding for nuclear communities that are facing closure. And it's through the Federal Economic Development Agency. It's in the tens of millions of dollars. And Martin and me and some others are starting to work on an application. And we would bring that to the select board when we're ready, but it's happening fast. And Martin, maybe you could just fill us in on where we're at with that.
Sure. So this is funding that was finagled by somebody into the 2021 federal budget. It's $15 million that is going to what they call nuclear closure communities, places where nuclear plants are closing up. It's modeled on a previous program that's been running for 3 or 4 years for coal communities, places where coal in one form or another was part of the local economy, but the coal mines have shut, or the coal processing or shipping or whatever has shut. So this is for nuclear, and we fit the bill. We fall into the Philadelphia region of the EDA. The Philadelphia region is getting about $5-point-something million out of the 15 million that was appropriated. And this is just, parceled out by the number of nuclear plants or something like that. And the grants are two possible different grants. One is a planning grant, and the floor for the planning grant, the lowest amount possible, is $100,000. The other kind of grant is a project grant. So if you have something that you've got ready for actual shovels in the ground, then you can apply for a project grant, which can be $300,000 to $500,000. These need to have a local match. So that's a consideration. We knocked this around at the Planning Commission. We also talked to the Wyndham Regional, Chris Campany. We talked to folks at BDCC, and it seems like a planning grant is the smartest thing to go for. We do not really have a bricks and mortar project, a shovels in the ground project ready to go. So, so the way we're thinking about shaping this is a planning grant that will continue the work of helping us to figure out what the right kinds of businesses are that could use that site or, you know, nearby property, and also, you know, keeping in mind that we have an agreement with North Star under the MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, that was ratified by the Public Utilities Commission to allow North Star to proceed. And that MOU says that Vernon, the town of Vernon, can select certain pieces of infrastructure on the site for preservation, such as parking lots, roadways, railway sidings, electrical infrastructure, wells, septic systems, the office building, and I forget what else, but, you know, things that could be useful for some future use of the site. So rather than demolishing them and then having to rebuild them, you know, that the town might point to those things and say, we'd like to keep them. Right now, we have no basis to select those things. And we do have a current planning grant that was given by the state of Vermont, matched by North Star, that is doing kind of a baseline mapping project to kind of figure out what's on the site and look at possible ways of reusing it. But it's not a big enough grant to go far enough to help us to really identify those things. So the grant that we are considering applying to the EDA would really go in much more detail, do a survey to figure out what the right kinds of industries are, or the potential kinds of industries are that could reuse that site, and what kinds of infrastructure they might like to use on that site, and, you know, what other kinds of infrastructure might be useful to have on the site. So it could go as far as actually, you know, drawing blueprints and saying, here's where the road goes, here's where the lot lines are, here's where this kind of business can go, here's where that kind of business can go. And, you know, all of this might seem a little bit premature, given that North Star has got at least 5 years to go before they're finished. But, you know, these things take time, and you don't want to be in the position of 5 years from now saying, okay, they're done, now what are we going to do? You want to be in a position of having a plan and being able to roll it out in advance of North Star's completion, so that, you know, we can start even in a year or 2 or 3 from now to talk to potential tenants on that site, or buyers of portions of that site for redevelopment. So that's where we are right now with this opportunity. And you know, we as I think we had part of the discussion with Chris Campany, there are various folks, including us, including the Wyndham Regional Commission, including the EDA, and maybe even the NRC, which we don't have any lines into, but who are excited about the idea that this could be the first post-nuclear or nuclear plant site that, you know, really gets reused in a meaningful way instead of being turned into a green field and forgotten about, which has been the case in a bunch of the places that have been so far that have been totally decommissioned. So, we want to be in a leadership position. I think North Star would be interested in having us do that. North Star certainly is interested in decommissioning other sites. There's going to be dozens of them around the country. They want to do a good job in Vernon. They want to build a good relationship in Vernon. And I think they would want to support efforts like this for the reuse of the site. So, so we are hoping also to talk to North Star about potentially matching the all or portion of this EDA grant if it comes our way.
And the timeline, Martin.
Yeah, so just to make life interesting for all of us, the timeline that's been recommended to us by Matthew Sochodolsky, who is our friend at the EDA down in Philadelphia, is get your application done by the 1st of June. That's a tall order, but we're going to do our best. I have worked with Matthew once before on a major grant that did come through with all kinds of matches. And so, hopefully we'll do this again. But that's kind of, I think, my life for the next couple of weeks is to work on that and see if we can't get in under the deadline. It's not a deadline. It's a rolling deadline that, you can apply any time for this funding. But the message is simply that the EDA is going to start looking at these things after the 1st of June. And so we want to be in the file and not sort of pending at that time.
But Martin, it would have to come out of the select board, wouldn't it?
I think we will need, some endorsement by the select board at that point.
We're not just running off on our own.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. We're not, don't worry about that. We're not going to do this without the select board saying, okay, we're signing this application.
So that's a good segue for Mike Renaud.
Well, I did want to ask just a couple of questions. One, the switch yards that are down there, what happens to those? Do those stay there, or are those leased by TransCanada or whoever it is?
Well, the switch yard is owned by Valco. And that switch yard, even if, Vermont Yankee has been shut down for several years, that switch yard is still an active asset of Valco in terms of managing the flow of electricity around the grid in New England, and is actually Vernon's largest taxpayer, as far as I know. So, that is an asset to any future use of the user of the site. Having great electrical generating infrastructure there in the form of the dam, having great distribution infrastructure in the form of that switch yard, having trunk lines of the internet available, being near interstate exits. All of that is sort of very positive to various kinds of uses. But that's the process will be to figure out, okay, who are those users?
I'm more curious about the property that switchyard sits on, because that's old Vermont Yankee property, isn't it? So that would essentially come. No, Patty, I see you shaking your head. Let's hear it.
What happened probably about 15 years ago is that when they started the Velco called the Southern Loop Project. And it was redirecting the roads, let's say roads of electricity and how they get to where they need to go. And it was a really big project. It was very, very expensive. But the land that they wanted for the switch yard was land that the Miller Farm people were farming. And obviously the Miller Farm people didn't want to lose good quality farmland. So we went to Entergy at the time and we talked to them, and what they did was, because Velco was going to could take the land by eminent domain because it's a utility company. So because of the type of project it was. So what happened was Entergy switched land from Velco and gave the farming land to the Millers that they were renting from Entergy, or they weren't renting, they were using anyway. It was always Entergy's property. But Entergy gave that land to the Millers and transferred land to Velco so that they could do their Southern Loop project. So really, Entergy gave away that land, so they don't own it. Velco owns the land where the switch yard is. The Millers own the land that's being farmed.
Can we 100% confirm that? Because that is not the story that I got from Mr. Daniels and Dave today while I was at North Star. They are saying that that has a very long-term lease on it.
Oh, I'm sorry, that land does have a 99-year lease.
So that would mean that that property is part of the VY property that Vernon would be assuming responsibility for in 5 years. Is that correct?
I don't think so. You'd have to look more at the agreement that was made between Entergy and North Star. There has to be some compensation made for Velco, and I really wasn't up on that part of it, so I don't know.
So that would be something that the
I'm pulling
planning,
out of like an old lady's head from a lot of years ago, so.
but that is something that the planning commission should, without a doubt, know before we start talking about redevelopment or finding somebody for that. That's a big chunk of land that's tied up for 99 years. But apparently everybody here doesn't exactly know what that entails or what that means. So.
Well, right now it has the infrastructure for the Southern Loop. I mean, it's not, the only land that is involved there is where those big towers and wires and all of that is, where we weren't going to use any of that land anyway.
Yeah, that's, that's 5 or 10 acres of the total site. The total site is 125 acres, which is, small for a nuclear site, but, significant for industrial or other kind of business development.
Right, but are we not, in order to redevelop that, because they hold a 99-year lease, if we were to turn around and sell that property to somebody, would we not have to split that and redeed that land so that that is separate, aside from what we are selling to whoever the potential investor is?
Well, before we talk about selling it, we don't own it.
We don't own it.
It has been kind of, but not legally, promised to us by North Star. North Star has said, when we're done, we have no further interest, we'll turn it over to the town. As part of this planning process, that as a first step is probably something we need to do and get kind of a legal agreement around. And that will clarify, how much land is there really, how much is leased to Velco and so forth. But one way or another, there's going to be, a considerable chunk of land that is available for redevelopment. And, this grant can expand, or should be expanded probably, to cover additional planning around the village center plan, which covers, all of the land between the school and the town offices and some adjoining properties, all of which, could be residential, could be business, could be mixed use. So we're actually looking at a fairly large area.
And then my other question is, so everything, you guys have that conversation with North Star, they say, and they put it in a legal document that, yes, this is yours when we are done, with a nice pretty bow on the top. Their North Star trucks head south on 142 in 5 years. We never see or hear from them again. We now have this big piece of property. perhaps there's no investor, there's no business to come in. The town of Vernon now takes ownership of that property with no tax revenue coming in because we don't have somebody there. So then what happens? Are we stuck sitting on that property until 5 select board members and a planning commission all come to the same agreement on this is what we want in there? Is that realistically where we would be at?
This is exactly the reason why we should now be jumping into a planning process to figure out what it is, so that when that day comes and the trucks are heading south, you know, we're not saying, okay, now what? We, at that point, would know what we want to do with that property, and we would have long since have attracted interest and made deals and, you know, pre-sold portions of that or pre-leased portions of that, so that, you know, we would not be in that situation. If we do nothing, that's when we're going to be in the situation you described.
Besides that, Chris, when the plant is decommissioned, the land doesn't have any value anyway. What has value, as far as the tax base, are the 50 or the 100 and something casks that are going to be on that property with the dry cask storage, and those will be assessed at $1 million a cask. So I don't even remember what the total number of casks are, but that's where the value of that land is. Nothing else has any value. So while they're in the process of doing this, as Martin said, that's why the committee has worked so hard to try to make sure they can maintain control over the land, because now is when we try to recruit somebody. And you just talked about real estate and the difference the pandemic is having on real estate. Don't you think there are companies out there that would like to bring their company to Vermont and employ their people here, where they never have to worry about the safety of the people that work for them or the safety of their families? So, you know, I think there's a lot of possibilities that nobody's kind of sitting back on their heels, except for me now. But nobody's sitting back on their heels waiting for anything to happen. There's been a lot of work that's been going on. So this committee is ready to hit the road running and start trying to recruit, along with the help, hopefully, of BDCC, but trying to recruit good quality businesses to come in and run a clean, good, efficient company on that property.
And with that, unless Gene,
Chris,
yeah, go ahead.
Chris, this is Bob. I'd like to ask Maddie to comment. She's been our liaison to North Star, and she's also been in discussions with some potential developers of the site. And Mike Renaud is on the line, and he's interested. So I think we're going to see some interest. And Maddie, do you want to say anything?
Now I can say something. I think that Bob is absolutely right. I think that there are going to be people that are extremely interested in this site, and we want to do things the right way. We don't want to jump before we have a really well thought out plan for vetting anybody who wants to be there, because we want people that are going to be good Vernon citizens as well as good business people.
And we have some interest from some development companies that we can't really discuss.
Mike, I'm gonna turn the floor over to you, and then we'll see what the rest of the select board has for questions. So Mike Renaud, go ahead.
Okay, well, I just wanted to say, you know, I have interest in the property just because I live here, and my family live here, my grandkids live here, and I don't want to see it end up with a developable piece of property that we can't sell. You know, I've owned different properties over the years. The time to sell it is when you got a buyer for it. I mean, there's a lot of vacant property in Brattleboro. There's there's a lot of vacant property in Springfield, Vermont, huge properties. But, you know, I think that we should, as North Star is done with the piece of property, we should section that property off. We should be, I don't think we should wait 5 years till we try to find somebody to move in there. I don't know. I mean, I've just seen how you're waiting for some study to come through that's going to tell you who wants it. Well, that doesn't really sell property or doesn't build a business. I mean, the everyday, when you got a customer that wants to move in there, that's when you need to move. I've been working. I'm really not at liberty to say the name, but I've been talking to a developer that needs a lot of power, and they've developed this type of property before, and we're trying to put a plan together for an actual customer, not playing for, you know, somebody who we may try to attract. I don't know who you would attract. I mean, you could stand out there all day waving a flag, but unless the right person comes by, it's usually a case of being in the right place at the right time. So I just, you know, I think that it would be hard to get the town, or if the town ends up owning a property, I think it's going to be tough to get everybody to agree what to do with it. I mean, I don't think the town should try to end up owning the development rights on this. I think that they should bail out of it just as soon as they can, so that they never miss a beat on collecting the tax dollars. That's kind of the way I feel about it. I don't personally need to own it, but I have a lot at stake because I'm a big taxpayer in town, in my opinion, and I want to see whatever can be done so that somebody else is paying a lot of taxes, so I don't have to keep paying more of them. So that's kind of the way I'm looking at it from a business aspect. I think that the town should step back a little bit, and if they've got a customer that is willing to take over what North Star has there, I think they should let them have it.
So Mike, this is Bob Spencer. Have you had discussions with North Star about whether they could release a portion of the site?
I've had discussions with North Star about relinquishing their rights to the property, and with them saying they have an agreement with the town, a gentleman's agreement, and they plan on honoring it, and they wouldn't want to do anything besides that at this point. They are okay with not owning it. They have no interest in owning it and being a developer. But they did make the verbal commitment to the town to turn that over to the town, and they don't have a problem with turning it over to somebody else with the town's permission.
Well, I wanted to point out that Mike Renaud met with the Planning Commission last fall, and just to present the same concept. And you did say, Mike, I think if you agree, that you'd like to get something going there, you know, whether it was
Absolutely.
rail transport of gravel or stone or salt or something, just get something happening there. Is that still what you're thinking as a developer?
Absolutely. I think that if we could get a switch yard in there to bring products in, they do have one up in Bellas Falls. That rail switch yard is a very busy switch yard.
Yep.
A lot of steel and rebar comes in and out of there. A lot of plywood comes in and out of there. I mean, if we do a situation like that, we're going to have some added truck traffic, which is probably not going to make some people happy. But I don't know what type of development you could have there that you're not going to have some added wheeled traffic. You know, I mean, whether it be a distribution center or whether it be a switch yard or a data center. You know, a data center uses a lot of electricity. One of the things I think would be sad to give up would be, you do have so much power right there, and anything that uses that much power is going to need a lot of cooling. So if we gave up the intake and discharge, that seems like that would be a sad thing to give up.
Mike, I'm sorry to interrupt you on that, Mike. I did ask Corey specifically about things that we have no control over as far as what we can and cannot choose to keep. And that cooling portion of, because it would drop back into the river, we have zero control over that, and that will be removed no matter what the town of Vernon wants with that. And while I'm on that, Martin, the other, you had mentioned parking lots. There is a few other things there that the NRC could certainly overstep that agreement that we have and say that it's coming out whether we want it or not. So.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true. But and I just want to jump in and say, I agree with Mike that if there's a way that, this can transition from North Star decommissioning to a private sector owner who develops it or who uses it, that's great. Ideally, the town is not, a party to ownership of this anywhere along the way and doesn't lose out on taxes that way. But again, that just underscores why it's important for the town to really have a good plan and to really understand how to do this and how to best proceed. And the other thing I should have mentioned is, we went into this, we're going into this thinking that we should go for a planning grant for $100,000 plus, because we don't have a shovels in the ground project. But the planning, this funding 21 in the federal budget is something that, for better or for worse, once something is in the federal budget, it's actually hard to get it out. That coal community funding has been there for years and years. So if we go through this grant and we do a good plan, we are in a good position to go back to the EDA in a year or two and say, okay, now we've got a shovels in the ground project, which could be preparing a portion of that site once North Star is done, to get it ready for industrial development, and all of which would make it just that much more attractive for a buyer once North Star is totally done.
So this is Bob Spencer. Chris and Select Board, we don't really know what will happen there. It's obvious. So planning is, it sort of drives us crazy because you just do plans, like Mike was saying, another plan. But you have to have these documents in place to qualify for all sorts of programs. So as the planning commission, we're going to stay on that path and try to bring these opportunities to the town.
So,
And I think that's good, Bob, if I can step in for a minute.
yep,
I
please.
think it is good to have a plan like that. I just don't think we want to be planning for a farm when the market is for a rail siding. You know, I mean,
No, I agree. I don't think we'll
I
be
think that
right. I
And
don't
I
think we'll
think
be
that-
that detailed. We won't be that detailed.
Okay.
You know.
Well, I think you should team up with some. I think they should you should almost team up with somebody early, you know. And I think whether it was me or somebody else, somebody that you're comfortable with, that you team up early and say, hey, we're gonna run it. It's like a project manager, you know, or like a construction management company. You know, they come in and they you know, they organize the things, they get you in the path that you want to head. They build what you want, your plan. So if somebody like myself was going to put a bunch of effort into recruiting a good customer for that, I mean, unless there's some way for lack of a better word, unless there's a way for me to make a buck at it, you know, or somebody else, they're not going to put all the effort into it. That is going to get the you know, get the right. I'm struggling for the right words for it, but to get the right customer in
Right
there,
package,
you know, like
right package
to go
for
to these meetings. I mean, I can
right
to package it, yeah.
Well, that's why we need a plan.
And to go meet with the potential customers.
Right. That's why we need a plan, because we need,
you know,
a package of a package of options, and who's going to control it. Are we going to do an RFP? It will be an industrial development zone. I mean, all this is so up in the air, but we all know that this type of infrastructure works if we can figure it out. So that's why we want to do this EDA grant and hopefully have North Star pay the match. And, you know, we're doing the best we can as a planning commission. I mean, you know,
and nobody's trying to take that away in any way, Bob.
No, I know, it's just tough.
Sure.
It's so tough. It's frustrating.
And I can certainly see Mike's side of this, and I can see the planning's commission side of it. And we can sit here, we can say that real estate is booming right now, but I mean, all we have to do is look back a couple of years and realize that it's not. It could change in 5 years.
Yep. Yep.
This pandemic has proven that everybody's lives can change overnight. So if we're going to hold out with hopes that real estate is booming now and it's going to hold true in 5 years, then I think that we're foolish on that side of it.
Chris, I'd like to just say one thing. Considering all the trouble that this town has gone through and Entergy went through with the state of Vermont, I think it behooves us to be extremely careful that we don't run afoul of the state in doing anything on that property. And I think it does take some thought and planning. And it also takes knowing what they're going to permit and what they're not going to permit.
And that's what the plan would look at, right, Maddie?
I think so. I think it has to.
Yep. So this is all very current, happening now. Martin and me and Maddie and others on the planning commission will give the select board a draft of an application. Believe me, it's going to take a lot of hours on our part, but this is like a great opportunity, and we are in a planning phase. There's no way around it. We just can't go to redevelopment right now. North Star can't, NRC won't allow it. So it's a great opportunity to take advantage of some federal.
Well, we don't
money.
know that the NRC won't allow that because North Star doesn't know
right.
that the NRC won't allow that. So until we know that that is a definite hard no, I think that we need to refrain from saying that it can't happen.
So it might happen, is what you're saying.
I'm saying that North Star doesn't have that answer, and they are willing to look into the potential of splitting that off in phases.
See, that would be huge. I think we should. That's what Mike Renaud's saying.
And so please, I'm begging the Planning Commission to please not take this as snarky, but those are the answers that you guys should have. Those are the things that should be a part of the plan, and those should be early on in the plan, that we would have those types of answers. And I know that you guys are working hard, and I say again that you are doing something that I truthfully don't want a huge part in, because of the amount of groundwork that you guys are doing and the unbelievable amount of hours that you're putting in. But we're trying to not put the cart before the horse, but we're putting the cart before the horse by trying not to put the cart before the horse. I mean, it seems like we're just in this big circle, and we're missing a few key answers that are very a huge instrumental part to moving forward here.
So I think maybe we need to engage with some legal advice on this. It would not be out of the question to have someone actually look into all of this.
Agreed.
And that's something that we don't have as a group. We are, we're volunteers. We don't get paid for this. In fact, we don't even really have a huge budget. But I think if that's the way the town feels, we need to engage a lawyer.
I'm not sure that that's how the town feels. I'm saying that that is an option. And at this point, when we're 5 years away from the end of what has been a nightmare, we need to have every possible answer and avenue that this could potentially go. We need to have that covered. And if we don't, then we are doing a disservice to the town, and we're not as prepared as we should be. And again, I'm begging you guys, please don't take this as me coming at you aggressively or saying that I disagree with what you're doing or telling you that it should be done different. This is exactly why I wanted this meeting, was so that we could all discuss these things and be on the same page. The meeting that I had with them today, I did ask, or I did mention to them that I think in August, realistically, we could potentially have like face-to-face meetings. And by then we would have hopefully a permanent town administrator back in the building. So I would like to see that the Planning Commission, the Select Board, North Star, the new town administrator, perhaps we invite Larry down for it. And we have that meeting where everybody is involved in that. We could warn it. Maybe we do it at the school and we invite members of the community. I'm not sure. But I think that we need to have that input, and we need to get that feeling from people, not to ask everybody what they want to see on VY's property, not whether they want Amazon or they want Walmart. That's certainly not the conversation, but to get those answers so that North Star is telling the Planning Commission the same thing that they're telling the Select Board, and everybody can just hear it and be a part of it, ask the questions that need to be asked, and then we would be able to truthfully move forward in a direction that, because everything has changed. Everything has changed as their deadlines have changed, as they've sped things up. So I think that we need to be able and willing to change as quickly with them, and the potential for that property. I 100% agree with you, Maddie, that you guys should be entitled to some type of legal counsel to be asking those questions and to get the answers. And I'm not sure what that looks like. I would ask that Bob and maybe somebody with a lot more knowledge than me finds out how we could get that support to you guys or make that available for you, because the legal portion of that is going to be probably the biggest part of that moving forward, with the exception of the NRC's approval.
Chris, are you saying that basically that all of this kind of stuff should happen before we apply for this grant that we're talking about? Because, you know, I'm sitting here right now, you know, ready to either spend the next 2 weeks of my life writing a grant and getting all kinds of assistance from all kinds of people on it, you know, or, you know, digging in my garden. And, you know, and if we're saying we got to get legal advice and we got to talk more to North Star, we got to talk to the NRC and whatever else, then I'll forget it. I'll dig into my garden. I'm thinking that all of those kinds of things can happen under the auspices of a grant. You know, if we get the grant, we can go ahead and we can use it to get legal advice, and we can use it to do all kinds of things. But the first thing is, you know, let's get the resources to do this stuff. But if you're saying,
no, I'm not saying. I'm saying that we should be covering every possible avenue.
Well,
and
and
one of those avenues is certainly securing funding via grant funds, so that if that's the way that you guys go about seeking legal counsel to be able to have that on in your corner, so to speak, then absolutely we need to move in that direction. The only thing I'm saying is that there is some unanswered questions here that I think we need some answers for. And one of those is, are we capable, would the NRC, how do we go about getting approval to split that off into sectors so that development could start at the same time that North Star is decommissioning a different section? And if that's a possibility, then I would like to see us looking at that, because obviously that brings in a revenue much sooner than waiting out the next 5 to 7 years.
I think that's a question that can be explored, you know, as part of this grant planning. And, you know, if it happens, it's a nice thing. If it doesn't, you know, we still need to be ready 5 years from now with a good plan.
Correct. Yeah, I'm not asking us to stop or asking you guys to stop and redirect any of your efforts in any way. I certainly don't want to see that, because you guys have made a ton of progress. I just want to, again, make sure the select board is here tonight. We have different eyes on this because we haven't been as deeply invested in it as you guys have. And it's like anything else, when a fresh set of eyes comes in, we notice different things. And this time it's coming as a form of a question, or so. I'm
Also,
certainly
Chris,
not asking
in
you
fairness,
to do a 180 and go a different direction. Go ahead, Patty.
Also, Chris, in fairness, and I don't mean to be snarky, but you're coming along long after this process has started without any idea as to how the process works. And this is not a business, and I've told you that in my office. This is a municipality, and nothing is done simply. The whole point of planning grants is so we can dot our I's and cross our T's. So when it comes time for Act 250 permitting and anything else that's going to be involved in any construction that's going on in that site, we have done all our homework. So we haven't been spinning our wheels and sitting around here. We're many people who have vast experience in these avenues, and we have been working damn hard to make this happen.
And
so
I'm pretty certain that I started out by.
This be my last speech in all the years I've been here, but believe me, Chris, you have a lot to learn.
So
that being said,
I am going to 100% take your last comment as snarky, because to tell me that I have a lot to learn when I'm asking a very simple question, which is, have we asked if that property can be split and redeveloped? And the answer that I've gotten is no. So for me to ask that question is perfectly within my right to ask, because it's a valid question when we start talking to other investors that might want to bring a smaller business, maybe not an Amazon warehouse. And if that is a potential, then why are we not looking in that direction?
That will all be part of planning when we.
Which is why I said that I am not asking anybody to not go for the grant.
Meeting, Chris, and beg for $1,000 to keep the planning commission going. We don't have any money. We don't have professional money or anything. We have to spend all our time, and I don't know, I know you haven't never written a grant. It is a long, drawn out process.
Again, you are
And I
very
haven't written
wrong
one either.
with
I've
your
watched you
comments to
write
me.
one.
You're very wrong. I write grants all the time. That's how my program is successful.
Well,
So
then you understand
You
that
know
it's
what,
not
people?
anything that's
You
done
know
in a
what,
day.
people?
This conversation really doesn't matter.
You know what, people? I'm done. I am done. If you want this grant to be written, call me tomorrow. Thank you. Good night.
Patty, I'm not really sure what I could have possibly said this evening that set you off, because I was extremely careful to make sure that I acknowledged all of the hard work that has gone in from the Planning Commission. I in no way have been attempted to take away from that. I have simply asked some questions because the previous board member that sat where I'm sitting did not return any information to us. So there is a large part of our select board that is blind to what is going on. And that can fall directly on us for not asking the appropriate questions, and that's fine. I'm sitting here now and I will take the blame for that. But I still have questions that need answers. And that is not me coming at anybody aggressively. That is me asking a simple question. I'm not asking you guys not to write the grant. If you guys need more money, then come to us and express that. Talk to us about this. This is what I wanted this for, was so that we could work together and not against each other. And this is what has been going on in this town for way too long, that each committee stays within their own committee and they form their own little group, and that's where they stay. And they push their own agenda. And I'm sorry, but each personal agenda is not going to move this town forward. We need to all be on the same page and we need to all work together. And if we can't do that, then we're going to remain a stagnant town, and we are not going to attract anybody here because we can't get along as a community. Go ahead, Bronny, you've got your hand up again. Go ahead.
I don't want to get in the middle of this, but I want to remind Bob that there's also a part of the town plan that could help with the development, this planning grant process, not just Bob, all of you on the Planning Commission, and it's the fiber optics set, which given what's going on with the school closures and all the need for even this meeting, the way we're meeting, that's a very important present and future need. And so I just would like to insert that in the planning development, the planning grant thing. That's it.
No, we appreciate that, Brana, and Munson and you have done a fantastic job on the fiber optic initiative. And it's obviously on our agenda to pursue. And with the redevelopment of the VY site, it's an integral part. So it's not going away. So I actually feel we've had a very positive meeting. Chris, thank you. And the Planning Commission, I know Martin got a little frustrated. We're going to stay on track for this EDA grant. At least I will. And, you know, we have a huge opportunity here. So, I mean, we don't know which way we're going to go. Mike Renaud has ideas. The select board has ideas. North Star has no idea. So. Anyway.
I also think, you know, Bob, you're absolutely right. But if people want a little bit more insight into NRC and what pieces of land are going to be released first and how that is all going to figure out into the big game plan of this, maybe we should get, you know, Bob Leach to talk to you guys, because he has a really good handle on that. And it might give you a little bit more insight. We've listened to him for a long time, and he was one of our expert witnesses with this whole program. So that might actually help. We might actually be able to get Bob to sit in on one of these, and you could ask him your questions. But I think he was very specific about where they would release, and if there was going to have to be additional shielding put up around the casks before they would allow any construction. So yeah, it's kind of it is a quandary.
Yes.
But people can't lose their patience because somebody doesn't have an answer right at the tip of their tongue. Answers are available, but just tell us what you want. We'll do the research and we'll get the answers to you.
So Maddie, I will apologize if you think, or anybody on the planning commission feels that I was attacking them or taking away from the hard work that anybody has done. I didn't expect anybody to have the answers at the tip of their tongue. I simply
Then
asked
maybe
the
you
question.
should have prefaced it that way and said,
Okay, but
you
I
have
prefaced
these,
this
and if you
entire
don't have
thing by
these-
saying that I appreciate all of your hard work, and I have still been taken to be a jerk, as I have been called via text message since people have left this meeting. I think that I acknowledged the work that everybody has done. I have expressed how appreciative I am, but I have also acknowledged that I do not have the information here, and that is not the Planning Commission's fault. That is the Select Board's fault, and I'll just leave it at that. So,
well, maybe we should try this again, you know,
So-
and just give everybody a chance to cool down.
but what you just said as far as, and I'm sorry, I've already forgotten the gentleman's name that you, Birch Beach, what did you
No,
say?
Bob Leach.
Leach, okay, I'm writing it down so I don't forget it now. Those are the types of things that I want to know. That's, hey, you can get some more information from here. Those are the things that I'm missing. And I don't think that that makes me naive or stupid for not knowing these things. That means that I am new to this. And when I accepted the nomination from our board as the chair, I made it very clear that I did not have the answers or the knowledge to do everything, and that I was going to rely on the other 4 members of that board.
So Chris, this is Bob.
Yes.
So
Yep.
you met with North Star, who, with Corey?
With Corey and Pearson.
So I'm just curious, are you the liaison with?
No, I set up a meeting with them because I went to your planning commission meeting last week and was told that I should have set up a meeting as the new chair. So I did that based off from the recommendation from your board, so that I could try to be more in line with the decisions that are being made and have the answers necessary to make decisions. So I did what was recommended from your committee.
No, I think that's good. I'm just wondering because Maddie is now the town's official liaison.
And that's fine. I did it as the chair of the select board. It was nothing more than a meet and greet. And I made it very clear that the next meeting that we set up, I wanted to make sure it involved both the planning commission and the select board.
Well, this
I
is-
don't want to have the select board chair going and making decisions by himself. I want to make sure that these are educated decisions that involve every party, which ultimately involves our entire community.
Yeah, we just don't want to go down that path again.
And that is in no way. So last week, Patty O'Donnell made the recommendation that I set up a meeting with
Yeah.
North Star. So I immediately did that. And I really am failing to see where this meeting took such a drastic turn this evening, because like you, Bob, I thought that we were actually doing quite well.
No,
Trying to be on the same page. And the entire purpose of this meeting was to be able to ask questions. But if I can't ask questions without it being taken as me being aggressive towards it, then I apologize if I'm coming off that way, but.
Listen, Chris, I think we accomplished a lot. There were some, disagreements about approach. So let's just thank you for arranging this. It's like any family, right, Chris? you know, you've got your disagreements, so we're a family, okay?
All right. Yeah, does the select board have any further questions?
No.
Sandy,
No,
Jeff,
No, no, I'm good. Thanks.
Michael? All right. Planning, Maddie, I'm sorry, you were about to say something and I cut you off. What did you have, Maddie?
No, thank you very much for inviting us.
Yes, thank you.
And I just think, sometimes it's very, very difficult. You're in your position, you didn't have the knowledge and it wasn't passed along. It's hard to get that kind of information in a very gentle way. And I think we all just need to cool down a bit and we can start over again another day.
Okay. All right. So I would like to close by saying that I do appreciate all of you. And this is what I hope we have going forward is a collective conversation so that it is not one-sided or one committee against another. So I do hope that in the future, cooler heads prevail. I apologize for my part of that this evening. There was zero disrespect intended to the Planning Commission in any way. So I hope that that is at least known. So with that, we will move on to number 3 of new business. Wow, we are a long ways into this meeting. Discussion on monthly committee and department reports. I think that it's important, and I believe that it used to be this way previously. Sandy, correct me if I'm wrong, that all committees in town gave an update to the select board. Is that correct?
yes.
So I would like to see that we notify department heads, committees, and other boards throughout town to make sure that their agendas are being sent and published in a way that we can see that, as well as ensuring that we get all of their minutes and reports from those meetings. Any discussion, thoughts? Jean?
So it sounds like those committees need to be reminded perhaps that their secretary should be sending us also their agendas and minutes. And that it seems like that's the way we will, at least that part of it will happen.
What happened in the past was is Bunny Northup that had it instituted. They would come into the town clerk's office. She would get a copy. She would make a copy of all the minutes for the board members. So the committees didn't have to get them to us. It was part of the administrative assistant's job.
Well, it seems like with email, it just means adding a few more names to your group.
That's true.
And it's not any extra work for anybody. It's
idea.
just click and it's done.
Good idea.
But I would appreciate hearing what's going on in some of these other committees. Just can't get to all those meetings.
And I think that that would alleviate a majority of what just happened. if we were all on the same page, so that it wasn't just one person with all of the knowledge, that we all were on the same page all of the time. Jeff, your thoughts? No.
Getting late, that's all.
Yeah. Brana, you've got your hand up. Go ahead.
One of the reasons I come to the meetings, I feel like as chair of the trustees, I'm a liaison from the trustees and I can bring the two-way information. My question is, by open meeting law, we have to post our agendas, like I post them at the post office, and then there's 2 here in the town office building. You want them also sent to you all. That's part of my question. When we post them publicly, is that right? So that's an additional thing, which is not a hard problem. I can send them to you electronically. And the other thing is we do draft minutes, and then at the next meeting, we, like you, approve them. Do you want the draft minutes or do you want the final minutes? So that's two questions.
Sandy, what have we received in the past?
In the past, you didn't have two sets of minutes. You had the minutes of the meeting, which were approved with corrections or without corrections at the next meeting. So therefore, you didn't have draft minutes and then real minutes. They were all, your 5-day minutes are your legal minutes. And if they're not draft, they're your minutes. And then you, next time, if you correct, okay, so Jean made a mistake on the warrant, say it was warrant 65T, and she said she put in the minutes 63T. The next week it would say with a correction on page 2 of 63 to 65T. So you know what the correction was. So you'd only have one set of minutes for a meeting. I mean, you're making more work for yourselves.
Well, I can tell you in the library from the state, that's not what we were told to do.
Really?
It's yeah, what you're saying is confusing me.
So if you have minutes that will have to go to court, and you have your draft minutes of our meeting tonight, and the real minutes are in the not approved until 2 weeks from now, there's a court case that comes up in between times. Which minutes are they going to say are the legal minutes?
The final minutes are the legal minutes.
But they have to be in your office within 5 days. How can they be legal?
No.
if it's not there.
Yeah, but the
they
drafts
have
are
to be
available.
posted. They have to be available on a website, an official website, within 5 calendar days. And so what happens, here's what happens with the library. We meet on a Wednesday. By Monday, we have draft minutes posted on our library website. We also have final minutes that were approved from the previous month for the previous month's meeting, also posted on the website. And in those final, in the draft minutes, it says, here's where the corrections are. And then the corrections are made in the final minutes, and the town clerk gets a copy, and the unofficial website gets a copy of the final minutes that were approved for the previous month. Now that sounds confusing.
Yeah, well, Chris asked how it was done. How it was done was town committees, their minutes have to be in 5 days into the clerk's office. And unless they change that, I think they've extended it to 10 days during the COVID.
Yes.
And he asked me how it was done, and that's what I was answering, how it was done.
Yeah.
But that's
One
not
sec.
clear. It's not clear.
Well, if you go
I
back,
would be happy with anything from these other committees
Right.
personally,
I'm with you, Jean.
you
Right.
know, because
I
we got,
just want an update.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So if we could, Tom, I believe you're still on the line here. Maybe next time you're in the office, if you're able to shoot an email to all department heads, committee chairs, board chairs, and let them know that we would like to start to see their updates from their meetings.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna move on to do we need a vote on that, Sandy?
I wouldn't think so.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to move on to a message that I received. I did email it to everybody. Did everybody read the email that I sent? That's from Chad Mulverhill.
Yes, I think it's a wonderful idea.
Okay, so I don't need to read that aloud. Could we just get a motion on that?
Mr. Chair, I move that we grant Chad Mulverhill's request for the Walter Zaluzny honorarium at the gazebo.
Okay.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Dunkley. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Next, Carol, you've got the floor. I'm going to unmute you. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, what was the motion? I
Um,
didn't get the motion.
The motion is to allow Chad Mulverhill and the Memorial Day Committee to set up a memorial honoring Mr. Zaluzny and all the other veterans for Memorial Day, just so that it is on BCTV. His suggestion does require all of the mandated social distancing, all of that stuff. We are not inviting people for a large gathering or any of that stuff. It's and it is outside. So I just want to make that clear before we get that question. So that's what the motion is, Carol.
All right. I hate long motions. That's all right. No,
the motion is just to utilize the town gazebo for a Memorial Day. What do you want to call it?
I like that. That's good.
Okay, perfect. There it is.
That's good. Perfect. Okay, so as far as my request, the other lister that was elected in March, Chad Baldwin, was deemed a non-essential employee. I am going to need him to come in. We're getting to the end of we're beginning to get to our crunch time, and I need to have him come into the office. He only works when he was able to work 2 days a week, 9 to 2 were the hours that we had set on Tuesday and Thursday. And I need to have a meeting with the Lister board next week, a work session, and then probably the week after that, a meeting where we can make decisions or vote, because we can't vote in a work session. So I didn't know whether I needed to bring that to you or not, but that's what I would like to do.
So,
all right. I have a motion to allow the third lister to come back to work as needed per Carol.
Thank you.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Dunkley. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Next, town administrator recruitment discussion. I don't think we have much to discuss. We have a special meeting for it next week. We do have some applications that have come in. I did send those out a little early so that you guys could have time to look them over and be as prepared as possible. I know that Tom sent out an email with a couple more, and potentially by the end of this week, we might see a few more stragglers. So we do have a meeting, I believe it is next Wednesday, to discuss all of this.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, just to reiterate, you're all going to get a hard copy package of all of the applicants. I'm going to group them. You can do with it what you want, but I'm going to group them into A, B, and C. And you can do with them, pick who you want, whatever. There's a couple of gems, and there's a couple of folks that probably don't meet the threshold requirements. That's what I'll say. But you'll all get a hard copy so you can mark it up and not have to use all your ink.
Thank you.
All right. Perfect. The ever lovely stair replacement bid discussion. We got 2 bids back. They both came in today. One is 12,000, one is 9,900. Both of them, really the only difference that I saw was that one of the bids went far enough to say, where did it go? Railing. Said something about the railing. Where was it? Oh, reinstall railings to match. The other one did say that they were going to take the railings, the existing railings, clean them up, address any rust issues, and prepare for reinstallation. I'm not sure that that's a $4,000 fix, $3,000 fix, but so discussion, Jeff.
Honestly, I haven't had a chance to look at the bids.
Did we get the bids?
They should have all been emailed to you this afternoon.
With all 600 emails we had to review an hour before the meeting at work.
Oh.
Okay, so I think it's pretty cut and dry here. They are both very, very short as far as the amount of wording that's on them. So we have one from Renault Brothers, and I'll just read it for you. It says, replace the stairs on the front of the town clerk's office, remove and dispose of existing concrete stairs, remove existing railings, clean up, address any rust issues, and prepare for reinstallation. Pour in place new concrete stairs, installing railings, replace metal on landing. Includes all labor and materials, and says cost not to exceed $12,000, which is a strange way to write a bid. Not to exceed. And then we have one from Tom Call Excavating out of Bellows Falls. His job description is mobilization, dealing with any dig safe that's necessary. That was not noted in the other one. Saw cut upper step area and remove and dispose of deteriorated concrete. And I believe that's the main entrance. Is that the part that you're talking about there, Tom Garino?
Who was cut back into the, what I call the patio area, to the stairway, into the, where you store the snow blower area.
Right.
Cut back into that a little bit and then replace that with some more concrete and a new metal fascia on it.
So then the next step was to prep the upper landing, doweling it to the existing and re-pour with fiber reinforced concrete. Lower stairwell, chip out and salvage existing center rail. Saw, cut, and remove complete set of lower stairs and dispose of those. Prep lower stairs with crushed stone. Pour new lower stairs to match existing with fiber reinforced concrete. Reinstall railings to match. That one was $9,900.
Does anybody know this company?
I know Tom.
Yeah, I know Tom also. But you know him better, Chris.
I mean, I just know him from around. I've seen some of his jobs. I can't say as though he's done anything for me. So I can't, but then again, neither has Renault, so I can't compare one to the other. I do know that Tom has been around for at least 20 years that I know him, so maybe 15 years, but.
Did they give references?
Neither one did.
Did the Renault's bid address the other stairs, the, like, I don't know, porch up near the door?
The only thing that it said was repair and replace metal on landing. And that's the only thing that indicates on that. That's the only thing indicated on the Renault one, whereas on the Tom Call one, they were going to cut that out and actually replace the concrete instead of just the, if I'm reading this correctly, instead of just the metal, repair and replace metal on the landing.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to come back somewhere between 2 and 5 feet when he was walking around up there on the replacement and cut. I don't know the guy's work other than he's been around for a long time, and he wouldn't be in business if he wasn't doing stuff right. Same with Reno, but it's $2,100, so it's a substantial difference.
So Renault's were addressing that upper landing or whatever then also? That's what I'm wondering.
I don't know. It does not.
Yeah, but not, right. Not to the degree. It's not nearly to the degree that Call was going to address the upper landing.
Okay.
What's the board want to do? Andy,
I'm thinking.
Jeff? Michael?
Move on, I'm thinking too.
Just looking on Google quick, I see. I mean, he's got 2 5-star reviews, but he mainly does excavation work. I don't see anything about concrete. Where I know Renaud does concrete for the state, for high state and federal jobs and bridges.
True. That's true.
Well, that's a bit of an assumption, I think. You know, I don't know why he'd be interested in bidding on this if it wasn't something that he did.
I'm not saying it's something he doesn't do. I'm just saying by what I've seen online, I don't see anything about concrete. I'm sure he does concrete, yes.
Yeah.
This isn't a brain surgery job either, relative, from an engineering perspective. You dig them out, you put some stone in, you pour the concrete.
Hopefully they all
It's a craft by some people, so.
And what's the time frame allotted to them?
Sounds like Tom's the engineer.
We didn't put a timetable on it, but I'm sure we could tell them to have it done by, what's this? By the end of June, first week of July.
I think we need to correctly put out what we want done written so we get the quotes back from each person how we want them. Because right now it's just, we're getting random stuff.
It was like pulling teeth to get these 2 bids back. And these are the only 2 that came in.
Did we actually physically ask in writing for any of these bids? We got the way we asked. We didn't ask professionally, so we got it back unprofessionally, in my opinion.
Well, I'm not I don't write bid specs, so I couldn't have done that.
I'm just saying letterhead.
Those stairs have been an eyesore and a danger. I think that we need to make a decision. Michael, I respect what you're saying, that this should have been done differently. I know that we also reached out to multiple other companies that didn't respond. But if we don't make a decision soon on this, I can assure you that the lawsuit that is going to be presented to the town when somebody falls down those stairs is going to be considerably higher than even the highest bid that we have here. So if we want to push this off and hope for, we're the end of May now, so we would have to give another 4 weeks. We would be into July before we would expect to be holding another vote on this. And if that's what we want to do, then I'm perfectly fine with that. I think that if we push this off any further, that we really need to close off the front of that building entirely before something happens.
I don't want to push it off. I'm just trying to determine, it almost sounded like Tom Call was maybe going to do more work than the Renault. That's what I was assessing and what I'd probably base my decision on. Do you think that's right, Tom, that they were offering a little bit more on that upper landing and such?
That's what, my walk around with him, I did not walk around with Mr. Renault. I didn't even see him come to the job site. I know he did, but I didn't see him there. Tom met me and we walked through the job as I saw, what needed to be done. Even talked to him about the idea of maybe narrowing up the stairs, because that was talked about at one of the select board meetings. But then you get into railing issues and going in and going out, and people with disabilities, you need that center rail too. So he was, all I know is I walked the site with him. I did not walk the site with Mr. Renault, and I don't want to make any calls as to what he was, no pun intended, as to what he was thinking on that. But it appears, based on what he wanted to do in the landing and based on what was written, that Carl was going to do a more extensive job on the top landing in addition to replacing the stairs.
All right, well, let's go a little bit. Get it over with.
I'll second your motion, Jeff.
I don't know if that was a proper motion. But
It is at 9:30 at night. That is a proper motion with a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? All right.
You know how easy that was?
What's that?
I said, see how easy that was?
You should be here and running this meeting, Jeff.
Oh, God.
All right, what else did we have? I'm trying to find my agenda.
Sign repair.
At the South School.
Okay, so we have received $1,000 from the damaging party of the sign. I sent you guys an email. We got the estimate back from, McCarthy's, and the sign was $350, and the 4x4 wooden posts with vinyl sleeves and installation was an additional $550. That seemed high to me, and I didn't quite understand how we got to that number. And they were extremely rude when I called to, maybe it's the way I ask questions, because I'm just upsetting everybody when I ask questions. So then per, I believe it was Sandy's suggestion, I called Dennis Tier. Okay. I called him. He was $50 more on the overall project. He was cheaper on the installation and more expensive on the actual sign. So my question to the board was, in fairness to the damaging party, the estimate that we got from McCarthy's included them coming down, again, putting the posts in, pouring concrete, putting vinyl, whatever, coverings over the posts and capping the posts. After looking at the installation that's over here, that is nothing more than 4x4s that are sunk into the ground with no concrete and no vinyl sleeves on them. So right off the bat, I don't think that we can, in fairness, charge that resident for replacing the additional things that were not damaged originally. So my question to the board is, if we were to present to the gentleman that was decent enough to step forward and own this up and paid us, if we were to pay to have the sign remade for $350 and he puts the sign back in, we hold the money until that sign is in. We inspect the work, we tell him exactly how it needs to be done, and then we're able to refund some of that money to them. I will say, as a punk kid that has done enough damage in this town and done my fair share of stupid things, that when a 21-year-old steps up and says, hey, I was being an idiot, here's some money, please forgive me, that to me goes a long way. So I think that my suggestion is that we show a willingness to work with him. But I'm curious what the rest of the board thinks. Jeff?
I agree. You know, for the reasons you just stated. I mean, who knows? He could be select board chair someday.
You could have it tomorrow if you want.
Yeah.
Gene?
No, so I agree, Chris.
Okay.
Yeah, I also agree. Just hang on to it till we're happy with the job, hang on to the money and
Okay,
release
Sandy?
it.
Yep, I go along with it.
Michael?
Do it.
All right,
Miss-
perfect.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think there is an issue, though, that the sign is not guaranteed if someone else does the work. He won't guarantee the sign.
Right, and neither was the one that's hanging there right now.
Neither was what?
The sign that was damaged was not guaranteed because they didn't install it. According to the woman that was rude with me on the phone, that we, the town of Vernon, installed that sign that was there and damaged. And because we did that, there was no guarantee on that sign that was there. So again, I don't think that we can push that off on him. We can't expect more in return for what was damaged, I guess.
Okay. No, that's fine.
If the historians want an upgrade, they can pay for it.
It's not the toast.
What kind of guarantee do you expect when a sign's been run over? I can see the guarantee in terms of the weather but if it's run over, I don't think anybody's gonna back it.
But they're saying that if they don't come down and put the sign in, that they won't guarantee it.
Oh, if the weather's poorly, then that's it. We're on our own.
Which, yeah, I don't, well, I mean, whatever. I don't really understand how that could work. So, all right, I will follow up with him, and I will make sure that I let Cindy know what's going on with that. And Heather Frost, I will send her an email as well. With that, our next meeting is, somebody help me with a calendar here.
Next Wednesday.
Oh, that's right, next Wednesday for the special meeting for the town administrator recruitment. And then we would follow that. I think we get a week off there, don't we? Do we? Maybe not. Nope, we definitely don't. So then our next meeting would be the 2nd of June. Could I please get a motion to adjourn?
No, wait.
Oh, Brana, yes.
I've been waiting all night for these 2 announcements that are not
Okay.
agenda items. Curbside pickup, curbside service at the library started today. And for more information on it, you can go to the vernonfreelibrary.org website and find out how to order books. And library curbside pickup is Tuesdays and Thursdays from 1 to 6. And the second announcement I just got today was from BDCC and Wyndham Regional Commission. The 27th, which I think is next Wednesday, from 1 to 3, there's a virtual connectivity summit webinar, and it will discuss connectivity issues. And also in late June, the WRC feasibility study, which was the broadband project study that we all participated in early March. There will be more on that. There will be, that report will come out in late June. So that's it.
Brana, in the future, by all means, stop us at, I don't know, 6:45 and let us know that you want to make that announcement so you're not stuck here all night. We appreciate having you, but
Thank you.
all right, a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, I got all kinds of motions, and Jean, you got a second on that, right? Perfect.
Sure, second, yeah.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, good night, everybody. Thanks for being here, Rich, appreciate you.
Good night.
So let's call it to order at, say, 7:02-ish. Do we have any additions or corrections to the agenda, folks? Feel free to unmute yourself and let me know what you got. Nothing? All right. Okay. Board norms. We gotta circulate these things. Essentially, stay on topic, be respectful. We've been doing a good job of that with Zoom. Try and stick to the agenda, and we'll get through this. But I gotta say, since we've been doing these Zoom meetings, I think we're doing a pretty good job of sticking to those things, and we've been pretty productive, and this has worked. We're doing well with ourselves here. Okay, members of the public, if you're here to talk about something that's on the agenda, feel free to address us at that point. If you're here for something else, now is your time. I can see you if you raise your hand, if you're on video or on not video. If you're on a phone, you can, I think it's *6 to raise your hand. Nothing? If I miss you, just unmute yourself and yell at me, because it is harder to keep track of everybody in this. All right, thank you. Any correspondence, folks? Wow, flying right through this. Okay, new business. Community service waiver. I know this is something that goes to the community service requirements for graduation from Leland and Gray. Bob, you want to just explain it and we can talk about it?
Absolutely. At a previous meeting of the Leland and Gray board back in the day, you guys adopted a graduation requirement that includes community service. Your policy on PBGRs that you guys adopted carried that into the new board's domain. But obviously, due to the COVID-19 stuff, we have seniors who are not able to get there. And so we've been advised by the AOE to request from the board any such action that we would need in order to override so we don't violate our own policies. So what I would do is I would ask you guys, rather than getting into specifics about each case, I would ask you guys to grant me short-term authority to waive at my discretion hours for community service for the class of 2020 and keep it specific like that. And that way it's a narrow range of powers that you're giving me to do for this one class, this one time.
Anybody want to make that motion? Go ahead and unmute yourself and make it.
Go ahead, Keegan. Go ahead.
Okay.
Ladies first.
Yep.
I would like to grant Bob Tebow the opportunity to waive the community service expectations for the class of 2020.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Perfect. It's been moved and seconded to allow Bob to deal with the community service requirement for the class of 2019. Any questions for Bob? Discussion on this motion before we vote? I'm looking for hands. I see nothing. Okay, you ready to vote?
I've got a quick question.
I'm sorry?
My connection might be bad. I had a quick question. Do you think that you would need this to extend into the next academic year, or do you want to just take this 1 year at a time and only focus on the class of 2020 and table it for the 2021 year for a later time?
That's a great question, Keegan. Thank you. Because what we've done actually with students who come into Leland and Gray mid-year or mid of their 4 years, is we've prorated that graduation based on the number of semesters that they're there. So it's 40 hours overall, 8 semesters. So we basically prorate that by 5 hours per semester. So yeah, I guess in some ways I would need the ability to do that, to prorate this semester's worth of hours for all current high school students. I guess that would, so I would reduce the amount they would owe by 5.
Do we need to add that into the motion, or does that need to become a second motion, Joe?
I think if your motion had an "and" in it, you could probably add it in.
Can we also add in the reduction for, or the consideration for the fall semester of the 2020-2021 academic calendar year?
You okay with that amendment, Dana, for a second?
Yes.
Okay. So now the motion not only allows for the adjustment of it basically allows you to adjust the community service hours required for all high school students for the COVID semesters. You know, specific to graduation for 2019, but also for, you know, in the future for the students that are in school now. If you so, any more discussion on that? We've got a friendly amendment. No? Ready to vote? All right, it has to be roll call. So Dana.
Yes.
Lindsay.
Yes.
Trish.
Yes.
Ken.
Yes.
Leanne.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes.
Al.
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
I almost forgot you because your video's not on.
Ah.
All right. The ayes have it. Motion carries.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, do we have a student board member on the call?
I'm here.
Who's that?
Abby Hazelton.
Hi, Abby.
Hi.
What can you tell us?
Well, it's been really interesting getting used to online classes, especially with the Journey schedule that I have. But the good thing is that our group has been super good about the Zoom calls, and we've had almost perfect attendance on them for every Zoom we've had. But I have heard from other people that overall the attendance on the Zoom calls has been pretty low. Also, I've been talking to some of my senior friends, and I just feel that from the students' perspective and the community's perspective, that finding some way to celebrate their achievements and having some sort of a graduation is super important.
It is the senior class leadership and some people at Leland and Gray that are discussing what the students and working it out, right, Bob?
Yeah, that's correct. There's a committee of some seniors and some staff and admin who are developing plans. Right now, the hope is to really delay it until early August and hope for a live ceremony. So just think of that sunny August morning, Joe, with the sweat coming down your head and then up on that stage. If possible, I'd like to do that. But if on the 13th of June, which was the graduation date right now, we are going to do some kind of a ceremony, like more of like a informal car parade or something. We're working on the details of that right now. And then, of course, if it turns out that the public health will not allow for a live ceremony in August, then in July we'll start planning to do something virtually.
Thanks. That's great. I think it is important. And I hope we can do it live in August. Thanks, Abby. Any questions for Abby, anyone? Beautiful. Okay, the principal's reports were distributed ahead of time. If there's anybody that has questions for any of our principals, based on anything you read in the report or just for fun, go ahead. Bill.
It's not a question for the principals, but when you asked for additions and
corrections. I forgot to mention that under the principal's report, we do have a newly created action item on one of your policies that one of the principals will bring up to the board.
Is that the student? Oh, but yeah, that's under school choice request.
Well, that's another one as well. So it's a little nuanced.
Okay. Trish.
Hi, I just had a question for Bob. There's I think there was 8 faculty and teaching turnover positions. Are there exit interviews that are performed on everybody that's leaving?
Yeah, we don't have a formal process that we have used, but yeah, I do plan to do that in some manner this year. It does seem like a really high number, and so that did make me a little nervous. A couple of them are retirements, and a couple are just family decisions and people moving on different directions. So actually 3 of them are retirements. Once I learned sort of the specifics of each one, I was less worried about it, but we still hope to do some exit interviewing.
Sure. Okay. Thanks.
If there's something the board would like to know out of that, I'd be happy to report that out if there's a specific area or question that you guys would like to know about.
Okay.
Thanks. Anything else with any of the principals' reports?
Joe?
Yes.
I had a request from a family pursuant to policy C35, and I believe that what I need to do right now is I need to make a recommendation to the board. Is this an appropriate time?
I thought we were gonna, is this the one that we're doing under school choice, Bill? You're muted.
That'll actually be another principal talking about a school choice situation.
So we have Scotty and Craig, right?
Correct.
Both of you under school choice under the superintendent's report, but we're almost there.
They just operate under different policies, so I wanted to make sure that they are happening separately.
Okay, right. Well, if we don't have any other questions for principals' reports, we can move on to the superintendent's report, which we'll get to those issues then. Again, superintendent's report was circulated, and I gotta say, reading through that, it's like you guys seem busier now than when school was in session, and I mean, it just seems like there's more detail, there's more going on, there's more crisis, and thank you.
Well, I would say that is the case for everyone. That's the case for parents, it's the case for students, the case for teachers, it's the case for principals. I think that is a universal reaction to living in a pandemic.
Well, there's banners on every elementary school and the high school thanking the teachers, and there's no banner down on the central office, and there should be. Thank you guys too.
Yeah, we won't be holding our breath for that, but that's okay.
Well, here it is.
So let me just give a quick update on kind of what's going on in the SU, and then I'll prime both Scotty and Craig as superintendent designees through a process to bring before the board. Just a couple things that are really important that are going on is we are preparing to have summer programs in the middle school at Leland and Gray, and in the elementary world at Newbrook. Newbrook is going to be 5 weeks, and Leland and Gray is going to be 3 weeks. And quite frankly, I don't think any of this would have been possible without the board's forethought of investing in the director of operations. He has worked in concert with Johanna Liskowski-Doak and the director of 21C to create these 3 programs following the 13-page guidance from the Vermont Department of Health, making sure that everything is going to be ready so that parents will have the opportunity to take advantage of a safe and healthy, following all the guidance opportunity for their students. And it takes an enormous amount of planning and logistics. I just want to thank Bob and Scotty for being so open to have their buildings kind of take these extra precautions to be prepared for the students. And I think we're going to learn a ton this summer so that we can prepare for whatever the fall brings. And so I just wanted to really emphasize the importance of that collaboration amongst those leaders, and then teachers stepping up to want to teach, because we're going to have an enormous learning gap for students, and for our classroom teachers to step up and want to help out those students in that transition is really admirable, along with the counselors that are going to be supporting all of this. So I just wanted to point out that that's some really nice stuff that's going to be happening in the West River to serve our families and to serve our students. Craig is going to talk about the conversation that we had right at the beginning of, right before the COVID reaction, about the classroom situation at Townsend Elementary School in 345. As it was left the first time, we were to hire, and then the COVID hit, and I told you all that I did not hire that because we needed to have some more time. So I asked Craig to come back and kind of present where is the situation happening now. It's more acute because we have a school choice request that would factor into that, and I'll let Craig explain that as well. So I wanted the board to be fully informed on making that decision if they're willing to tonight. And then Scotty has followed through on our first process on a policy that the board has updated on the admission of resident students. And so he has spearheaded that as the superintendent designee and done a really nice job with that process for the first time. So I'm going to let those two walk the board through those processes to make it as clear as possible, but just kind of wanted to set them up for that opportunity.
Great, thanks. Is Craig here? Oh yeah, I see him. Go ahead, Craig.
All right, thanks. If I put my video on, I will no doubt lose you, and I just want to let everybody know in the audience and the board, if I do lose you, I've spoken with Bill, and the board has gotten my letter that we can sort of speak and be without me for a little bit. I think this is a chance for us to go back and revisit the large classrooms in 3-4 and 4-5 that we have coming up for next year. Those classrooms are going to be 24 and 23 students large. And this was a consideration that we had before COVID hit. And as I put in my letter, and for the audience who's watching and listening, is we're preparing for our students to come back with a whole bunch of things that we are not ready and planning for. And resources like teachers, counselors are going to be in high demand as we reacclimate students to school again. And so one of the considerations that the Director of Operations, Chris Medina, had put out to leadership and even to the board is, the first couple of items of consideration are things like space, limiting students to certain areas, creating open walkways or one directional, so that we have all this COVID that's playing into these very large classrooms. And the best way for my teachers and for these students to really have a chance of closing some academic gaps, to heal some of the trauma that they're experiencing from this long break, and to help the teachers that are going to be teaching Bethany Barden and Chris Jers next year, so they're not burning themselves out with 24 and 23 students in one room, is worth bringing up again. And Chris is usually here, and she could probably talk to what it's like to having 22 this year in a distance learning situation, and how difficult that was this year, because that was our configuration of a 3-4 and 4-5. We're not interested in really splitting up a fourth grade classroom. There are friends there, there are peers, there's learning that happens together. And I just would like to have the conversation come back up to reconsider for the education of the kids and the experiences of the teachers that are going to be with them for the next year. We have a really nice opportunity to provide support for them.
Thanks, Craig. That just to be clear, that was a position that we had this conversation and we had said hire that position. So that's actually in the budget and something that we've.
It is not in the budget. It is post budget.
Post budget, but we
you are
had said
correct.
go forward with it.
Right, and I came back to you and said, hey, we're in a pandemic. I didn't pull the trigger. I'm going to bring it back to you. So we are bringing it back to you.
And now it's coming back. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, thanks. Dana, you had a question, comment? Unmute yourself.
Yeah, I have trouble with that. I was questioning on, since it's post-budget, how do we go about if we vote to get another teacher? How do we go about this?
I will let Lori Garland weigh in on this. I mean, I could answer it, but I think it's important to come from the Director of Finance.
At this point, it would be deficit spending. Unless, you wanted to move your vote out again and go through that whole process again. But the budget's already set. So it would be a deficit spending amount.
We would carry that over to the next year?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it could end up that you're not in a deficit situation because you make up money other places, but it's not planned for, so.
Well, I was just curious if we'd have to make sacrifices in other areas to make up for the salary and stuff where, cut more programs or something.
Yeah, I mean, we would have to watch the budget pretty closely. It's a pretty slim budget as we go into fiscal year 21, but it's possible that we could make up in some other areas.
Trish.
What would bring the classroom counts to for 3, 4, and 5?
Yeah, so with the addition of the 4th grade teacher, the 3rd grade would be at 19, 4th grade would be at 10, and then we have a school choice that sort of is hinged on this, and then 5th grade would be 17. And just so you know, the configuration that we've been using this year and the way that we feel that we can best provide the education, and when I say we, it's Bethany, Chris, and myself, is that each one of those teachers would take a core subject area. So Bethany Barton would be teaching 28 math students, and Chris would be teaching 27 ELA students. It was just a way to be equitable and make sure that they're both receiving the same education at the same time. So while the class sizes right now in a 3, 4, and 4, 5 are split 24 and 23 for homeroom, the reality of the situation is that they would be taking on 28 and 27 teaching responsibilities.
Thanks, Greg. Any other questions or comments? Mike.
Yeah, I'm just going to point out that we don't have a voter-approved budget yet, and we don't really know what's going to happen. I mean, before this whole COVID, I thought that this budget was going to sail right through. I mean, even though we had some people, but we made some cuts. So, I mean, there's always discontent around budget time. But I do have concerns about putting another $90,000 back into the budget. But I also have concerns about large classes and teachers being overworked. So I just wanted to point out that we don't have an approved budget yet, and we think about how this is going to play with the taxpayers.
But correct me if I'm wrong, Lori, this actually won't show up in the budget. This is deficit spending. So the budget that gets voted on is still the budget that's out there.
That's correct.
Okay. I see, Chris, you have your hand up.
Thank you. Chris, so I would be one of the teachers, and I would just say that I feel privileged to at least have a teaching partner with Bethany Barton. I feel we would make anything work. However, if we're looking at where kids are coming in from, if it was just at the end of the year and we were starting a new year, I'd say, okay, I think we can make this work. But we're talking about kids that have been out of school for several months, some doing work, some are working, but still the natural flow of falling behind in work and trying to catch them up. And then the thought of splitting up 10 students, so 5 and 5, when they've already been apart from their peers. I guess I'm just imploring that you really think about what's the best for our students. If you decide not to do it, know that Bethany and I will do our best. We will give them, each and every single one of them, the best opportunity they can. But I'm just asking you to really think about the children more than what you're putting the workload on Bethany and I. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Lindsay?
Chris, I'm glad that you said that. That was actually right where my head was going, that if there was ever a year where social emotional development, where academic learning is going to be pushed to the extreme, I think if there was ever a year that we need to think students first, money second, this coming school year is that year. This has been crazy for everybody. Students are going to be having a really difficult transition, most likely. And I think that I don't love deficit spending. I hate it as much as everybody else does, but I think that we don't have much of a choice personally. That's how I feel about it. We got to do what's right for those kids.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Joe, I have a
Keegan.
question, but I don't know how to raise my hand on the thing.
It's on the top right of your picture. There's 3 little dots, and you click on them, and then you can raise your hand. But you're fine.
Okay, thank you.
You're
My
welcome.
question is for Craig, and I'm just looking for some clarity. Are you hiring for, or are you seeking to hire a teacher for 4th grade only for the coming academic year? So like a 1-year-long position to cover a bridge? Or are you looking to have a permanent position for a 4th grade teacher that carries forward year after year after year?
Thank you for the question, Keegan. No, this is a 1-year opportunity. As Lindsay was just saying, is we're coming in totally different with emotional and learning. And if we have the numbers to support it in the future, that's great, that's fine. But I'm really looking out for these 10 4th graders, but really it's the 3, 4, and 4, 5 who are going to be impacted. That's about 50 students. A 1-year position to really help with the adjustment, the social emotional learning, and then some of the academic gaps.
Okay. Thank you, Craig.
Thanks. Lindsay again.
I have another question, actually. With the possibility that some families might feel uncomfortable with their students returning to the regular school year, and because we don't yet know exactly what that's going to look like, I'm wondering, I guess what I'm kind of wondering is whether we should be having a conversation about whether or not there's going to be a remote learning option next year and how that is going to play into things, because there's a chance that the class sizes would be less than that if there is a remote learning option. Does that make sense?
Or more.
What was that, Emily?
Just said or more. We don't know what that means.
Right.
If I could maybe pass the buck a little bit here, and I hear that as well, Lindsay. I know Bethany Barton right now I think she has 25 math students in this current configuration. And I don't know if I can tap the audience to help me out, but if she could give her perspective on what 25 students looks like in the digital age, or even 22 kids, we're all doing a lot of extra work. And certainly Bethany is one of them. So she's living the experience. So am I allowed to do that, Joe? Am I allowed to call in the audience?
If Bethany's willing to speak, she sure can.
Okay.
Hi, this is Bethany. I'm willing to speak. I can't get my hand raised either, and I know how to do it normally, but I really think that Chris Durs made a really great point. I wish I could be as eloquent as she was a few minutes ago. I'm looking at just the emotional and academic needs of these children coming in. Right now, I do have 25 students that I have for math, and then I have 18 students for the other subject areas. I start my day around 7 a.m. and if you ask my husband, most nights I am on until 9 p.m. With a break for dinner and maybe an hour. And that's because I am teaching live lessons. I'm doing one-on-one tutoring. I'm correcting. I'm preparing curriculum. And having 25 kids just for math and then the 18 for the other makes for long days. And I do it because I love the kids and I want to get back to them as soon as I can. But thinking about if I potentially had 28 next year, or if there was some kind of a hybrid model with having some students in the building and some students doing remote, I would still be responsible for all of them. So it would be just as challenging, if not more challenging, to be doing both platforms for me, thinking about having students that I might have in the building and students I might have virtually. So I am, like Chris said, we make a great team and we do the right things for kids. And I feel like we're doing a great job for them. But our numbers would even be that much larger, and that we'll do it and we'll do well, but it's overwhelming, especially going to grade level meetings and hearing about class sizes of 8 and we have a lot more than that. So I hope that answers people's questions.
Yeah, thanks, Bethany. Dana, then Al.
I was just wondering, are there any other options that we can do? Because I know this is going to come back and bite us in the butt next year when the taxpayers realize we deficit spended. But I still don't want to hurt the kids. They're going to need this. Is there any other options? Bill?
Yeah, I'm not going to pass the buck, but I'm going to tee him up. That's the first question I asked of Craig. How could he use the existing resources and how could he reorganize? Could he look at having like a K1 class or 1-2 class? And I think it's important for him to kind of share his thoughts about why he felt compelled to continue to say that this was the best option for students, because I think he explains it the best. So Craig, if you could do that.
Yeah, Dana, thanks for the question, and Bill, thanks for letting me follow this up. We do have another configuration that we could use, and I found that the quality of education that we could provide for those kids at the lower grades and the higher grades would be better in this situation that we have now, given the fact that we're already in this 3-4, 4-5 combination class. And as Bill mentioned, the other configuration would be a K1 and a 1-2 class, combined classroom. And if we split those classes, now we've become 17 and 18 in each one of those classrooms. And Emily pointed out that we could possibly get more, and I anticipate having more students move on in from the higher dense areas to relocate to Vermont. But when I look at 17 and 18 students in K1 and 1-2, those students are going to need the most attention from us, and are going to have the greatest academic needs and the greatest need for regulation, and or we'll be using a lot of resources that we have throughout the school. And so when we have classes of K1 and 2 of 12 each, having a teacher for 12 kids is ideal to meet those needs. And if we, as soon as we bump it up to 18 and 17 and we get any more kids, now we're beyond that threshold that we talked about last year of having more than 18 in a classroom in the primary grades. So given the fact that we've done the 3-4 and 4-5 combination this year with success, we went with that model, so we're not relearning and reinventing the wheel again. We just thought that that was the best way to do it and provide the quality of education that we could and provide the support for the youngest learners who are going to be needing us the most.
Thanks, Craig. Al, you had a question, comment, then Ken is waving at me. Peace, Ken.
Feel pretty sharp. Hey, Ken. First of all, I just want to say, you hear the words front lines bandied about quite a bit. And speaking of people that work in hospitals, but I would say that our teachers, our administrators, they're our front line right now. And I would certainly do anything to support. And I'm sure, as Bill mentioned, probably Bill and Craig had multiple conversations about this and what is the best path forward. So they don't come lightly to us with this suggestion. So I fully support it. And I would go on further to say that this is probably a good reason why not to cut deeply as you do with budgets, as we just did. It gives us no flexibility. And I probably remember as we were going through it, I was not entirely in favor of a lot of the cuts or the suggestions. So again, I feel like we've put ourselves in a bad position, and now you're right, Dana, it's going to be difficult next year to crawl out of it with deficit spending. But again, I'd fully support Craig and Bill in this decision, and I'm sure they made a lot of hard decisions in coming to this. Thanks.
Thanks, Al. Ken? I might see your hand, Bethany. You did it.
Yeah, well, and this is more a question for Lori or Bill. Right now, where are we with this year's budget? And I know we have some revenue coming in from the federal government that's supposed to filter down through the state and eventually get to your office. But we don't know when that's ever going to get there.
Yeah,
I'll answer the first part of the question. Lori, you can answer the second part. How about that?
Okay.
Or I'll answer the second part. We are not planning on receiving any money from the state of Vermont on the $31.1 million that is supposed to come to the LEAs. But that pot of money has been part of the ongoing discussion to somehow, some way, make that part of the solution for the $167 million in the ed fund. And so I don't think it is fiscally responsible for us to count on money until we get the money. And that phrase right there is from our director of finance. I tried to be much more forceful and creative, and she won't even let me walk down 2 steps. But that is the approach we are taking, which I think is the appropriate approach to take. So to answer the second part of your question, that we are not counting on any money coming our way to do anything like this. But I'll let Lori answer the other question about where we stand right now.
Yeah, we've done our just to follow up on Bill, we have done our due diligence. We've created a system of coding expenses that are over this year to COVID-19, a project code, and we've done all of that, which we were advised to do very early on. But the more that the further down the path we get, the more we're hearing that we're not going to get the money. So it's unfortunate. As far as where you're coming out, I'm actually I was working on that today to pull together a look at where you're at for this year. I will tell you that revenues are down approximately $300,000, which is expenses are also down, so there is some offset there. But there was a big drop in tuition, which I talked about last time, last meeting. There's some drop in revenues that we would normally get that are COVID related. Different little grants from the state for transportation to the tech center, for example. So we're not able to bill for that because they're not going to the tech center right now. So there's Medicaid funding. Medicaid is quite a good revenue for West River, and without getting too far down into the weeds of Medicaid, basically, if you have a one-to-one that is with a student and they are billed at what we consider a level 4, and obviously there's no one-to-ones now, so we are able to bill some amount of services for virtual learning, but most all of the students are billing now at a level 1, which is, could be upwards of $6,000 a month for those students. So revenue is also adding into that $300,000 of less revenue. So, I'm hoping to come out actually with a small surplus this year, but I'm not making any promises, as I told the last board meeting we were on, until I get all the data in.
Okay, so you're saying by July, when this school year ends, this budget runs out, or, is supposed to break even or give money back to the taxpayers, or, however, or hold it over for next year.
Right.
That we might possibly come out with a surplus.
Yes. You do have a surplus right now of around $354,000 that you came into when West River was formed. So that is there now and potentially could be tapped for this. I will caution, however, that as we go into next year, we're not exactly sure what will happen with ed spending. Will they, reduce our ed spending number because they're trying to fill a gap? So, I'm sort of like holding that aside, knowing that you're okay if they decide to cut ed spending a little bit. But yeah, it only goes so far.
Well, first off, I'd like to say congratulations and great job on holding on to the money at this time. I'm sure that was very hard to do, especially with every numbers juggling money in going through, filtering out through different areas and less coming in. Kind of reminds me of my well, actually. But that's fantastic news. Have we heard anything on the legislature going through? Emily might know about this, or Emily will know about it. Did they put a stop to the talks on the what was it, the term they use? Waiting students.
You're talking about the waiting study.
Yes. Has anything happened with that?
Emily, you can answer the question, and then you can roll right into you had your hand up and ask your own question.
I did have my hand up, but I want to allow the administration to respond if they want to, because this question came for them, but I'm happy to respond.
The only question was the waiting study.
So the waiting study has, like much of our legislation, has taken a back seat. I would just say anything that's not COVID related has taken a back seat for the most part, but we are starting to break out of some of the work we're doing in the legislature because we have wrapped up a lot of COVID legislation, and we're opening it up a little more to sort of related issues. I will tell you that for many of us in the legislature, especially those of us in Windham County who are dealing with a lot of challenges around that waiting study and would like to see it implemented, we're not sitting back and saying, don't do it. There are people who are taking a lead and saying we should be doing it. And if you are following the legislature, you will continue to hear that chime. I still believe that the waiting study has shown some amazing deficiencies in the way we operate and that we should be implementing a waiting study. But I also know that we're in a state of emergency and, there's other things take priority. But I haven't let it go, and there are many other legislators in the district, in the county, in the state who have not let it go either. So I can't say that it'll be taken up, but I know it's not off the focus. I would say, though, and I'll step into some of the others, I don't know if there's anything more you want to ask Ken about that. I can't really answer because it's not on the table right today. But but we're being reminded of it all the time. So I would say that I just want to, going back to this deficit spending, I'm not a fan ever of deficit spending. But I also believe that we need to meet the needs of our students, and I've always felt that. And I think that this request is coming from a need of our students, and we are in a very unprecedented time. I would encourage our administration. I mean, it's not just Townsend we're talking about here. We're multiple schools in one district. I would encourage our administration to try to find savings wherever they can so they can cover this deficit spending this year, this coming through this budget. We know that we are now, Lori just mentioned, we're talking about potentially, if we're fortunate to see a surplus. If there is a surplus next year, we'll cover it. I don't anticipate that. I think we're coming into a really, really tough time. But at the same time, and many of you have mentioned this before, we still are responsible as a school board and as communities to make sure we're meeting the needs of our children. And you've heard staff members speak about this. You've heard principals speaking about this tonight. We are entering a time we're in a time that is really challenging for our students. And I am going to say, I'm going to go right out front and say, I'm going to support this, even though I'm not a fan of deficit spending. I'm going to support this because I really do believe the need is there. And I think that we can probably find enough savings around to cover it. And if we can't, I think actually we can convince voters that it's the right thing to do. Now I want to take that's just how I feel about that piece. I just want to take one more moment of your time and step back and say, there is no way I know what is coming. There is no way any of you know what is coming. But we're all in the same position across the state. We're all feeling this same challenge, and there is a ton of work being done in the legislature and in the administration, trying to find a way to make sure that we are going to be able to fund what we can. There's a lot of connection going on between the legislature, between the administration, and mostly the legislature, I would say, and the congressional delegation to try to get a little more flexibility around dollars that are coming to us so that we can use them. And there's a lot of work going on in Ways and Means to try to find a way to use the dollars that are coming to the state to support our public education system. And I believe that in the end, we'll find some supports. I don't know what those supports will be. And I think Lori is right to be cautious and concerned, but I don't want to take away from the students who are here right now and the needs that they have. So I would encourage us to support this proposal right now and continue to look for efficiencies wherever we can. So thank you.
Thank you, Emily. I see Craig has his hand up again.
Thank you, Emily, and thank you, Ken, for speaking to that. And I don't know the number offhand, and Al and Lori, somewhere 2 years ago, when I took this job as principal of Townsend Elementary School, I came in with a deficit, and we erased it within 2 years. So I want to let you know that I'm sort of fiscally conservative, and we'll try to find those pockets of money to help this this ask, this want, this need to come to fruition. So I don't know if Lori has that off the top of her head, or Al has it off the top of her head, but
it was $212,000.
Thank you.
You are.
So in 2 years we erased that at Townsend. So this is a big ask for me, I know, and it's a big ask for the taxpayers. But again, as Emily said, this is for the kids right now, and we're preparing and we're setting them up for success. So thank you. That's all.
Thanks, Craig. Keegan.
I would like to make a motion to allow Craig the opportunity to post his position to find a fourth grade teacher for the coming academic year. Can I do that now?
You can. It wouldn't be Craig, though.
Oh, would it be Bill?
Don't make it specific to a person. Just, allow the West River District to go forward with, the 1 year fourth grade teacher.
Yes, that is what I would like to do.
Okay.
So can we make a motion to allow?
You just did.
Perfect. Who wants to?
You just did.
I'll second it.
Thanks, Mike.
Joe, could you repeat that? It was really hard to hear, Keegan. I'm sorry. It's just, you're very quiet. So if you could just repeat that for everyone.
Yeah, sure. Keegan made a motion to allow the West River Education District to hire the 1 year fourth grade teacher for Townsend. And Mike Foley seconded it. Okay, now that it's been moved and seconded, any further discussion? I've kind of beat it around a little bit. Okay, so we're ready to vote then? All right, it's a roll call vote. Just in case it's tight, I'll actually vote instead of going with the majority. Dana.
Yes.
Ken.
Aye.
Leanne.
Aye.
Keegan. Gotta unmute, Keegan.
Yes, thank you.
Al? Didn't hear it.
Aye.
Thank you. Lindsay.
Aye.
Emily.
Aye.
Howie.
Abstain.
I'm sorry, say that.
Abstain.
Okay, gotcha, thank you. Mike?
Aye.
All right, the ayes have it. Thank you, folks.
Wait, Joe, you skipped me, but I'm an aye.
Who did I skip?
Trish.
Oh, sorry, Trish. You turned your video off. I forgot.
I'm eating my dinner. Nobody wants to see that.
I don't know what's for dinner. Maybe we do.
It's really good.
I'm terribly sorry. So Trish is an aye as well. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Fourth grade, here we come. Bill, you wanted to.
Let me just thank the board for a very thoughtful discussion. I think we're going to have many more challenging, thoughtful discussions, and I appreciate the transparency with which you all engage in a very difficult conversation. We're going to have many more of them over the next few years. So I really appreciate the thoughtfulness that everybody's doing. I will give you a little bit of good news. With that decision, you've just added another equalized pupil to your count because we will be bringing in a new student to that fourth grade classroom that was not part of the West River equalized pupil count this year. So that's a positive thing. And then just to tee up Scotty again, so a reminder, Mr. Tabachnik is the administrator assigned to following the new policy, the updated policy of the West River School District about the age of admission of resident students. And Scotty, thank you for being patient, but if you could walk the board through it, and remember, we're in open session, so we want to make sure that we keep everything in a privacy conversation.
Thank you. And I want to also echo what Bill just said about the thoughtfulness of your conversation. Classrooms of that size are very, very difficult, and I'm so glad to hear that we're making decisions that make sense for our kids. So on March 9th, I received a letter from a parent who has a little girl who is going to turn 5 on September 2nd. And according to our policy C35, children who desire to enter kindergarten must have attained the age of 5 on or before September 1, in which they plan to enroll. But a request for exception should be submitted to the building principal in writing prior to April 1st. And then what I need to do is I need to follow a procedure that we developed a few years back, in which I met with the parent via Zoom, and we talked about the age of the student. We talked about how acceptance would benefit the student. We talked about the student's developmental skills in terms of communication, gross motor, fine motor, problem solving, and personal and social. And then after I completed my work and the parents sent in the ASQ3 Ages and Stages questionnaire, it's a readiness questionnaire that the parent was responsible to complete. My recommendation now is that I don't see any reason to not accept this student. We do have a large incoming class. But decisions of admittance or admission should not be, we should not be considering the size of the class. And right now, I don't even feel like my data is all that actionable, just because, you know, it is only May. And I don't know if any of you folks remember, but a few years back, I had 27 kids coming in May, and in August, it turns out there were 17. So I really feel like the board, what I would like would be I would like to recommend that the board allow me to admit this student, and then I will work with that parent to get everything all squared away, and we'll see what what's happening with class size down the road.
Thanks, Scotty. Bill, you want to follow that up?
Yes, just based on our last conversation, I just want to let the board know that Mr. Tabachnik and myself have had very lengthy conversations about class size because of the conversation you just had. Because I can imagine Mr. Tabachnik and I coming back in August and saying something that is very different than what we're saying now. So he is exploring the opportunity to have different classroom configurations if necessary, make sure that they are in the benefit of the student, but also comply with our class size policy of shooting for 18 or less on average in K through 3. So I just wanted to emphasize that. Scotty, if you want to add to that, I just think it's important after our last conversation that the board understands the transparent conversations that you and I have had and that you are thinking about having.
Yeah, thank you, Bill. On the last page of my report, I created a chart for what we expect our projections for next year. And I'm thinking that with, I think all of the principals are really trying to get our heads around how we will address the divergent needs of any group of kids next year, given the differences of what's happening at home right now. So I started thinking about my school in terms of bands like K and 1, 2 and 3, and 4 and 5. And maybe we'll be in homeroom a lot, but maybe we would be taking advantage of our peer teacher and possibly someone from academic support or someone from special ed in order to make the groups smaller for our math instruction and our ELA instruction. So given those kind of ideas, I came to the realization that if I was just using one other person from around our building, I could get those K and 1 groups down to 12 kids, and the 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 groups down to 11 kids. So I've been really, Bill and I started thinking about this a few months ago, and you know, I think that there's a lot of opportunity at my school for sharing responsibility and for making small groups and meeting the needs of all the kids. So I'm not, you know, I mean, I think that for this choice, the size of the classrooms doesn't really matter anyway. But when you're looking at my classroom sizes, it looks like we might be 21, 15, 17, 16, 20, and 13 as we move from K to 5, which those are really nice. I mean, I feel very lucky to have a school that's full and robust. So I don't see a big problem in it right now, and I would let you know if I did.
Thanks. Ken, you have a question?
I'd like to make a motion, if possible.
Certainly.
I move that the board waive the age of admission based on the parent and administration following our procedure to override the policy.
Okay. Is there a second to that?
I'll second. Keegan.
Thank you, Keegan.
Joe?
Yes, Scotty.
I'm sorry to be out of order, but I think the language we really need is they were requesting an exemption from the policy, and so Ken's right. Because of that request for exemption, I am now recommending an exemption from the policy.
Okay, Ken, you said exemption, right?
Thank you, Ken.
Yes, I did. Sorry, I had
bad audio. Okay, so we've got the language clarified. Any questions or discussion on this motion? Y'all ready to vote?
I just have one comment. After this long quarantine, we might want to look on widening the classrooms in another 5 years.
Okay. All right, so we're ready to vote. I don't see any hands electronic or waving at me. So Ken, it's just in the order your picture appears here. Leanne.
Aye.
Keegan.
Aye.
Al.
Aye.
Thank you. Lindsay.
Aye.
Emily.
Aye.
Dana.
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
Howie.
Abstain.
Mike.
Aye.
Did I miss anybody? All right, thank you, everyone. The ayes have it. We have an exemption. Okay. The next item was old business. We have a budget information meeting set for June 1st. It'll be a regular Zoom meeting, but pretty much a single item agenda to let the public call in and go over the budget. We did this. We did hold the. We never did get to the budget information meeting, did we? We had it teed up, but we never actually got to it.
Right. Lori's all prepared. She's
Lori
got
is
her
still ready.
wonderful PowerPoint ready to roll, and actually in Zoom it'll be perfect.
So that'll be June 1st. Do we have to actually vote to warn that, Bill, as a budget information meeting? Because it said discussion and action. I'm like, what's the action you're looking for?
Well, sometimes I cut and paste that.
Okay. So,
Joe, will we have a bigger attendance?
Bigger than what?
I don't know. The in-person budget informational meetings. Will we have a bigger one on Zoom?
Who knows? Probably. I'll have to look at the limits of Zoom. I think it's 250.
Okay.
If we actually are worried that we have more than that, I don't know if Google Hangouts gets larger or if there's another platform we can use to get a bigger meeting than 250. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Okay.
Do Ken, question? Oh, I see your hand, Emily. You're next.
Just now that you're bringing up the budget meeting, I'd like to let you know that we have a warned policy meeting on firearms, or actually it's on weapons, but it has to do with firearms. And that will be on Wednesday on Zoom, and it is legally posted.
Okay, that's Wednesday.
This Wednesday, the 20th.
Okay. At 7, 6?
7 p.m.
5:20. Okay. Thank you for the heads up. Emily, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to say that I appreciate this date and this time and the way this is putting out. I want to make sure that we are as transparent as possible, getting people involved. I think we've been really fortunate to have more people join our school board meetings since we've been holding them on Zoom. And I pretty much live on Zoom, it feels like, and I'm sad to say that in some ways, but I'm also grateful because it's been giving us great feedback both at the school board level and in other meetings that I've had across the state. I want to make sure that we are sharing, and I know you're going to, Joe, as we move to the end of this meeting, that how we're going to hold not only our informational meetings and our annual meeting and our voting process. I just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing in getting that information out to the public, because this is a super big challenge right now, voting. And I'm super proud that we're one of those 19 school districts who don't have an approved budget yet because we were never able to vote, but we're still moving forward. And there's quite a number of votes going on the day that we are actually holding this in different towns. And I want to make sure that we're practicing all the social distancing that we need to be doing to make sure that our poll workers and the voters and everyone else is safe, but that we can move forward in this really unprecedented time and make this work. So I would encourage anybody watching this to pay attention to what your opportunities are for voting from now on, and to get engaged by involving yourself in these meetings and coming, because there is an additional level of transparency when we all are able to sit here in our homes, as hard as that it can be for some of us who are doing it all the time, but sit here in our homes and say, I can be involved and I can raise my hand and I can have my say. So I just, as hard as this is, I want us to embrace it and be as transparent as possible and move forward as best we can. Thank you.
Thanks. You're right. We are moving forward, and our clerk, Anita Bean, has done a wonderful job working with the other town clerks to set up the voting procedures. Every town clerk has been really cooperative and really helpful in putting this process together, and they have it figured out. Obviously, the more absentee ballots we can get ahead of time, that's the easiest thing for them, but they all have plans in place for either drive-through or walk up single entrance to the building with masks and hand sanitizer to let the vote go forward. They recognize the importance of it, and we'll do it as safely as humanly possible. But for anybody watching, request your absentee ballot and get it in ahead of time, and it'll save wear and tear on the actual date. Our annual meeting, I think, is just going to be Zoom. We had kicked around the idea of holding it outside somewhere socially distant, but right now the gathering ceiling wouldn't allow that very well, and we'd probably still have to make it electronic, and it would be a hybrid meeting, and this is just so much easier to manage. And we will make this, these Zoom links are published in our agenda, and I don't know if they're in the actual warning, but we could add that to the warning. I've seen them on social media in multiple different places to encourage people to attend the meeting. We definitely want participation.
Yes. Yes.
So our next actual board meeting will be in June. Will be June 22nd after the annual meeting. We'll have the annual meeting, but there won't be any administrative tasks for that. Do we have administrative tasks for the next regular board meeting? Keep in mind they're also working like crazy to get ready for the next long-term planning meeting. Next Monday, there's a committee meeting, and then there will be a long-term planning meeting on the 8th. We're going to have a trifecta, 8, 9, 10 of June meetings. Yippee, right, Bill?
Yes. No. I want to thank the board for the thoughtful engagement in the long-term planning meeting, and we've been working since that meeting to bring some clarifying things forward to the budget committee, and we'll get some feedback from the budget committee, and then we'll do some more work, and we'll bring it back to you guys for the long-term planning meeting. All of these meetings are warned, all of them are public, all of them are recorded. I really appreciate the transparency and the thoughtfulness that the board is engaging in, so that we can get to August and have some clarity on the path. It's not easy work and it takes a lot of time, but it's what our communities deserve, and I appreciate the board leading in this. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Bill. Lindsay, you have something?
I don't know that it needs to necessarily be an administrative task, but I want to throw out there that I hope that the administration is considering in all of the wild unknowns for this coming school year, and not knowing anything about what that's going to look like, that I hope they are considering some sort of remote option and how that could work, so that we don't end up losing equalized pupils for families that are not comfortable with returning to school, if that happens. And if that's a possibility, what that could look like. Anyway, just to throw it out there as something that I would hate to lose the equalized pupils for something that we don't necessarily need to.
So I would say this is another great reaction to the board's planning of over 3 years ago, because the New Brook School Parent Advisory Committee had that exact conversation with their principal, and about 45 minutes after that conversation, I was contacted, and then I had a long conversation with that principal about that possibility. I think that's really forward thinking. I don't know what the rules of the game are going to be yet in August, but I really think it is important to think about all those possibilities, how it may work for different families in a different way, and how we want to keep the students connected to the school. So we've already begun some creative planning on that, and I appreciate the forethought to make sure that that's on the table.
Thanks, both of you. Okay, so that just a little long-term consideration there for the administration. For committee tasks, the policy committee is meeting, the budget committee is meeting to talk about long-term planning and go through that. Those are the tasks that exist now. Are there any additional things that need to be done? Good. All right. So we have the minutes of April 13th, 2020. Those were in the packet. We just need a motion to approve those.
I'll make the motion to approve minutes of April 13th, 2020.
Thank you, Dana. Lindsay, you want a second?
Yep.
Thank you. Any discussion on those minutes? All right, seeing nothing. All in favor of approving the minutes from April 13th, 2020, please, Keegan, please say aye.
Aye.
Al?
Aye.
Lindsay?
Aye.
Emily?
Aye.
Trish?
Aye.
Leanne?
Aye.
Ken?
Yay.
Dana?
Aye.
Howie,
Aye.
and Mike.
Aye.
Thank you. The ayes have it. The minutes are approved. We also need a motion to approve. Let me scroll up here and find it. Accounts payable voucher number 54 in the amount of $127,389.36. These are the pay orders that both Trish Scott and I reviewed last week, and everything was in order on those and looked good. We both signed off on them, but now we have to officially approve the voucher.
Somebody
move.
make
Ken, you want to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you.
I'm happy to second it, Emily.
Thank you, Emily. Any discussion or questions on that? Okay, ready to vote. All in favor of approving the AP voucher, please say aye. Keegan.
Aye.
Al.
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
Emily.
Aye.
Lindsay.
Aye.
Ian.
Aye.
Ken.
Aye.
Dana.
Aye.
Howie.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
All right, the ayes have it. Motion carries. Any other business, folks? All right. Well, thank you for your efficiency. There's just that one last motion.
Move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
I second.
Want to go through the roll call one more time? Keegan.
Aye.
Al.
Aye.
Lindsay.
Aye.
Julie.
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
Dana.
Aye.
Ken.
Aye.
Leanne.
Aye.
Howie.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
All right. Thank you all. I will see you again in a week.
Goodbye.
Good night, everybody.
Great. I want to welcome everybody to the House Energy and Technology Committee hearing today. We have our guests from the Department of Public Service, the Commissioner and Director of Telecommunications, and we're going to cover some old ground and new ground today. On Tuesday, earlier this week, we had the opportunity to, with the Senate Finance Committee, ask some questions about the broadband action, the emergency broadband action plan that the Commissioner and Director have put together. And just on reflecting on that, it was very helpful. And Commissioner, I want to thank you for your time on Tuesday and for today. As I was reflecting on that, there were some things in the plan that I found that we were not able to cover. And in a conversation I had with you earlier this week, I thought how we might best structure our time today, if it works for you, is if we could literally go through the plan, particularly the first 2 or 3 sections, give you and Clay the opportunity to go through each section, and then maybe pause. And I think there's I don't know, maybe 10 to a dozen kind of subsections within that within the emergency broadband action plan. And then pause and give members an opportunity to ask a question if we have some about those specific areas. There were some topics that I think are pretty important to this plan that we didn't even get to in terms of our question asking on Tuesday. And I think they're important, and you did good work on them. And I want to make sure that you have the opportunity to explain them and for members to get their questions answered. So thank you for joining us. Appreciate you taking some time again to go through this. This is important stuff, and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Briglin. Another question for you is, you sent us several questions.
Yes.
I want to say
yes.
10 or 12, and I'm
Yep.
guessing that you're going to want answers to those questions. Do you have a preference as to whether we start on the section by section review, or do you want to go over those questions first and then maybe go over the plan? What's your preference?
Yeah, so thank you for bringing that up. So committee members know I had sent the Commissioner questions that frankly were typically difficult to weave into a hearing with 16 legislators on Tuesday, and I wanted to make sure everyone had the chance to ask their questions. I had a lot in some areas that we didn't cover, so I sent the Commissioner, it's about a dozen questions, I would say. And Commissioner Tierney, I ordered those questions, I think, in order of how they might come up as you read through the plan. So what I would say is, let's just go through the plan. Starting on whatever page 3, once we get past through the kind of the executive summary, and I've got that list of questions in front of me. If we don't happen to get to them, then I'll certainly remind you or raise my hand. So
okay. Then I guess there's no place to start like the start of the plan. So if we could get everybody to page 1, might sound a little odd, but I'd just like to spend a moment on that, please. Page 1 is the executive summary that lays out the philosophy behind the plan. And if I could just do a sound check with everybody, can you hear me at this point well? Okay. Hi, Robin. I'm not mad at you. Okay.
I've been moping all week.
I hope you haven't, because it's never worth it. Anyway, I think that this is a core of the plan, and I just want to be clear that in my life in state government in 20 years, I have never been in the position that I'm in right now. Usually folks are all acting from their assigned roles as either members of the executive branch or the legislative branch or the judicial branch, and then that weird little satellite out there called the PUC that sort of floats in state government. But what I am doing here is completely out of character in that the department has put forward a statement of a plan that expressly contemplates that it will be improved upon, that it will be changed, that it will be tailored as stakeholders make their views known and we fashion a consensus around what this plan ought to say, so that when we go to the federal delegation and Washington, D.C. to say, as part of recovering from the pandemic, we need funding, this is our vision on this topic for what Vermont needs. Now, it may well be that what I am attempting here at the end of the day doesn't succeed because our government can't function this way, but I know for a fact that it has before. It did this during the ERA period, and it did this during the Tropical Storm Irene period, and so I think we can do it here as well. That is a table-setting statement to say that I think the department has put together a structured, tight plan to achieve a stated objective that is foundational to the health of Vermont, which is that every Vermonter at an address ought to have access to basic broadband, which the plan defines as 25.3 in keeping with the federal definition of broadband. The elegance of it is that if it comes to pass in its optimal way, folks who today have nothing and folks who today have less than 25.3 access, those folks would leapfrog to having access to 100 up, 100 down fiber, or 100 up, 100 down by other technological means, depending on how the reverse auction sugars out. That is, I think, a worthy cause, a worthy thing to achieve. And what has brought me to the recognition that we should do that is this emergency that we're living through, which for me is very personal because it has been very resonant with what I experienced in Tropical Storm Irene, when my house was left standing on a banana-shaped piece of land with no access to it whatsoever. Yay, I had a house to live in, but I couldn't get in, I couldn't get out, ambulances couldn't reach me, oil company trucks couldn't reach me, police couldn't, nobody could reach us because our access had been severed. That is a physical experience that I had. What people are experiencing now by not having access to the internet is perhaps a technological experience, or it is a more intellectual experience, if you will, but the severance, the feeling of being cut off is real. And that is what this plan is designed to address, in recognition of the fact that the pandemic isn't going to end anytime soon. We don't have a vaccine. We don't know how long we're going to be fighting this virus. And so we're facing the distinct possibility of having to shelter in place again, much as we have been, come this winter and for however long the virus is out there. And my view is that if government is going to be sending folks home to learn remotely and to access healthcare remotely and to work remotely, then we've got to make sure that people have basic access to the internet. So with that statement having been made, I would ask people every once in a while to reread this executive summary, because it's a very tight distillation about what this plan is about. What this plan is not about is solving every connectivity problem Vermont has. It is not about settling every debate Vermont has. It is not settling about E911 or about PSAPs or about cell service and all these other extremely compelling issues that we have here in this state. It is about ensuring that 70,000 addresses that today do not have access to 25.3 broadband can get that access. So with that said, turning to page 2 and 3, you see a summary of the 2 sections in the plan. The first section of the plan is directed at immediate actions that I think should be taken in Vermont so as to remove regulatory barriers and to facilitate what deployment of broadband that we can facilitate between now and the end of the year. A topic that has come up a great deal is how much of this broadband deployment do we think we could get done between now and the end of the year? How much would it cost to do that, and so forth? And I have to tell you, I'm not able to answer those questions. And it's not because they're not important questions. It's not because they're not relevant questions. It's because we have to understand that the landscape on which we are working right now does not have a command and control unified center from which knowledge and action radiates. Rather, what you have is a competitive market for telecommunications connectivity infrastructure that is largely, but not completely, in the hands of private actors who hold licenses from the state to be conducting their business here, but who have command and control over their respective systems. And with that, they have relationships with bucket trucks, and they have relationships with folks who have fiber spools, and they have relationships with folks who have radio units that can send Wi-Fi signals and the like. And they have relationships. They also have a staff that is equipped to mount poles that splice wire, string wire, but their resources are calibrated to their customary work needs, what they do in a given calendar year. And what they don't do in a given calendar year is plan to suddenly be massively mobilized in the service of a state objective to fix a problem of long standing that has become very urgently apparent to people. So when we talk about what would it cost to get how many people in to do this work, it shouldn't surprise us that we don't have the answer to those questions. What instead needs to happen is we have to systematically learn that information as best as we can in as much time as is warranted given what we're trying to do, which is another way of saying, is it important for June Tierney as commissioner to be able to take an inventory and line up all of those resources so that she can look at it and come up with a plan for exactly what to do with whom and what to move where? Or is it important for June Tierney as commissioner to turn to the Eustace Cables of the world, or to the CUDs like EC Fiber, or to a utility like Green Mountain Power, and to say, what can you folks do within your territories if you are mobilized to do this? And I would submit to you that it's the second answer that we should be looking at. We need to understand that we have these parties out there. I want to call them partners in this process, because when you are pursuing an all hands on deck strategy for a crisis, you have to treat everybody as partners. So you turn to, I would submit to you that some of the information questions that I'm getting are better answered by the people who actually own the trucks and who acquire fiber and the like in order to make their business plans. And they should be asked, what could you do above and beyond? The plan here makes the assumption, which I think is well-founded, that if certain resources were newly allocated to activities such as line extension or hastening make-ready order review and the like, that we could increase the capacity for the state, for entities operating in the state to do that in close order, meaning between now and December. And so one question that I know you've had, Chair Brigwin, about, are we recommending that a fund be established for line extensions and the like? My answer to that would be, I'm recommending that that vehicle be created. I'm not recommending that it be funded by state revenue dollars. I am recommending that it be funded by federal dollars. If these activities are going to happen between now and December, I think it stands to reason that we're going to have to try to get COVID-19 dollars in there, but I have serious reservations about whether that can be done. And that's what I call a stretch argument. In order to put money into a line extension fund, for instance, we are going to need to be able to make a stretch argument that this line extension is in the service of dealing with the pandemic and therefore is a justifiable expense under the Treasury regulations that presently exist for the COVID-19 emergency. I'm running out of breath here, so maybe I should stop and see whether we have a question.
I do see one hand up, and I can't. Oh, it's Mark, Representative Higley.
Thank you, Commissioner. A number of times you've spoken on this issue about the COVID-19 dollars, but I've never heard an amount talked about or a percentage talked about, or is there any indication as to an amount that could possibly be used for this?
To be perfectly candid with you, I am going to have to guess at an amount. I'd like to make an informed guess about that. In my world, if you put $500,000 toward it, or $1 million toward it, in this case, line extensions, that's probably a serious allocation of funding. You could get a lot of line extensions done for that. But I can't tell you that guess, if you will, is derived from a granular review or inventory of what it would take to build this many line extensions. But that's how I would answer the question.
Stays there for me, but thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Thank
Fred.
you.
Thanks again for coming and helping.
Hey, Heidi, can you mute? Mike Yantachka, I think I saw your hand up.
Yeah, okay, so looking at the section 1 recommendations there, I don't know if we want to get into those right now, or are we going to go over them, Tim?
Right now, we've gotten to number 1. We've gotten to number 1A, I think.
Just the one.
So we got a ways to go. But if you have a question about line extensions, now's the time to ask it.
Okay, no, I'm going to wait until we get to number 4.
Okay. Laura, did you have a question?
You're muted, Laura.
That's nice. This will probably be a consistent question that I would have throughout. So I'm hearing, possibly $500,000 to $1 million for line extensions, perhaps. Those are cable line extensions with our existing cable providers, correct? Right.
I think they can be. It depends. I mean,
yeah, it's cable video. We're proposing using the cable line extension rule that's on the books at the PUC. So this is very much a customer driven. I need my line extended. The customer portion is $1,000, and we give assistance directly to the consumer in these very limited circumstances where they are close to the cable plant and and need just that little bit of support. It's not a widespread, whole town kind of solution. It's very much tailored toward individual consumers with a specific immediate need.
Okay, so the mechanism is the funding would go to the consumer to pay the cable company to run the line out to their house.
I think that's right. Clay, can you clarify one point? If it is a CUD, for instance, that has plant going by and that is fiber, and there's a line drop needed, this fund would cover that as well, is what I would have thought. Do you agree?
No, I disagree. This is very much about the cable video rules on the books at the PUC, which, the CUDs are not, unless they have a CPG to provide cable video service, this rule wouldn't apply to them. For that instance, you'd be looking at something like the connectivity initiative.
So to the point, the principle remains the same. You would have a fund that would pay for line extensions, but as Clay has pointed out, the more particular mechanism that he had in mind was the one that goes to cable plant. However, it sounds to me like what very reasonably could be done is you could also have an overlay for existing fiber. It's just that money would be routed through the connectivity initiative. You could use the principles of this rule to make the formula calculation for what customer contribution is. But the principle remains the same, that you would be paying or helping consumers to pay to extend their lines. And the qualifying criteria would be, do you have a child at home who needs access for homeschooling, or do you have an individual at home who has a medical condition and needs to be able to do telehealth or telemedicine? And then
Commissioner,
yeah, go ahead.
Do we think that we have 1 million students or people with telehealth needs, or do we not? Well, we don't know that. We're trying to get that information.
We don't know.
Right?
We're mapping that. And just to be clear, you're talking about, $1 million is not 1 million people.
Okay, I don't want to get any more in the weeds, and I just want to kind of put a little stake here and say, As we are contemplating um, providing federal emergency dollars to our national providers, many of whom are suing us and who have not taken care of Vermonters to date and who could not help us figure this out. I think it's absolutely, that's a natural place that we need to go. They have the equipment, they have the know-how, they have the asset that's right there. But I will definitely be looking for how we have different rules around access to those dollars, because the current rules that those folks are playing by doesn't seem like we would want to buy into that. So I will just leave that comment there and probably pick it up at the end.
I think that's fair. To put another flag in something else, very respectfully, I think it's also important to be looking at this issue from the perspective of the Vermonter and not so much from the perspective of the provisioner. If the Vermonter is at home with no access and there is somebody in the neighborhood who can get them access, we have to ask ourselves, is it good public policy to make that access possible or not? And less, how does this fit into our overarching policy debates that we have with those provisioners about our system from a state perspective? We are getting 300 complaints, for instance, about broadband, different issues of access in our CAPI division just these last 6 weeks. And for most of those cases, I would be very hard pressed to say to that Vermonter, yeah, you need a line extension. And the plant that is nearest to you is cable video. And no, you don't get this support because we're not giving $1 to that cable provider. To me, it's about the Vermonter.
Yeah, I'm certain that the chair would like us to move on. Many of those Vermonters that you're hearing from in CAPI are my Vermonters that I've sent there. So I think we're on the same page.
Absolutely.
We'll have to discuss the TAP maybe.
Absolutely.
More in depth.
So
the next hand I have up is Representative Campbell. Before you jump in, Scott, I just want to kind of underscore something the commissioner just said, which is, as we talk about line extensions, I am very sympathetic to the concept of, a consumer or maybe a, part of a road resident that, 2 homes are 100 yards off of that cable extension and they need to be served. The other thing that I'm also very cognizant of is kind of the broader plan of how we make sure that our CUDs are stood up properly so that over the long term, they, their ability to be financially viable isn't picked away at around the edges, such, that we get 3 years down the road and, we leave them with a challenging situation. A question that I'm not going to ask for an answer for, but I think has been confused in this discussion is at the bottom of page 4 in the Emergency Broadband Action Plan, there's a paragraph that talks about the PUC rule 8.313, and the paragraph says that the capital cost sharing mechanism in the PUC's line extension rule allows for other actors to participate in an extension project, such as the state, CUDs, regional planning commissions, municipalities, healthcare service providers, et cetera. And what I thought I heard Director Purvis say was, no, we're really confined in how we use that money to kind of incumbent cable video. So I just want to be clear that what I'm hearing is this cable line extension fund concept is really focused on kind of incumbent cable video providers. That's fine. I just want to be clear.
No, it's not. You're getting 2 different answers from the department. You're getting a very technical answer from Director Purvis that is correct. The way the rule is written, it is in the context of cable video line extensions. But the answer you're getting from Commissioner Tierney is that for purposes of this plan, this fund could be structured in a way that borrows the concept to the extent that it needs to be borrowed in order to be applied to actors other than cable video providers. But the model for what the fund would do is very much what that rule, as it is presently written, would do. but the
I see.
rule
So
itself
from a,
is not limiting in the sense for your purposes or for the purposes of designing this plan. That rule does not have to be the universe.
understood. So statutorily, we could create our own path.
And
Yes.
yes, that
Okay.
is correct. If I may add one thing, please call me Clay. Director Purvis is
I like Director Purvis.
completely unnecessary. I like Clay.
Fair enough.
Okay. Scott, did you have a question?
Well, my initial question was whether this applied strictly to the cable or not, which is kind of set off a conversation. But I guess the other thing that I'm curious about is whether we're going to get into this conversation about the Mansfield Community Fiber memo at some point during the conversation today.
Well, we're on page 4 of a 20-page plan, so we'll
Okay.
see. We'll see how.
Yeah, but I mean, it relates to this conversation in that they would say, why are we even contemplating incentivizing cable when we should be only incentivizing fiber? But,
Right, and I'd take Commissioner Tierney's point at face value, which is I think from a broad perspective, which we have as policymakers, I think that absolutely has to be taken into consideration. If you've got 4 constituents at the end of the road who are 100 yards away from, something that allows them access, and we're going to preclude that from happening, those are the local versus kind of statewide questions we're going to have to grapple with.
And I don't have an answer. I'm asking the question. So
yep.
So if I may add my 2 cents to this, that is a perfect way to reiterate the point that I just made, that from what I'm contributing from the department's perspective to this debate, I am saying that in this narrow window between now and December, the controlling perspective needs to be, what does that consumer need? Not what is our overarching governance policy otherwise. We are dealing with an emergency here.
Right. Well, and the other thing is, what can we do in a short period of time?
Precisely. And just as a footnote, Clay may be familiar with the Mansfield Community memo. I'm not. If you care to send it to me, Representative Campbell, that would be helpful.
Okay.
I've not seen it yet.
Robin, did you have a question?
I think from Mansfield's perspective that there may be a role in cable providing that backfill, because there's these areas where they serve most of the area, and there's these little roads here and there that they're not covering. It's economically inefficient and financially very difficult for a new entrant to come in and just pick off those addresses without providing considerable overbuild of the cable network. And they know that their take rate in those cabled areas is much lower. It's going to be 10 or 15% as opposed to 40 or 50%. So their focus wouldn't want to have to focus on these 1 or 2. I think where they take issue is that there would be public dollars going toward the cable company in any way to do that, when their feeling is that, well, they should be doing it anyway. But this line extension program, when it applied to the cable rules, because there's a clear formula about what the cable company pays and what the consumer pays, it does provide some amount of consistency and the ability for us to gauge what the cost would be. So it's much more helpful to to consumers to know that if they're facing that $1,000 bill for their portion, the cable company is paying for some of it, and we're simply covering under the rule what the consumer would be paying.
Are you ready for me, Tim?
Go ahead, Robin.
So I guess what I need to do is step back from the questions about specifics of extension drops or cable, to the kind of the bigger picture that the commissioner framed of, we have the overall goal and we have the immediate need. And, you know, last year I was advocating pretty strongly for the 100 to be the standard, because that should be the standard. It's what we want our build out to be. It's the way we want to allocate our resources. And now I find myself saying, but with schools unable to open in the fall, perhaps with the need for telehealth, what can we do now, and what standards do we, I don't want to say regress to, but what standards do we use for emergency conditions? And it feels to me like a big piece of what we can do now is potentially wireless. And this plan is, I'm seeing your face, Laura, but, and this is what I'm struggling with. You know, do we put X amount of dollars into immediate connectivity for something that is potentially lower grade, or do we try to accelerate a 4-year plan that will not achieve our goals except in a piecemeal way over time? And that's what I'm struggling with. And I'm finding the details irrelevant somewhat until I can get a grasp on the bigger question.
So I would say that what you're teeing up there is a North Star question. The details are not tedious. The details are not irrelevant, especially when you consider that money is at a premium and we don't have endless amounts of it.
Mm-hmm.
But what you're fundamentally asking is, what should our North Star be here? And back when you were advocating for 100 up, 100 down, your North Star was very clear, future-proof.
Yep.
You know, my North Star is a little different, not because I reject the validity of yours at all, but because I'm having a different conversation and you're asking yourself, don't I need to be joining that conversation? And my response would be, oh, yes, you do. Because my conversation is about how do we help these Vermonters who have nothing or next to nothing in a larger context where we have good cause to believe that they are going to have to shelter at home to help us all deal with a public health emergency. How do we in good conscience ask people to stay home, take care of themselves, take care of their families, and more importantly, for the rest of us, help us take care of ourselves? How do we ask them to do that when they're at home with no access to the internet? And to my mind, that means, yes, there are options that we need to put on the table that are not our preferred options and that for good reason give us serious reservations. But that does not mean you take it off the table. When you're at war, you use all your weapons, not just your preferred weapons. So one way that we could deal with this perhaps would be to think of ring fencing concepts. Representative Sibilia and I were talking about this the other day in front of Senate Finance and House Energy Technology. Can you perhaps have a parameter around this that says, okay, we will accept that solution for a certain period of time? This is the value of having this kind of conversation. I am working and collaborating with you in real time synergistically because we're having this conversation. And so I'm hearing Representative Sibilia's concerns. I'm hearing your concern, Representative Tangerman, and I'm thinking to myself, what would a possible solution be? And we could think about something like, okay, for that line extension, instead of it being cable necessarily, which would be one approach, maybe it should be a wireless solution if that is possible for a period of time until the CUD can come back around and build the fiber line, if that is A, what they want to do, and B, the resources are available. And as long as my Vermonter has a resiliency protection for future disasters, I'm good to go. But that's who I'm focused on right now, is those people who are at home with nothing or next to nothing. So to go back to the plan, Chair Briglin, you have to let me know if anytime you need to bat me down, just bat me down.
Oh, great.
All right. So to go back to the plan, we are on page 2, yay. I think one of the things that's coming home to me, between May 5 and today, we have started the round of stakeholder meetings that we said in the plan we would be doing, the outreach to get people's input. And so we've met with the legislature already once. There's a second meeting that we're having today, but I've also been talking now to agency heads. I just got off a phone with the Chamber of Commerce. So that work is underway right now to get input and feedback as to where the plan could be refined. And one of the things that I'm noticing in those conversations is that, notwithstanding the brilliance with which this plan has been prepared and the Nobel Prize winning writing in it, I have not been clear, because people are not quite understanding that there's the first part and the second part. The first part being immediate things that could be done, and the second part being the build out for the universal access that would have the auction construct to disperse funding for it. Everything that we're looking at in section 1, which is between now and the immediate things you could do, those things all in one way or another would support the second part of the plan, but they also have immediate impacts, as you can see, for instance, in the conversation that we've been having right now about line extensions. And so it's very important to keep that in mind. The immediate time frame is between now and the end of December, simply because the federal government has imposed an arbitrary limitation on how to use the COVID-19 money. My understanding and the operative assumption, therefore, underlying section 1 of this plan was that the money has to be out the door and spent by January 1st of 2021. So I just wanted to clarify that point, because the feedback I've been getting has been a lot. Gee, are you hoping to get 300 million of COVID-19 money for this plan? No. This plan is directed at having something to persuade our federal delegation and the federal government that giving Vermont $300 million would be a good idea, because here is this good thing that it could achieve: universal broadband access statewide. Should I turn the page and go to section 2, or should I continue down the itemized actions in section 1, Chair Briglin?
Well, I've got some questions as you go through section 1. For example, section 1C, the emergency PUC powers, et cetera. I had a question on that. Some of that relates to 240, section 248, and S301, which is something that this committee is going to be working on in the coming weeks when the Senate gets that bill to us. A specific question I had on that section is a reference to Act 250 and challenges that Act 250 does or might create for telecommunications infrastructure. That wasn't something I was familiar with. Certainly Act 250 caught my eye, and I wanted to hear more about that.
Yeah, let me clear this up very quickly. So there are two intertwined themes in there. One is the section 248A / Act 250 piece, and the other is emergency powers. They're two different things. Now, as you know, section 248A is scheduled to sunset, and I think S301 is moving, and you folks are going to take care of that, and we're good to go. The slash for Act 250 is, if you recall, section 248A is an option. It's not a mandate. A developer who wants to put up a tower has the option of going through either 248A or Act 250. So that's item 1. If you extend 248A, you've extended the option to go through 248A. In the context of emergency powers, there are siting considerations. There is some infrastructure, almost all energy and telecommunications infrastructure deployment falls under the purview of the Public Utility Commission. But poles, and Clay, you're going to have to keep me accurate here, because my memory may be failing me, but poles over 50 feet, as I recall, have to go under Act 250, which means that right now, unless they have the option of going under 248. Anyway, the point is right now, if there were a carrier out there that could put up a 60-foot pole, and that 60-foot pole could carry equipment that could beam a signal to 300 homes that right now have nothing, that pole has to go through your standard permitting review process before it could get built. And that standard permitting review process can take quite a while. Now, my learned estimation is that if there were a provider out there that were to go and try to get that permit today, the regulators in charge of reviewing that permit would be reasonable people and would do their very best, move heaven and earth to get that permit application reviewed very quickly. But there's a world of difference between relying on regulators to do that sort of thing because they recognize the urgency of the moment and giving them express authority to do that. And so what I'm suggesting here is that there be express authority given to the PUC to adopt emergency siting rules so that if the public good would be served by that 60-foot pole being put up during this emergency, that it can be done. This is a lesson that we learned in Tropical Storm Irene. There were infrastructure problems with the energy system. And so there were improvisational arrangements made with the regulators to get that infrastructure up and running as quickly as possible in the wake of the damage. And then the legislature acted to create good statutory mechanisms so that in a future disaster where energy infrastructure is concerned, we wouldn't be facing that problem again. There would be a mechanism to address it, to address siting concerns rapidly. That was not done for telecommunications infrastructure. And so that's what this provision is directed at, is to say, let's do that now for telecommunications infrastructure. And I think if you saw your email, Chair Briglin, we exchanged emails with Senator Cummings about this today.
Yep.
And the proposed language is now in front of you.
Yep. And so that's very helpful context, and also the history is helpful. What I would note, and this is where this conversation today, your email, which I'll share with the committee, and the language in the Emergency Broadband Action Plan are coming into focus for me. The language that you had sent to me today about emergency powers for the PUC refers to temporary facilities.
Yes.
And so what we would be talking about here in terms of emergency powers is to allow the PUC to authorize the siting, presumably during an emergency. I haven't really explored the language that closely, but during an emergency for this says temporary wireless telecommunications facilities. But so we can go into this more deeply later, presumably when we get S301. But the word temporary seems to be pretty important as part of those emergency powers.
It's very important because once you're through the eye of the storm and you have time to go back, then you can look and see, okay, how much glass was broken that actually needs to be put back, and that's a good thing to do. You may also find that when you do the look back, that pole, there isn't a very good reason to remove it. But the point is that can be looked at more carefully when you're not under a state of emergency. And so having the temporary provision in there is the check so that you don't have creeping siting happening, meaning that people take advantage of an emergency to get infrastructure out there that by our values and our statutory scheme otherwise would not be put there. So
Understood.
Just by way of example, you put up a 100-foot pole because it's an emergency and people need to have cell service or they need to have broadband wireless service and the like, and you will tolerate a 100-foot pole in a state of emergency. But once you're out of it, we can have a conversation about that needs to be removed. Yep. Or maybe the pole needs to be moved, whatever.
Okay.
The language that I sent you contemplates a 12-month limitation. That's, I think, the definition of temporary. reasonable minds could argue that it should be 18 months, whatever. But I just put that there because I was trying to be as respectful as possible of what is otherwise a very particular and I think stringent permitting norm that we have in our state. And so you want to do as little harm as you need to in order to have those temporary powers is what my thinking was. But I'm sure there are reasonable arguments to be made that the language should change.
Thank you. That's helpful. That's
Okay.
helpful in clarifying. Mike, did you have a question, Representative Yantachka?
Yeah, and Mike is fine. The conversation really went a lot wider since my original question. And so on this emergency rule, let's go to that first since we're talking about it. When you say that 100 foot, something above 50 feet, between 50 and 100 feet, you put up a pole that's supposed to be temporary. Is that going to be similar to a regular room utility pole, or would that require, would the height require something more like a cell tower?
I really don't know because I'm using 100 feet as an example to illustrate the point. But I think it's fair to say, Representative Yantachka, that when you're in an emergency, you will deploy the thing that will function, the thing that will get the job done. Interestingly, for instance, there are these there are these units called cell on wheels. They're literally on, they can be moved around, and they are metal, poles, if you will, or antenna that get extended to heights that are, I think, well above 49 feet. It gets the job done. I would have to do some research because I have now not been practicing law for 3.5 years, and I'm over it now. So I haven't done the research to be able to tell you whether a cow, as they're called, needs a Section 248A permit or not. But the point is that this would allow the PUC to have a structured approach to that kind of infrastructure deployment so that it could be done rapidly and meet people's needs.
Okay, so the fact that this is an emergency rule wouldn't have to go through the full rulemaking process. It could be implemented pretty quickly through Elkhorn.
That is correct, although I have to say that was not my animating intent. But I think that is correct. I mean, under the Administrative Procedures Act, there is an emergency rule making process. But if memory serves, the language that I proposed, I'm going to have to pull it up here.
I can read it to you.
Also said practices or policies. I'm not sure.
It says the commission may by rule or order establish procedures that waive the advance notice, application requirements, and other procedures set out in this section for the installment of temporary wireless telecommunications facilities to ensure the provision of reliable telecommunications during the emergency event, provided that any facilities constructed under such procedures are operational for no more than 12 months.
Is that an S301?
No, this is language, and I will email this to the committee. This is language that the department has proposed as emergency rulemaking language so that the PUC